Good morning, Mr. Mybeck. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Are you ready?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Chairperson, as you know, today has been scheduled for the continuation of Mr. Gama's evidence. He last gave evidence, I think it was on the 11th of March. This year he is here
Yes.
and ready to take the oath.
Okay, please administer the oath or affirmation. Good morning, Mr. Gama.
Good morning, TCJ.
Thank you.
Please state your full names for the record.
Siyabonga Innocent Gama.
Do you have any objections to taking the prescribed oath?
No?
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear that all the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming back, Mr. Gama, to assist the commission and availing yourself.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Chairperson, the documents that are of particular relevance to Mr. Gama's evidence are firstly and principally Bundle 7, Transnet Bundle 7, Exhibit BB28. That is Mr. Gama's exhibit. And then we will also be referring to Bundle 6, that's Exhibit BB27, the so-called Transnet POI reference bundle.
Yes, okay, I've got both of them.
Since
Mr. Gama's legal representatives, are they still the same?
Yes, and they are present.
Okay, all right. For the record, Mr. Gama is still represented by the same legal representatives. Thank you. Okay.
Chairperson, since the last sitting, Mr. Gama has provided us with 2 additional affidavits. One of them is contained towards the end of Exhibit 28. The other one was given to us this morning. We have hard copies, and at the appropriate time, I might ask you to introduce that into evidence. We hope maybe at tea time that we can formally get it paginated and added to the bundle. So for present purposes, I'd like simply to add Mr. Gama's penultimate affidavit. Mr. Gama, could I ask you please to turn to page 250.130. Chairperson, the documentation last time went up to page 250. The pagination of the documents that followed are 250.1 and further. It's not ideal, but it was caused by the fact that there's another exhibit that starts at page 251. So-
Yes, no, that's fine. So the page that you have asked us to go to now is 200 and,
250.130.
okay.
Are you there, Mr. Goma?
Almost.
Yes, I've got it.
Yeah.
Mr. Goma, there you will find the commencement of your affidavit that runs up until page 250.175 and then includes a series of annexures which run from point 176 all the way to point 257. Do you confirm that?
I confirm that.
If I could take you back, please, to page 250.175. Do you confirm that you deposed to this affidavit
Yes, I do.
on the 18th of March 2021? And do you confirm the truth and accuracy of this affidavit?
Yes, I do.
Page 250.175, Mr. Mybeck being the last page of his affidavit.
Yes.
Of the affidavit that starts at page 250.130.
Yes, and
Yeah.
if
Is
I
that
could
correct?
ask you, if I could ask you please to enter that into evidence, Chairperson, marked Exhibit BB 28.5.13.
The affidavit of Mrs. Siabonga Innocent Gama that starts at page 250.130 is admitted as an exhibit and will be marked as exhibit B 28.5.13.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, subject to your direction, we've agreed with our learned friends that the proceedings will commence this morning with Mr. Gama reading the balance of his initial opening statement. We've looked at that. We have no objection to him doing so.
Okay.
You'll recall that previously
Oh, yes,
there was a ruling where he dealt with part of it and just the evidence of the witnesses that he was going to deal with on that day.
yes.
So Mr. Gama had dealt with the first 5.5 pages of his opening statement. I assume that you'd want to pick up there, and perhaps I could direct your attention, please,
Yes.
to page 250.6. I understand that Mr. Gama would like to carry on reading into the record his opening statement from there. He did previously deal with the evidence of Mr. Todd and also the conclusion. Chairperson, Mr. Gama has then prepared a further opening statement which seems to me to deal predominantly with procedural matters. He wants to read that opening statement after he's dealt with this. We're provided with that opening statement this morning. We have got hard copies, and perhaps at the appropriate time I can hand it up to you and we will then find a place for it in the bundle.
Okay, all right. Well, the previous one I have seen, so if there is any new one, I would need to see it first.
I can then hand it up to you if I may.
Yeah, okay. But that one can be dealt with later, not now, is that right?
Well, I think that subject to your direction, as I have it, and I've just squizzed through it, it seems to deal with predominantly procedural issues. Mr. Gama has certain complaints that he wishes to level against the legal team, which is of course his right. And he also appears to take issue, Chairperson, with the ruling that you made
Yeah,
in relation to proceedings on Friday.
oh,
To the
okay.
best of my knowledge, he seems to deal with those two things broadly.
Yes,
So we don't have any difficulty. It's not a case of someone being implicated or
yes,
anything of the sort. From the legal team's point of view, we would have no difficulty
yes,
with Mr. Garma dealing with that, subject to your direction.
yeah. Well, maybe, Mr. Kama, if it's fine with you, I don't think that I would have any difficulty to you articulating your concerns, but I would like just to read it in advance. Can I give you a chance to deal with this sometime during the course of the day?
That's fine.
Would that be fine? When I've had a look at it. But the previous one, you can deal with it now if you would like to deal with it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. As you know, I started with my opening statement on the 11th of March. It should not be construed that I've been reading it since then, because then it might become the longest opening statement. I don't want to be in
Well,
any
you
Guinness
can
Book
go
of Records.
into the relevant books of record.
No, thank you very much. I think when we dealt with it, I had indicated that there were various testimonies which were provided by witnesses who have sought to implicate me, to highlight some of the more glaring discrepancies, inconsistencies, and improbabilities and falsities. I then continue with my statement at page 6 of the statement, under heading number 8. I start with the statement of Popomlife and his testimony. From Popomlife's testimony, the commission has learned how my appointment at Transnet allegedly occurred. According to Mlife, my appointment ostensibly occurred due to the influence of GIGAB. This allegation, I believe, has been purposed to fit the state capture narrative. I would like to explain again that, as indicated in my affidavit disposed to concerning my history at Transnet, I have worked through the ranks and was ultimately appointed as CEO through hard work and dedication, and not through the influence and hand of GIGABA, as Mr. Popomlife would have you to believe. Mr. GIGABA was appointed as the Minister of Public Enterprises in 2010. At that time, I'd already worked at Transnet for more than 16 years. The minister is only ever involved in board appointments, and so it is hard to understand how Popomlife could reach the conclusion that Mr. GIGABA had a hand in my appointment as a CEO at a division of Transnet, which is below board level. It must therefore be recorded that this is false. Popomlife admitted in his oral testimony under oath that the contents of what he had stated was not within his own personal knowledge. I'm dealing there with the transcript of his testimony to the State Capture Commission of the 7th of May 2019 at page 6. So his own viva voce testimony when he first appeared at this commission when he was being led by Advocate Paul Pretorius. He, however, went to great lengths, Chair, to claim that I was one of 3 architects of state capture at Transnet. He never defined or explained what an architect of state capture is, or even worse, the facts on which he relied for such a startling, and I must say, false allegation. The allegation that I'm one of 3 architects of state capture has never been even remotely substantiated by credible evidence. On the topics of regiments, Trillian and Konki, I have been accused of colluding with the aforementioned entities. The truth of the matter is that each of these entities' contracts were terminated by me during my tenure at Transnet. Such terminations were based on objective evidence placed before me at that time, that inter alia, Transnet's continued relationship with them would bring the reputation of the SOE into disrepute. Popomlife failed to make mention that the contracts with regiments and Trillian were terminated by me with the concurrence of the board in October of 2016. This was approximately 9 months before the emergence of the now infamous June 2017 Gupta email troves that captivated the country for many months. Terminating contracts is hardly the conduct of a person who is colluding with those said parties. Popomlife, as non-executive chairman of Transnet, was at pains to point out to the media during October 2018 that Transnet had terminated my contract due to acts of alleged fraud, corruption, and misconduct on my part. In the pleadings with reference to the arbitration that I'm having with Transnet, Popomlife denies that Transnet terminated my employment due to misconduct. The aforementioned arbitration proceedings have not been commenced. Such a turnaround points to either a personal vendetta or incompetence on the part of the board and Popomlife, or their dishonesty. Following my dismissal and in a bid to gather evidence that he ought to have collected before dismissing me, Popomlife hired a retired bishop and offered amnesty to managers at Transnet if they came forward, and indicated that I had asked them to perpetrate a fraud or corruption against the company. Significantly, no one came forward, as the notion of me being corrupt is falsity that has been created by Popomlife and those of his ilk. Mlife, in his affidavit, explained that he has initiated civil litigation against me and others at the South Gauteng High Court, finding me as respondent with regiments and Trillian, entities whose contracts at Transnet I had terminated. During his oral testimony, Popomlife created the perception that Transnet was struggling financially during my tenure with the SOE. The truth and the facts, however, are very different, in that during my last year at the helm of Transnet, and as evidenced by the facts, not fiction, that is routinely reported in our media, Transnet remained strong financially. By way of example, net profit grew by 75% from 2.8 billion in 2017 to 4.9 billion in March 2018, which was against an 11.3% improvement in total revenue from 65.5 billion to 72.9 billion, and an 18% improvement in operating profit from 27.6 billion to 32.5 billion rand. This performance indicates that Transnet was financially independent and did not require any subsidy or guarantee from the state. Chairperson, have the Commission and the South African public been misled? What we have witnessed over the past 2 years at Transnet is extreme sabotage of an SOE. The intentions are dubious, and as I have pointed out before to Popomlife, the pressurization of Transnet is afoot. And I've given a footnote, Chair, in terms of what I've defined as pressurization at Transnet. I coined the phrase pressurization to refer to the phenomenon where Popomlife led intensive forensic investigations, leading to a state of paralysis and lack of decision-making. And whilst the board gives the impression of purpose, it's an illusion. The authority of executives is curtailed, and the board takes decisions that ought to be taken by general managers, and the main business suffers as a result thereof. In 2020, we witnessed that net profit at Transnet as at the end of March decreased by 34.9% to 3.9 billion. While this is still respectable, Chair, but because it could and should have been less. However, I suggest that your observers must watch if there will not be a decline leading to a real collapse in profitability over the next 3 years when the impact of pressurization fully sets in. Between 2016 and 2017, Transnet embarked on a process to create a new strategy that would insulate it from low domestic growth and penetrate new markets whose growth was in excess of the static South African domestic GDP growth. For the year ended March 2018, Transnet announced a 75% growth in net profit to 4.9 billion against an increase of 11.3% to 72.9 billion, driven by strong volume growth. All the fundamentals tracked positively against South African GDP growth of only 0.7%. These were not the results of a struggling company. Yet, in May 2019, Popo Molefe informed the Commission that the new board had averted a financial collapse of the company. A News 24 report by Lamis Omarjee on the 7th of May 2019, which I've captured, it captures succinctly the false statement that was provided to the Commission. The evidence, Chair, as I've exhibited, is different. I quote, he says, it was just a matter of time before Transnet became Eskom. Not that we like where Eskom is. It is serious. It is in serious trouble, and because of that, the country is in trouble, close quotes. He then also went on to say that when the new board took over in 2018, Transnet had been on the verge of collapse. This is not a correct analysis of Transnet during that period. It was dramatized, it was sensationalized to drum up support for the allegations of illegal activity that was being visited upon people such as myself and other experienced executives who were being patched at Transnet. I have already, Chair, dealt with the testimony of Todd, so I'm going to skip that and then go to revenue management and cost containment strategy. I then deal with the issues of Nkonki. When Nkonki was hired, some of the key projects they were tasked to look at were revenue contracts, especially in the coal line and the iron ore line. This is an area of Transnet's responsibility where established companies dominate the allocation of rail and port capacity to the detriment of emerging miners. By way of example, the most significant of these contracts is the Kumba contract, which is for the haulage of iron ore from Sishen to Saldanha. This evergreen contract, Chair, arose hastily out of the desire to eliminate an embedded derivative which arose from an ad valorem-based pricing regime on the contract, which was entered into in the late 70s. Transnet, therefore, in 2005, had entered into a new 23-year contract that would expire in 2028 at rates that are even the lowest in the world per ton kilometer. They amount to less than 1 US cent per ton per kilometer, or 12.8 South African cents per ton per kilometer to haul iron ore for Kumba from Sishen to Saldanha. So for the 861 kilometer trip, Kumba pays 111 rands per ton per ton, while Assmang, which is its competitor, is charged at a rate of 17.3 cents per ton for the same iron ore product from their Kumani mine in the Northern Cape, which amounts to 149 rand per ton. This represents a difference of 38 rand for every ton hauled, demonstrating a tariff that will not pass muster with our competition laws. So in 2013, Kumba had initially agreed that its rate needed to be normalized in line with Assmang rate in accordance with fair business practices. However, in negotiations that we had restarted in 2018, it reported Transnet and its management under my leadership to Minister Pravin Gordhan for attempting to level playing fields with Assmang and trying to get out of an anti-competitive contract. To this day, Kumba pays Transnet approximately 1 billion less per annum than what they ought to pay, had its tariff been normalized in line with Assmang tariffs, which was normalized in 2013. This anti-competitive behavior and the super profits being earned by Kumba is set to be condoned until 2028. So any Transnet official who seeks to normalize this ends the wrath of the Anglo-American PLC-owned Kumba Resources. All efforts to renegotiate these tariffs are stonewalled by Kumba. This is an environment where Kumba earns in excess of 20 billion rand net profit per annum at the expense of a state-owned entity and to the detriment of the oligopoly of iron ore in the country. As an example, Kumba earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization for the year ended 31 December 2020 increased to a record 45.8 billion rand, resulting in an EBITDA margin of 57% against 52% the previous year, which is a remarkable feat indeed. Chairperson, this is the real state capture. The Transnet Kumba agreement is anti-competitive and exclusionary in that Anglo Kumba has captured the rail and port capacity on the iron ore line and kept out black junior iron ore miners. In fact, all black iron ore miners sell their iron ore to Kumba because they have no rail and port capacity, all of which has been allocated to those who were in mining prior to 1994. Even though mining licenses have been issued in the rich iron ore area of the Northern Cape, the miners do not have allocation to export manganese or iron ore in their own names. So if we then move on to point number 10, a new board was appointed at Transnet in May 2018. Its first order of business, Chairperson, in June 2018 was to accuse the Group Chief Executive of presiding over malfeasance at Transnet. My attempts to induct the board to Transnet processes, control systems, strategy, and challenges, and to arm the board members with the necessary information to inform them, even to educate them, and to allay the allegations, were met with huge resistance. They were armed with no operational knowledge or adequate expertise of the company they directed. Then they set out to achieve their mandate of rooting out corruption at Transnet by removing, by way of nothing less than a purge, the entire top layer of executive management, starting with the Group Chief Executive in 2018. They also failed to appreciate the strategy of Transnet, which sought to enhance the market demand strategy and future-proof Transnet's existence. Instead, they abandoned and dismantled it without attempting to understand it. The board completed its mandate of management upheavals in June 2020. The result is that the corporate memory at Transnet has been completely erased, with every executive with long tenure having been falsely accused, charged, or exited in an attempt to bring sweeping changes by what I believe is an ill-equipped board. The pressurization of Transnet is complete, and all that South Africa needs to do is to follow very closely Transnet's future financial and operational performance. Observe its decline and the erosion of its contribution to the developmental state. So the real collapse, Chairperson, of Transnet has not yet happened. It is just ahead of us. In the same submission, much was made about the recovery of 618 million from China South Rail. The interface being that this amount was improperly paid to CSR, and to the new board's credit, look at what is achieved. This is false and misleading. The facts are that 618 million had been paid to CSR against an advance payment guarantee by CSR, issued by a AAA rated bank. The money had been paid on the advice of international company PricewaterhouseCoopers. It was legitimate and was intended for spares and tools preparing for locomotives that had been supplied since 2015. This was for the MSA contract, which was due to be replaced by a new MRS contract. This so-called refund has now resulted in many locomotives being parked in the system and prejudicing the efficiency of the railway system. You may have read in recent newspaper reports. I just saw in the last month Transnet releasing a statement to confirm that the coal industry indicated that it was dealing with and experiencing operational problems within Transnet. The chrome industry has followed suit. The container industry, the same. The operational problems are self-inflicted, Chairperson, and they result from not having timelessly put in place a maintenance reliability system with the OEMs to have adequate spares and tools post the warranty period for the locomotives that were supplied to the coal line in 2015. The locomotives are standing idly because there is no maintenance contract in place. The contract was cancelled by the Popo Molefe-led board so that they could come and announce that they have recovered 618 million. This was done by persons who simply cannot begin to understand the highly complex, networked, and sophisticated international business, which at any given time has innumerable moving parts. Chairperson, there were others such as Mohamedi, Khalad, and witness number 2 who have been set up to support or complement the narrative of alleged corruption leveled against me at this commission. I deny, Chair, in the strongest terms, their false accusations. I deal with these allegations made by pointing out the many falsities in their statements in my affidavit. They all have ulterior motives and are driven by the principles to achieve a particular objective. Briefly, I deal with Francis Khalad testimony. Khalad was involved in the investment case of the locomotive and was subsequently appointed by MNS at the suggestion of the audit committee chairman to assist MNS in their investigation. Khalad's testimony at the commission seems to be that of a man who felt compelled to describe all other people as being guilty of some offense or process step, whilst downplaying his own involvement in matters which were being scrutinized. While Khalad seemed to have most information available, he was quite selective about the information he shared with the commission, and in most instances shared many useless items of information. Over and above that, his testimony is full of innuendo, conjecture, and speculation. Many inferences he draws are not supported by facts, but by his own rich and fertile speculative mind. It seems that Khalad used his appearance at the commission as a bid to supplement his income. He currently has a claim of over 4 million rand at Transnet/MNS for work he claims that he did for them. Khalad also seeks to downplay his involvement in many issues. And in many instances, Chair, where he claims lack of knowledge, I say he knows much more than he lets on. However, he also tries to hold himself to be an expert in all things, especially financial matters, which he is not. When it comes to Mohammed Mahomedi's testimony and statement, Mahomedi tried very hard to support Popo Molefe, but attempts to downplay the evidence led so that he appears to create the illusion of an objective witness. He distances himself from events that he was intimately involved in so that he can minimize his role. Mahomedi was also not a credible witness before the commission. I raise this issue as a lot has been said to you without any evidence. During my testimony today, I will provide the commission with factual evidence when I make statements. Evidence-based testimony is important to bring the truth to the foreground. Any of the assertions that I aided state capture are false and are a cunning calculation that has been carefully crafted to mislead the commission and so deflect accountability and responsibility. Again, I will inform the commission through my evidence in order to reflect the true story. Witness number 262 accused me of laundering money on behalf of the Guptas. This is false, Chair. Unfortunately, I was not able to comment more on a statement as I've not been favored with the full copy of my diary. But I have dealt with aspects of it which we can deal with later on today. I've also requested through my legal team copies of mappings of my own vehicle and my cell phone in order to assist me in determining where I was at the relevant time so as to provide a proper answer. Chairperson, I am delighted that we have the opportunity to address you on the matters that have been brought to the attention of the Commission. And I know that you will distill the true state of affairs from the falsities advanced before you. I believe, Chair, that you are imbued with a desire to determine truth and to remove injustice, that you'll be fair to all of us who appear before you. And more so, that those who have been unjustly accused and have been identified and defined as enemies worthy to be tainted and defamed without providing the Commission with actual evidence, finally have an opportunity to provide to you an honest version of events. I thank you very much, Chair. We are now in prelude number 2 of my opening statement. The final one we will deal with it is much shorter than this once you've had the opportunity.
No, thank you, Mr. Gama. Well, one, what you have just finished reading is those parts of your opening statement which you didn't read last time.
That's correct.
So it is one opening statement. Now, there is significance why I want to emphasize that. The significance is that I've just noticed that the other one that was handed up to me that we talked about earlier, the opening statement that was handed up to me this morning, is marked second opening statement.
Or further remarks on the opening statement.
So I know that earlier on, without reading it and without having had time to look at it, I said you could deal with it later. But now, what has crossed my mind is I may be starting a wrong precedent if I start allowing second opening statements. There may be third opening statements, and they all take time. So, but to the extent that that statement might be dealing with Friday, is it Friday, the 30th?
Yes.
To the extent that you might be wishing to raise concerns about what will happen on Friday, I would imagine that that could be articulated maybe on Friday. There is nothing wrong with articulating concerns about what will happen on Friday. Labeling it that as an opening statement might be a wrong label. It might just be articulating those concerns. So, in principle, that's one thing. But allowing a second opening statement might be problematic. But maybe you can reflect on that, and sometime during the day we can see what we can do. I have, I think my eye did land on some sentence here that suggests what your intentions are about Friday. I just want to say, to reaffirm that I want to hear all perspectives, and I want to hear as many people as possible, particularly people against whom allegations of wrongdoing have been made. But of course, we operate within certain time constraints. The only thing that has crossed my mind a few minutes ago is that with regard to Friday, another option might be, because in terms of time, it's difficult. It's just difficult. We have we have for this evening the application, Mr. Gigaba's application in relation to Ms. Ngoma's evidence. And depending on the outcome of that application, we could have Ms. Ngoma's evidence. If the legal team could consider whether there is a possibility that Ms. Ngoma and Mr. Gigaba are available on Friday morning, and if they are available on Friday morning, we could consider proceeding with your evidence into the evening, which could then enable us not to lose any time, because then we could go right into the evening with you, which is the time we would have taken on Friday morning, and maybe even more, so that if we don't finish, then on Friday morning, I could hear Mr. Gigaba's application and maybe Ms. Ngoma's evidence, and then hear you in the afternoon. But that would depend on how the legal team is with that too. I think Ms. Ngoma has been issued with a summons for this evening, and that would depend on their availability. So, but that's the only thing I could think of. But if that doesn't work, then I can't see any other way of dealing with the situation. But I would allow you in due course, preferably on Friday, if we still have to proceed in that way, to make the remarks that you want to make about that point. You understand?
Yeah. Chairperson, all I'm requesting is accommodation on this matter. And if you accommodate me, as you are suggesting, there's not even a need for me to address aspects of what I believe could be constitutional rights, being infringed with. So I could then just deal with the issue of the legal team only.
Yeah.
All I've asked for is to be accommodated.
No, I
and
understand.
it is the accommodation that I am not getting from the commission,
Yeah.
which is the problem.
No, I understand that. All I would like you to understand is that there are logistical and practical difficulties, not like one doesn't want to, they're just practical. Mr. Mybeck, I don't know whether you wish to say anything about what crossed my mind.
I have two other possible
Yes.
proposals. Maybe my learned friend and I can address you in chambers on them.
Yes, okay.
There's
okay.
As you know, Mr. Malefe is set up presently for Thursday evening.
Yes.
I'm quite sure that he might be easier to move him than to move Mr. and Mrs. Gigaba.
Yes.
The other thing which we could discuss with you, DCJ, is how deep we could go into the evening on Friday.
Yeah, we can't go too deep on Friday. In fact, we can't go into the evening at all on Friday, and that's one of the problems.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
perhaps at tea time.
Because so what it amounts to, I mean, generally speaking, between 1 and 2 is lunchtime.
Okay.
So if Mr. Gama's counsel becomes available at 1, it means, generally speaking, starting at 2.
Sure.
And we can't go beyond 4. So it means just 2 hours. Actually, I had been considering whether on Friday I shouldn't ask you to talk to Mr. Gama's legal team with a view to starting earlier. That was even before I got to know that they wanted us to start at 1. So, but maybe during the tea break,
Yes.
you and Mr. Gama's counsel can approach me. But let's take it from there.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Good morning, Mr. Gama.
Good morning, Mr. Maybeck.
On the 11th of March, we dealt with certain introductory issues. We dealt with Mr. Sagar and your MBA. We dealt with your reinstatement. We dealt with the issue of GNS and Abelosi and certain ancillary issues. I just want to, before going forward to other topics, just ask you a few questions that relate to the things that we've dealt with broadly already. In relation to your relationship or your visits to the Saxonwold compound of the Guptas, were you invited to the Gupta wedding? It was held, as we have it, on the 1st of May, 2013.
No.
Is the answer no?
No, sorry. Am I too far from the mic?
I think you were, yeah.
Oh,
You were not invited.
no.
And then if I could take you, please, in relation to the evidence you gave about Mr. Essa, could I ask you to turn to page 52 of Exhibit BB 28, Bundle 7. You will recall that you were asked in the 10-6 about a trip, a Dubai trip in January 2016. I want to pick up, if I may, at paragraph 32.5. This is at page 52. Are you there?
Yes.
You say, I didn't undertake a trip to Dubai during the period 18 to 24 January. I traveled to Davos, Switzerland via Dubai on 17 January 2016 for the purpose of presenting logistics and infrastructure-related papers at the World Economic Forum as part of a South African government and business delegation, which attended for the purposes of promoting South Africa's interests. During the evening of 22 January, I stopped over in Dubai upon my return from Davos. After a one-day stay, I departed for Johannesburg on the morning of 24 January 2016. Paragraph 32.6.1, I arrived at and checked in at the Oberoi Hotel in Dubai on Friday 22 January at approximately midnight, and I checked out of the hotel on 24 January 2016 at approximately 08:30. So you would have checked out on the Sunday, if I have it correctly. Is that right?
I don't know the date, but it was 24th of January.
Well, I see that if Friday was the 22nd, then I assume
Okay.
the 24th was
yeah.
the Sunday.
Yes, yeah, it must be Sunday.
So as I have it, you would have stayed at the Oberoi Hotel then for 2 nights, the Friday and Saturday night.
Yes.
The next subparagraph, whilst in Dubai, I had a brief meeting with Essa during the late afternoon on Saturday, 23 January 2016, which meeting took place at my hotel. Essa had arranged the hotel booking on my behalf, albeit that I paid for my accommodation. You say in the next subparagraph, our discussions were, for the most part, centered on information sharing concerning his vision to create a majority black-owned management consultancy, the details of which he undertook to share with me as his plans developed into something more constructive. And then you go on to say, at no stage did I meet any other people. Can I just ask you, how did your meeting with Mr. Essa come about?
It came about because I was stopping over in Dubai. I think he must have called me. I can't remember whether he knew or that I was stopping over in Dubai, but he must have called me because I intended to stop over in Dubai, and then he called me to say, okay, if I stop over there, it's fine. I think my biggest problem when I wanted to stop over there was that my office was still arranging for hotel accommodation. Because I'd found that when I was in Davos, what I'd intended to do, I couldn't do it there. And then I thought that Dubai was actually the best place because it's in the middle of the world. Davos is more of a small town. I needed to buy a dress for a matric dance for my daughter. So I thought that Dubai would be the best place to do it.
And she would be very happy, I'm sure, that you bought it outside of the country.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you say he phoned you?
Sorry?
Mr. Essa phoned you?
Yes.
And how did it come about then that Mr. Essa arranged your hotel booking?
I think in the course of my discussion, I had said to him, look, I was not going to stop over for a long time in Dubai, but because I didn't have a hotel booking, I wouldn't be able to stop over. And I think that's when he then suggested that no, he could book me into a hotel in Dubai itself. And that's how I got to get to this place called Oberoi Hotel.
Had you stayed there before?
No, I've never stayed there.
Have you ever stayed there afterwards?
No, I've never. I only went there once.
And then you say your discussion, for the most part, centered on information sharing concerning his vision to create a majority black-owned management consultancy. Can you expand on that?
Yes, I think from what he was indicating, and I think that's where Trillian eventually came from, as I understood it later, was that he wanted to create a majority black-owned management consultancy because most of the consulting houses that we have are largely international houses that are not owned by South African entities. And his desire was that South Africa wanted to create a majority black-owned management consultancy, which he thought that if he were able to collect people from different consultancies who were black, they would then create that kind of capacity to take on large consultancy assignments in the South African corporate space.
So was he talking about Trillian?
I suspect that what you call it, the evolution from regiments to Trillian, I think I must have heard at some point that he may have been behind that Trillian as an owner, but I don't really have any facts to adduce in terms of that.
But did you discuss Trillian in regiments?
He didn't have a name. Remember, he was from regiments. And he was talking about this evolution, that he wanted to create this large black-owned management consultancy.
So you didn't discuss by name Trillian in regiments?
No, not by name, not by name.
By this time, did you know that Mr. Essa was involved with Trillian?
No, I did not know.
When did you come to learn of that?
At some point, I think towards the end of 2016, somebody, I think in our risk department, said to me, look, we suspect that Mr. Essa owns the majority of Trillian. but it was a suspicion. I don't think he had the, I don't think she had the actual information, but
Oh,
she had
when-
had
sorry.
it through certain people.
Mr. Garma, I didn't get the date. What date did you say?
I think it was around 2016. It was really around the time when we were now considering terminating the contracts between the regiments and Trillian. I think it must have been around October 2016.
Sorry? September?
September 2016.
October 2016, thereabouts. There was that suspicion from some of our risk people.
So just so that I understand the context, and I've only really got one or two more questions. I mean, just so that I understand this, was Mr. Esser suggesting that you should join this black-owned management consultancy, or was Mr. Esser feeling you out as to if this consultancy was established, would Transnet give it work, or what exactly was the object of this meeting?
The object of the meeting is the latter, where you are saying big corporates such as Transnet, would they be looking at majority black-owned, black management consultants with expertise, which would then alleviate the need to use multinational or international entities that were probably domiciled in South Africa but registered elsewhere.
And what was your response to that?
Well, he'd undertaken to share with me his vision at a later date in terms of what is it that would transpire. So he didn't, I think it was a concept, it was conceptual at the time when we were discussing. He was sounding me out whether we would be, we would as Transnet look at such a consultancy going forward. So I had said to him, when he has shaped his thoughts and his thinking around it, he could come back to me. But I'd also, I think, mentioned at the time that I did not really like having consultants as a general rule. In fact, by the time I left Transnet, I had established an internal consulting capability, which I believe still exists to this day, because it was precisely for the reason that we had relied too much and we paid too much money to consultants, external consultants. I wanted us to really just bring in consultants for short periods for capabilities and information that we did not have or which was specialized.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but by January 2016, Transnet had already done some business with Trillian, hadn't it?
Yes, I think so, yeah.
And we'll come later, but that relates inter alia to the club loan, correct?
Yes.
And there we know that payments were made, or a payment was made to Trillian in December of 2015, correct?
Yes.
So was no mention made at this meeting of work that Trillian had already done for Transnet?
No, there was no mention. The predominant entity that had done some work at Transnet in that year or the years before was Regiment.
All right, and could I take you then please back to page 48? And perhaps I could just ask you to have a look at your paragraph 31.3. I don't want to rehash this, but I just want to put to you the evidence that Mr. Singh gave in response to this paragraph. So to refresh your memory, this paragraph refers to the fact that you saw Mr. Singh and Mr. Esser together in Mr. Singh's office in July or August 2015. And Mr. Essa then indicated that he'd like to have a meeting with you. And you said he could get your contact details from Mr. Singh. And this is essentially, Mr. Gama, you'll recall, the background to how you came to visit the Saxonwold residence. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I just want to put to you, Mr. Singh says that this never happened and that it's simply, you've made it up as a convenience, as he put it, to explain how it is that you came to go to the Saxonwold residence.
No. There is no convenience or anything to do with Saxonwold in relation to this meeting. I met Mr. Issa at Singh's office, and I asked him to give, I asked Singh to give Issa my number, so that he could call me, because he said he wanted to have a meeting with me.
So
that was the long and short of it.
So you never gave Mr. Essa your number. He got it from Mr. Singh.
Correct.
Yeah. And he subsequently called you.
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Singh made the point that it couldn't have been in August, because you see your introduction at 31.3 says in or during July/August. He says it couldn't have been in August because in August he had been seconded to Eskom.
As I've said, I don't know the exact dates. That's why I said either July or August. So if he says it couldn't have been August, that's fine. And if he had already gone to Eskom at that time, then it means it was July.
Then it means it must have been in July.
Yeah.
So just to end off, excuse me, in relation to Mr. Essa, as I understand your evidence, Mr. Garman, please correct me if I'm wrong. You say that you met Mr. Essa 4 times. The first time in 2015 as part of, we might call a regiment's meeting.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mybeck. Before you go away from this particular meeting, I just want to make sure, Mr. Kama, that in regard to this meeting of Mr. Salim Essa and Mr. Singh, where you saw Mr. Singh in Mr. Essa in Mr. Singh's office, and you came in and to talk to Mr. Singh, are you saying you can't be mistaken about that? You know it happened.
Yes, no, I can't be mistaken.
Yeah. And do you have any reason to falsely implicate Mr. Singh in having a meeting with Mr. Salim Essa in his office?
No, Chair. Why would I? No.
And you said it's not convenience. There is no convenience.
No. I don't see what kind of convenience would that be.
Yeah, because he was categorical that it did not happen. Yeah, okay.
I didn't go to that meeting because of Mr. Singh. It was because Mr. Essa called me. So,
Yes.
So it's got nothing to do with Mr. Singh.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you mean the meeting at Saxonwold?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. Hey, Mr. Mybeck.
Thank you. So, Mr. Gama, I just wanted to make sure that I have this correct. Your evidence is that you met Mr. Essa 4 times. The first time as part of this regiment's contingent, which you deal with, this is during 2015, you deal with that at paragraph 31.2.1. The second time then in Mr. Singh's office, you now say that's in July of 2015, then in Dubai in January of 2016, and as I recall, you say you saw him on one other occasion, casually in a restaurant.
Yes,
Is that an accurate summary of your evidence?
that's correct.
Then, in relation to the things we dealt with last time, I just wanted to put to you, and an affidavit will need to be produced to this effect, but we asked Transnet to search for your payment of the Eversheds cost bill of about R1 million.
Of the?
Of the Eversheds costs bill.
Yes,
Remember, you say that you paid it
that's correct.
in December of 2009.
Yes.
Transnet hasn't been able to find any proof of that. Want to comment on that?
Yeah, the difficulty I think that I have is that my bank could only go back 10 years. That's really the only difficulty that I have, but I am aware that I paid it. In fact, I sold shares in order for me to be able to pay it. The difficulty is just that the bank has indicated that they can only go back 10 years. So it falls outside, I think it's on year 11 or 12 now.
The settlement agreement itself, I take it you would agree, doesn't say anything about you being reimbursed for amounts already paid.
You want me to respond to it? I think develop it, I'm listening.
Is that the settlement agreement you're talking about, Mr.?
Yes.
You want him to comment on the proposition that the settlement agreement doesn't say anything about him being paid back pay? I think it might not say that, but it does say reinstatement, I think retrospectively, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, well, the provision says that Transnet will make a contribution equivalent to 75% of Mr. Garma's tax legal costs.
I'm sorry, just bring the mic closer, Mr. Mybeck.
It says that Transnet will make a contribution equivalent to 75% of Mr. Garma's tax legal costs incurred during Mr. Garma's High Court application and in respect of his unfair dismissal dispute referred to the bargaining council. I'm simply putting...
But it's about costs that you were talking about,
Yes.
oh, I thought it was about back pay.
Yes, in other
Okay.
words, I'm simply saying that the settlement agreement doesn't talk about Mr. Garma being reimbursed amounts that have already been paid.
Oh, okay.
That's really the only
okay,
point I'm putting,
okay.
Mr. Garma, if you want to comment on that.
The
Chair.
settlement agreement talks
Mr.
to...
Chairperson.
Sorry. Yes.
I think it only fair to Mr. Garma that he presented. It's now necessary for Mr. Myberg to even look at the document. What about Mr. Garma? He should have sight of this document.
Oh, you want him to refer Mr. Gama to the settlement
But no
agreement?
difficulty with that at all.
Yes.
Mr. Garma? Chairperson, for some reason, the files, which are always behind the witness, today I assumed
Yes,
that they were in
okay.
file boxes on the floor, but they
Do
seemingly
you want
haven't
to
been brought from storage. I
Do you
do
want to
apologize.
skip the question until later and proceed with other questions?
Yes, I think I'm going to need
Yes.
to.
And then when the files, maybe after tea break,
Yes.
when they are here, then you can go back to it.
And then just on this issue of costs, as I understand your evidence, you accept that you didn't pay the Bowman's account, or you can't remember having paid it. Is that correct?
You mean from my personal account?
Yes.
No, I think at that time I had not paid it.
And then I just want to put to you that when Mr. Mkhwanazi and Mr. Mpoma were asked how you came to be paid 75% of Transnet's costs. They were both at a loss for an explanation. Neither of them said, well, we were paying Mr. Gama to reimburse him.
Chair, sorry, that's not correct. The evidence of those two witnesses, just named by Mr. Myburg, is very clear. Their
Yeah,
interpretation,
please speak up a bit.
they were involved. Those two persons, Mr. Mkhwanazi and Mr. Makoma, were involved in the process, unlike Mr. Molefe. It is clear what their evidence was in relation to the repayment to Mr. Gama of those fees. It's not correct to say that they were at a loss. They were part and parcel of that negotiation process, so they had first-hand knowledge of what had transpired. I think it's important to put that to Mr.
Well, the question relates to their response when they were questioned here, irrespective of what they knew. The question relates to how they responded when they were questioned.
And I recall that that was the response that I've just placed on record.
Yes, Mr. Myburg?
Well, it's not how I recall the evidence, but I think it can perhaps be something dealt with in argument.
Yeah.
You'll remember that both of them were taxed about how is it possible that you landed up paying Mr. Gama 75% of Transnet
Yes, I remember that, yeah.
legal fees. And to the best of my recollection, they didn't know. That seemed to be something of an anomaly for them.
Yes.
And also, if you could just bear with me for a moment. Yes.
They certainly, my recollection is that they certainly had difficulty justifying it.
Yes. What they certainly didn't do, to the best of my recollection, is to say this was aimed at reimbursing Mr. Gama for monies that he had already paid. Because that is something, and I'm not criticizing Mr. Gama, that's something that we heard about for the first time when Mr. Gama gave his evidence. That's my recollection. So, Mr. Gama, when we get the files, I'll then take you to this single paragraph.
Yeah. Maybe, Chair, just, it's really just a principle issue. The principle was that I be paid 75% of the tax bill of those costs. There was no discussion or a clause in the actual settlement agreement that talked about, okay, the fact that it must be reimbursed. You just had to present the bill and show what the bill was. So whether I'd already paid for it or not, the issue was that that was the agreement, that I should be paid that 75%. So, I mean, the issue about the fact that some of it was reimbursement. Remember, when you have a legal case, you are paying all the time. By the time we had the settlement, I'd paid close to 5 million of legal costs. So I'd been paying. It wasn't as if, I think the only one that I had not paid was the Bowman.
Yes, Mr. Myburg?
Yes, thank you. And then, as I recall your evidence dealing with the MBA, I just wanted to go back to one thing. As I understand, Mr. Garman must correct me if I'm wrong, you say that your TRUM, the university, conducted an investigation when the allegations about Mr. Cigar came to light. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I had asked you whether you'd be prepared to share those documents with us. It probably is my fault for not having followed up on that. Are you still prepared to share those documents with us?
I've shared those documents with the
Have you?
Commission.
maybe we should take the tea adjournment now.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. We can
to
get our
give you-
files.
Yes. It's 11. We will resume at 12. We adjourn. let's continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Gama, as I understand it, the files have now been retrieved from the store. Could I ask you, please, to go to Transnet Bundle 3, that's Exhibit 16 and 17, Mapoma and Todd. I'd like you to go to 16. And if I could ask you please to turn up page 19, I'm just going to show you the provision in the settlement agreement.
19.
19. So the relevant clause is clause 3.5, which I read to you. I was requested to show you it in writing. There it is. Transnet will make a contribution equivalent to 75% of Mr. Gama's taxed legal costs incurred.
I'm sorry, I missed the page, Mr. Myback.
Page 19, 19.
On bundle 7,
No, bundle 3,
bundle 3.
exhibit 16.
I think my registrar is not hearing you. I don't have bundle 3. It's bundle 3B.
Bundle 3, exhibit 16.
Okay. It's bundle 3, there is no A or B.
No,
Okay.
so paragraph 3 or clause 3.5, Transnet will make a contribution equivalent to 75% of Mr. Gama's taxed legal costs incurred during Mr. Gama's High Court application and in respect of his unfair dismissal dispute referred to the Transnet Bargaining Council. Is there anything that you want to add to what you've already testified to?
No, I think it reads as it reads. I think, as I've said, it was 75% of the legal costs at the High Court as well as the labor dispute.
All right. Now, Mr. Gama, could I ask you please to go back to bundle 7, page 22, your first affidavit.
Bundle 22.
Bundle 7. I haven't led you with reference to each particular paragraph, but you'll see at page 24, you start this affidavit by setting out the background to my employment with Transnet. A number of these issues you've touched on, and some of them are dealt with in your opening statement. Is there anything that you wish to highlight under that heading, pages 24, 25, all the way through to 29?
Highlight as in emphasize.
Yes, is there anything that you feel you would like to deal with at this stage? Of course, my learned friend is more than entitled to re-examine you and to take you to anything that he feels has been left out. But for present purposes, is there anything that you wish to deal with that hasn't been dealt with?
No, I think in the interest of time,
Right, and then at page 29, you deal with Mr. Mphoma's statement. And that, as we know, relates to your reinstatement and costs. That goes all the way to page 35. Anything you want to deal with there?
no.
And then at page 36, you deal with the evidence of Mr. Todd. You deal with his affidavit dated the 31st of July, which deals with your reinstatement. And then at page 40, you deal with what is referred to as his second affidavit, and that relates more to the GNS issues. And that runs through to the end of page 46. Those are things that we canvassed last time. Is there anything you would like to add to that?
No.
And then at the foot of page 46, you have a heading in general, and you then deal with, at paragraph 29, any political interference. Those are paragraphs in the 10.6. At 30, that deals with costs. 31 deals with your visits to, or your single visit to the Saxonwald compound. And that then runs on to the end of page 50. Anything you want to add to that?
No.
And then you deal with overseas travel at the foot of page 50. The only trip that we've dealt with and that we have questioned you about is the January 2016 trip, which you deal with, and we dealt with this morning at paragraph 32.5 and further. We went through that this morning. Is there anything you want to add to that?
No.
And then page 53, at the foot of the page, the basis for the 3 payments of legal costs. I think we've traversed most of that. That then takes you to the heading request for outstanding documents. Is there anything you want to add in relation to the basis for 3 payments of legal costs?
No.
If I could then take you, please, those assisting me have managed to have placed in the file your latest affidavit, the one you gave us this morning, dealing with witness 2. Could I ask you please to go to page 262, so it's 250.262, right towards the end of bundle 7.
250 point?
2.262. I think you'll find it, Mr. Garner, the last
So
sort of 20
towards the
pages or
end.
so.
262.
Is it 250.262?
250.262, yes, Chairperson. Are you there, Mr. Goma?
Yes.
Now there you find an affidavit, starts at 262, it runs to 269, and it includes I think it is 4 annexures, SG1 through to SG4, running from point 70 to point 270 to point 297. Do you confirm that?
Yes.
If I could ask you then to turn back to page 250.269, the signature page. And although the date isn't filled in there, it would appear from the police stamps, and I would just ask you to confirm this, that you appear to have deposed to this affidavit on the 26th of April 2021, presumably earlier this morning.
That's correct.
And do you confirm the truth and accuracy of this affidavit?
That's correct.
Chairperson, might I ask you then to enter into evidence Mr. Garmer's affidavit proposed to on the 26th of April 2021 as Exhibit 28.5.15.
The affidavit of Mr. Siabonga Innocent Gama that starts at page 250.262 is admitted as an exhibit and will be marked as exhibit 28.5.15.
Now, Mr. Garmer, this affidavit deals with the affidavit of witness 2. So what I'd like to do is to take you to that affidavit, and then we will also obviously go through what is in effect your response. You can perhaps, if you wish, leave open bundle 7 at page 250.262. Would I ask you to draw out bundle BB 14D?
Mr. Mybeck, bundle 6, can I send that away for the time being?
Bundle 6, yes, you can,
Yeah.
Chairperson.
Okay. You. Yes.
BB 14D. If I could ask you, and I'm now going to refer you to the red numbers on the right-hand side. Could you turn to page 89, please? Are you there?
Almost.
Are you there, Mr. Goma?
Yes, I am.
I want to just take you through this affidavit. Witness 2 says, I'm employed as a senior security official in the Transnet Group. I've been appointed to this position at Transnet with effect from the year 2019. 2, I was previously employed as CPO and personal driver for Siabonga Gama in his capacity as Chief Executive Transnet Freight Rail and later as Group Chief Executive Transnet. Are you able to confirm that?
I can confirm number 2, not number 1.
presumably because you don't have personal knowledge of paragraph 1.
That's correct.
Paragraph 3, for the period January 2018 to December 2019, I was self-employed. In this period, I was contracted to perform close protection duties for various business people in South Africa and other African countries. Have any comment on that?
Yes, I can comment on that.
You're going to cross-refer to your affidavit.
That's correct.
Okay, just give us a second. We can balance everything. Yes, please go ahead. Chairperson, that is bundle 7. Mr. Garma wishes to cross-refer to his affidavit. That's the affidavit at 250.262, bundle 7.
Okay, I've got it.
Please go ahead.
I think we now use the black numbers.
Yeah, on that one you use black numbers.
So if we turn to,
I think you start dealing with witness 2 at page 250.265. It starts on the other page, but there's nothing of substance on the other page, if that's what you are looking for.
yeah. So that page, Chair, 260.265.
Yeah.
I record,
You start at paragraph 9, and in paragraph 9.1 you deal with paragraphs 1 to 4 of witness 2's affidavit.
that's correct.
Yeah, okay.
So if you look at 9.1, 9.2, and 9.3.
Just to want to say that's where you respond, you comment about this.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay.
It's just a bit far.
All right, well, let me take you through that, Mr. Garma. I suppose
Yeah,
the easiest
that
Is
might
the
help.
lighting quite bad there? Yeah, or sometimes you see better without these specs.
Yeah, when
Yeah.
it's closer, yeah.
Okay, all right. Do you want to repeat what you say in the affidavit, or you just wanted to refer Mr. Mybeck to
I
what?
wanted to refer Mr. Mybeck in as far as the issue of the period of employment, and where he indicates that you are self-employed for the period of January 2018 to December 2019.
Yes.
That my information is that he was employed at the firm that is recorded there in 9.2
Yeah.
for the period 21st of August 2018 to 31 January 2020, which I believe is a material and inexplicable omission in terms of what he indicates to you in point 3.
Okay. Mr. Mybeck?
Yes, can I just ask you, what is the source of your information?
From the firm itself. I was aware of it and I confirmed it.
All right, and then if I can take you back to witness 2's affidavit. He says, witness 2 says at paragraph 5, at red numbers 89, I've been involved in the close protection industry since 1995, but officially qualified as a CPO in 2007. I'm registered as a CPO with the Private Security Industry Regulation Authority, the CIRA. Through the years, I've provided close protection services to various clients in the public and private sectors, both locally and internationally. Do you have any comment in relation to those 3 paragraphs?
No, I have no personal knowledge.
Then, under the heading Duties as CPO and acting as driver for Garma, Paragraph 8, the primary objective of providing CPO services to Gama was to ensure that his safety was not compromised. You agree with that?
Yes, in terms of the job description.
Paragraph 9, my duties as
Just remember not to lower your voice too much, Mr. Gamble.
Thank you, Chair.
Paragraph 9, my duties as CPO and private driver for Gama included the following. Sub 1, on normal working days, I would collect Gama at his residence at around 600 hours in the morning and transport him to the office or to meeting venues during the day as per his diary. It was not unusual to work 15-hour days and on many occasions only arriving home after midnight. You wish to comment on that?
No, nothing to add. I agree with that.
9.1.1, for the last number of years, a colleague assisted me with the protection and transporting of Gama. We used to alternate our working schedules, where one of us would be transporting Gama, whilst the other one would be performing administrative tasks or having off days. You wish to comment on that?
Yes, that's correct, but maybe incomplete.
Is there something you want to add?
Yes. Also, there would have been occasions where both of them would be in convoy, but not necessarily in the same car. If they needed to do some kind of reconnaissance for whatever reason, one would go ahead or be in convoy.
Right. 9.1.2, other CPOs would assist with the protection of Gama over the years. Sorry, other CPOs who assisted with the protection of Gama over the years included a colleague who later on became the CPO for Amanskwa Gianni, Chief Procurement Officer at Transnet at the time, and a certain Bongani, whose name I cannot recall and who later passed away. Comment on that?
Is that CPO for who, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Gianni.
I'm just thinking in the record, you didn't.
Oh, yeah.
It should be Tamsang.
Oh, okay.
I'm indebted to you, Mr. Common.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, I missed that.
Well, it's the DCJ that usually picks me up, but please feel free to do the same.
No, I didn't hear it.
But other than that, that point, would you agree with that paragraph?
Yeah.
We then go over the page, paragraph 9.2. I furthermore often transported Gama over weekends on private trips. Some of these trips were to visit his family in Swaziland and KwaZulu-Natal, or friends and business people in and around Gauteng. On occasions, I transported him to Durban, where he owns a flat. Whilst in Durban, I used to stay at the Maharani Hotel. I've never been invited to join Mr. Gama at his flat. Wish to comment on that?
Yeah, I noted.
Paragraph 9.3, I was also responsible to look after the maintenance of Gama's private vehicles. Gama never made use of official Transnet transport. He always used his private vehicles for official purposes. Confirm that?
No, he was not responsible. He's not a mechanic, so I don't know what it means when he says he looked after the maintenance of private vehicles.
So you say he wasn't responsible for the maintenance?
No.
Was he responsible for making, sorry, DCJ.
No, I'm just wondering whether the witness two's use of maintenance there relates to the job of a mechanic or whether it's something more superficial. But of course, we don't know. He has used maintenance here. No,
So-
I think we can move on.
All right. If he wasn't responsible for the maintenance in a technical way, would he have been responsible for ensuring that your vehicles were in good order, in working condition?
No,
All
Or
right.
to wash them and so on.
yeah, well, yeah, from time to time, if the vehicles were dirty, then they would be taken to a car wash.
Paragraph 9.4, the following vehicles owned by Gama were used to transport him on official and private trips, namely Sub 1 BMW X5. This vehicle was later given to Gama's daughter. Sub 2 Range Rover Vogue, which is a fully armored vehicle. A photograph of this vehicle is attached. Perhaps we could go to that using the red numbers. I'll ask you please to go to page 104. Wish to comment on that?
I see
This
some
could be or
pages.
not be a picture of the car, I don't know. I mean, it's a side picture. So
Sorry, I beg your pardon?
I'm saying it could be or not be.
All right.
I wanted to say, Mr. Mybeck, for the record, I see that some pages in this bundle have got both the black and the red
Yes.
numbers, but we will stick to the red numbers throughout, is that right?
For the purposes
this
of
bundle.
this evidence, if we could stick to the red numbers, please.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
What color was your Range Rover Vogue, Mr. Goma?
Black,
So
Did
just
you
that
say
I-
black?
black.
Black, yeah.
Just so I understand your evidence, you say with reference to this photograph, this may or may not be your vehicle.
Yes.
All right. You could then please go back to paragraph 9.4.3.
Maybe one can ask, it may or no, the picture may or may not have been your vehicle, but is the picture similar to your vehicle?
Yeah, there's a reasonable,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, all right. Mr. Mybeck?
Yes, and then the third vehicle listed is a Mercedes-Benz 500, which was often used for trips to KwaZulu-Natal. Fourth vehicle listed, a Mercedes-Benz SL63, which was mostly used as a weekend vehicle. Photograph of this vehicle is attached as Annexure W202. That you find at red number page 106. Want to comment on that?
I agree.
And then the fifth vehicle that is listed is a Mercedes-Benz S65. Since 2017, this vehicle was used to alternate with the Range Rover in paragraph 942. Want to comment on that?
No, nothing to add.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing to add.
Then over the page, paragraph 9.5, other vehicles that Mr. Gama owned over the years were the following. Perhaps I can just paraphrase this because it's not of particular importance. A Land Rover Discovery, a Lexus 4x4, a Lexus sedan, a BMW 320, and a Mini Cooper. Do you have any comment on that?
I think he's talking about cars that he may have seen over the years. Whether I owned them or not, I think.
Well,
Which are-
maybe since he says you owned them, maybe you might wish to specify which ones you owned, which ones you didn't own, because he makes the allegation that you owned them.
Yeah, He's made that allegation on all the vehicles, but it's not
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's not true. You would see my daughter's car and then he says, it's my car.
Yeah. Well, do you want to clarify that? Do you want to clarify which ones you owned, which ones you may not have owned?
Like the X5 is my daughter's car.
Just repeat that.
The BMW X5,
Yeah.
my daughter's car.
Did you own it before you gave it to her, or you bought it for her without first owning
No,
it?
it was hers, yeah.
Okay.
I just sometimes used it
Yeah.
because you could, it's a diesel. You can go to Durban and come back almost
Yeah.
with what it gives you
Okay.
without having to fill too much petrol.
So, Mr. Gome, if you look at paragraph 9.5, which of those vehicles didn't you own?
The Lexus 4x4 I didn't own.
That's
The Land Cruiser I did not own. The Mini Cooper was also my daughter's.
So, just as I understand it, the Mini Cooper, you say it was my daughter's car, you didn't own it.
Sorry, the Mini Cooper.
Yeah,
I'm saying it was my daughter's car.
yes.
Yes.
And then the Land Rover Discovery and the Lexus 4x4 at 951, witness 2 says Land Rover Discovery, which was later traded to buy the Range Rover referred to in paragraph 9.4.2. Do you deny that?
No, I've said to you the Lexus 4x4 I did not own, which
Okay.
is 952.
952 Lexus 4x4, which was used by Mr. Garmer's wife.
And also the Land Cruiser I did not own. And the Mini Cooper I did not own.
So where do I find the Land Cruiser?
It's on 952. It says an old Land Cruiser.
All right. Lexus 4x4, which was used by Mr. Garmer's wife, an old Land Cruiser was traded to buy this. So you say that 952 is wrong in its entirety.
I'm saying I did not own the cars.
Okay.
I never owned them at the time when they were there. A lot of these cars, as sometimes you would rightly point out, that they were there and then they were replaced by other cars. But
All right.
it's not like I have that fleet of cars maybe in, I don't have.
Okay, paragraph 9.6. Due to the fact that we used Garmer's private vehicles for transport, I did not keep logbooks of daily trips undertaken by him. You want to comment on that?
Yeah, I think it's correct.
And then under the heading Trips to the Gupta Residence, paragraph 10. I can recall that I have transported Garmer on 4 occasions to the Gupta residence at Saxonwold Drive, Johannesburg. None of these trips were recorded in his diary. You want to comment on that?
Yeah, no, none of that happened. It's a fiction.
On the one occasion that you say you went to the Gupta residence, did witness 2 take you there?
You may have.
So he may have taken you once.
Yes.
Paragraph 11, on arrival at the residence, Garmer would go into the house. I would wait for him to return in the vehicle in the parking area inside the premises. Comment on that?
What he could say is that on arrival at the residence, I went into the house and then I came out. Instead of saying I would, as if it was a regular thing.
Right. 12, whilst waiting for Garmer in the parking area, I've seen Gianni's white VW Golf R parked in the parking area on 2 occasions. I actually saw Gianni going into the residence on one occasion.
No, I cannot comment on that. I know nothing about it.
Paragraph 13, one day Gianni mentioned to me in passing that I was being exposed to the, quote, shady stuff that they do. I did not ask him what he meant and left it at that. I inferred that he referred to his and Gama's dealings with the Gupta family. Want to comment on that?
No, I know nothing about that. I deny any reference to any shady stuff, but I don't know what he discussed with Gianni, that he says it discussed. Whether it happened or not, I don't know.
Paragraph 14 on
Just
another.
1 second. The transcribers, can they tell me whether they hear Mr. Gama clearly? Is that a thumbs up or what is that? He must raise his voice. Okay, please try and speak
Okay,
up.
I'll get closer to the mic, Chair.
Yeah, yeah. Let's
Paragraph
continue.
14. On another occasion, whilst waiting for Gama in the parking area at the residence, Brian Malefe arrived with his Audi S8 and he went into the house. He drove there on his own. At the time, he had already been seconded to Eskom as CEO. You want to comment on that?
No, I have no knowledge.
Do you know whether Mr. Malefe ever drove an Audi S8?
Whether he drives an Audi S8? No. I thought it was an A8. I'm not sure. I think he used to have a silver A8. I'm not aware of an S8. I think an S8 is a different make of car.
And do you know whether Mr. Gianni ever drove a white VW Golf R?
No, I'm not aware.
Then under the heading Suitcase Collected at Gupta Residence, paragraph 15, during or about November 2016, during one of the visits to the Gupta residence, while I was waiting in the parking area in the Range Rover for Gama, he came out of the residence and told me that I should expect a person that would be bringing a bag to me in a few minutes. Approximately 10 minutes later, a man, who I think is a relative of the Guptas, came out of the house with a suitcase in his hand. He came to the vehicle and said that I must open the boot, which I did. He gave the suitcase to me and I put it into the boot. I noticed that it was a Polo branded suitcase. A picture of the suitcase similar to one referred to is attached as Annexure W2-03. Well, let me take you to that picture and then ask you to comment on the whole paragraph. That picture you find, Mr. Gardner, red number, page 108.
Yeah, I see.
Did you say to paragraph 15? Do you have any comment?
Yes, I can comment. It never happened. When I went to the residence, as I've testified to the commission, I did not know any people who stayed in the residence, so I don't think they would have given me anything. I've never seen the suitcase. As I've said to you, I was there for about 10 or 15 minutes. Went in with Mr. Issa, came out with him. There was no such, this is a fiction.
I see that he says that he's witness too, that this was during about November 2016. I remember from the affidavit of yours that we dealt with earlier, that it seems that when you went to the Gupta residence, it was around November. Was it 2015 or was it 2016?
It was 2015.
2015, yes. And do we know, Mr. Mayberg, whether during 2015 witness 2 was providing protection services to Mr. Gama? Because I'm wondering whether we are dealing with a situation where you did go there, there's a problem with the dates, and then maybe about whether there was a suitcase or not, but whether, because he also refers to November, and I think in your affidavit you talked about November, but as you say, 2015.
For what period of time did witness 2 provide you with CPO services?
I think according to his there was something in the earlier paragraphs.
I thought he deals somewhere with the periods when he was providing protection services to you, but I don't see it.
He says generally at paragraph 2 you would have seen DCJ. I was previously employed as CPO and personal driver for Mr. Gama in his
Yes.
capacity as Chief Executive Transnet and later as the GCEO of Transnet. Can you remember what period of time he provided you with CPO services?
I suspect it would have been between 2013 and 2017.
And hence, as you've said, he might have been the driver or he might have taken you to the Gupta residence on the one occasion that you say you went there.
Yes. I think he probably did.
Okay.
And at paragraph 16, on Gama's return from the residence, he asked me to take him to the Maslow Hotel at the corner of Ravonia and Grayston Drive in Sandton. I dropped Gama at the entrance of the hotel and went to park the vehicle. Comment on that?
It never happened.
Paragraph 17, after a while I went into the hotel to order something to drink. I noticed that Gama and Gianni were sitting in the lounge by the bar. A few minutes later, Gama called me and instructed me to take the suitcase that he collected from the Gupta residence and to put it in the boot of Gianni's vehicle. Gianni gave me his keys and explained to me where his vehicle was parked. Comment on that?
Never happened.
Paragraph 18. As instructed, I went to the Range Rover and took the suitcase from the boot and took it to Gianni's vehicle, a white Mercedes-Benz GL, which was parked close to the entrance of the hotel. I subsequently put the suitcase in the boot of Gianni's vehicle, but before I closed the boot, I decided to see what was inside the suitcase. When I opened it, I saw that the bag was stacked with cash. The top layer contained bundles of 50 Rand and 100 Rand notes. I locked Gianni's vehicle and did not say anything to either Gama or Gianni of what I had seen inside the suitcase. Comment on that?
Never happened, yeah.
During the time that witness 2 provided you with CPO services, did you have occasion to visit the Maslow Hotel at the corner of Ravonia and Grayston Drive? Is it somewhere you would go?
Yes, I have on occasion, many occasions, visited that hotel, Maslow.
And then under the heading collections at Melrose Arch, paragraph 19. During the period of providing CPO services for Gama, I transported him to Melrose Arch in Johannesburg on 3 occasions, where he collected cash from Salim Essa. Want to comment on that?
No, it did not happen.
Did you ever meet Mr. Essa at Melrose Arch?
No.
Did you know where Mr. Essa's offices were?
No, I don't know them.
At paragraph 20, Gama introduced me to Essa. On a previous occasion, I've learned through media reports that Essa is linked to the Guptas. I attach here too as annexure W2-04, a picture obtained from the internet as confirmation that this is the person known to me as Essa. Could I ask you please to go to red number page 110, 110. You want to comment on that paragraph and the photograph?
I can take a picture of DCJ is covered fairly often in the newspaper. It will have his picture and his name, and I can say this is the person that is known as Justice Zondo. I don't know what to make of it.
But do you know picture at page 110? Do you know that to be Salim Essa?
Yes, I know that it's Salim.
Then witness 2 says at paragraph 21, I can specifically recall the details of 2 of the collections which are discussed below. And then he starts with a collection on the 13th of June, 2017. He says at paragraph 22, in the first instance, which occurred on 13 June 2017, Gama contacted me and requested that I should collect a parcel from Essa at the Melrose Apartments and thereafter pick him up at the African Pride Hotel in Melrose Arch. You want to comment on that?
May I request that we take all of it?
Yes, I think it's perhaps best.
22,
And then you can
25.
then you can refer to the minutes that you want to. Should we go through the whole thing?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. And then at paragraph 23, as instructed, I drove to the Melrose Apartments, where I waited for Essa in the parking area. Sometime after my arrival at Melrose Arch, Essa approached me where I was waiting in Gama's Range Rover. Essa handed over a striped bag with a zip to me. I attach here too a picture of a bag similar to the one that Essa handed to me as annexure W2-05. Perhaps I could ask you to go to page 112, red numbers. There you will find a picture of the bag. We go back to paragraph 23. At the foot of the page, 94, after putting the bag in the boot of the vehicle, I drove to the African Pride Hotel, where I collected Gama at the entrance. I attach here too as annexure W2-06, a printout of Google Maps travel history obtained from my cellular phone as confirmation that I arrived at Melrose Arch at 2000 hours 27 and departed at 2100 hours 36. Now that annexure you find at page 114. And there you will see the bottom part of the page, reference to Melrose Arch and to 8:27 and 9:36 p.m. We go back to paragraph 24. Later that evening, I transported Gama to an address in Bryanston where a close friend of his stayed. See Annexure W2-06 as confirmation that I arrived at the Bryanston address at 2200 hours 37 and that I departed from there at 0100 hours 57 in the early morning. That annexure you find at red number page 117. And you will see at the foot of the page, there's reference to a Bryanston address and to the time 10:37 p.m. and 1:57 a.m. And if we go to paragraph 25, a while after arriving at his close friend's residence, Gama opened the bag inside the boot, and I saw that it was stacked with 200 Rand notes. I assisted Gama to count the money right there in the boot in the Range Rover. To the best of my recollection, the amount came to approximately 1 million Rand. Paragraph 26, Gama divided the cash amount approximately in half. He took the one half inside the house where he handed it to his close friend. From the other half, he counted out 50,000 Rand, which he gave me as a present. At the time, I was in the process of building my house in Soweto. I used some of this money to buy building material. The remaining money was left in the bag in the boot of the vehicle, which he later took from the boot of the vehicle at his residence in Midrand when I dropped him off. I take it you want to cross-refer, Mr. Gama, to your affidavit.
That is correct.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So I will deal, it's 13th of June.
Yes. 2017.
Yes. So on this particular day that he refers to, and is given certain times and the Google Maps, I have attached for your reference what actually transpired on that day. You will see that I was at a meeting in Pretoria. And if you reference to my affidavit, and I think I've attached minutes also of that meeting.
All right, well, perhaps I could take you through this so we can go through it thoroughly, if you would might assist. You're dealing, as I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Gama, with paragraph 13 at page 250.266. There it says, add 13 June 2017. Is
Yes.
that right? And then you say, at 13.1.1, witness 2 alleges in paragraphs 22 to 26. Now that's what we've been dealing with. That on 13 June 2017, I contacted him and allegedly requested him to collect a parcel from Salim Essa at Melrose Apartments, and that following on the collection of the parcel, I allegedly requested him to collect me from African Pride Hotel. As can be seen from Annexure W2-05, witness 2 arrived at Melrose Arch at 20:27 and departed at 21:36. You say over the page, I was then allegedly transported to a close friend in Bryanston at 22:37 and arrived at my residence at 0157. And you say at paragraph 13.2, I deem it prudent to inform the Commission that this is inconsistent with the actual events of the day on 13 June 2017, as I was at a point attending a special board meeting of Transnet directors in Pretoria, which commenced at 1733 and ended at 1803. I annex here too, marked SG2, a copy of the minutes of the aforesaid board meeting. So this was a half an hour board meeting, is that right?
That's correct.
Between 5:30 and 6 o'clock in the afternoon or early evening.
Yes.
And if we can, I can take you then to SG2.
So if maybe you can just finish it,
Oh, sorry, okay. let's see.
13.3.
From Annexure W2-06, witness 2 left the meeting in Pretoria at 19h43, 1 hour and 45 minutes after the meeting had concluded. There would have been no reasonable explanation for me to stay in Pretoria for an extra hour and 40 minutes after the end of the meeting. Okay. So let me just take you then to SG2. SG2 is headed minutes of the closed session of the special Board of Directors meeting. I beg your pardon, this is at page 276. Minutes of the closed session of the special Board of Directors meeting number 2-17/18 FY, held at 1733 on 13 June 2017 at Platinum Boardroom, Building 21, CSIR, Byron O'Dear Road, Pretoria. Those are the minutes you refer to. Chairperson, I see that it is 1 o'clock.
Did you confirm that those are the minutes you are referring to?
Those are the minutes I referred to, Chair.
Okay, all right. Okay, let's take the lunch adjournment and we'll resume at 2. We adjourn. Okay, let's continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. Goldmer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Maybeck.
We had been looking at SG2 at page 250.276. And we saw that that was a special board meeting that was held in Pretoria at CSIR, and it started at 17:33. And if I take you to over the page to 277, it finished at 18:03. It lasted approximately for half an hour, from 5:30 until 6, correct?
That's correct.
So if I understand the point you make in your affidavit at paragraph 13.3, you say that W206 reflects that witness 2 left Pretoria at 19H43, 1 hour and 40 minutes after the meeting had concluded. You say there was be no reasonable explanation for me to stay in Pretoria for 1 hour and 40 minutes after the meeting. Is that right?
That's correct.
If we go, please, to that annexure at page 114, red numbers. 114?
The other file, eh?
Yes, I beg your pardon.
Yes.
So the first part of it appears to reflect, if one follows how the timing works in other instances, as explained by witness 2, that he arrived at CSIR at 9:30 in the morning and left at 7:43 p.m. Were you at the CSIR that day?
Yes, I was.
As you have it, though, you would have left at approximately what time?
Probably around 18:15.
And then the second part reflects that you, or he, arrived at Melrose at 8:27 and departed at 8:36. Is that then the sum total of your defense on this issue?
Yeah. What I'm basically indicating is that he makes assumptions that I may have been with him during all of these time periods. But for me, it's quite clear from the minutes of that meeting that, and I think that is also the problem that we have with not having the full diary, which is one of the biggest problems, Chair, that we've been facing, because as I've indicated, I'd like to have cross-examined witness 2. And it would have been much clearer. So we are navigating almost at half.
Yeah, there are difficulties.
Yes, yes, because I think it would have been much clearer. So I tried to use the information at hand to indicate that I would not have been with him when he left 1 hour, 40 minutes after the meeting. The meeting ended. I don't stick around when the meeting has ended, I leave. So if he had been there, it is possible that he was in a different car and he was not with me.
Would you remember whether you would have gone to that meeting in the car he was driving?
No, I don't remember.
You don't remember.
I don't remember. That's why I'm saying he's showing something from his cell phone, that he was there at a particular time. He may have been in the reconnaissance car, arriving there very early, and then leaving later, but it doesn't mean that he was with me. Yeah.
Okay.
But you have accepted that you were at CSIR for the whole day?
I may have been. The minutes that I've indicated to you, they indicate that there was a special meeting that took place at 17:33, and it ended at 18:03.
Mr. Gama, how can you say with certainty that you wouldn't have, or that you would have left immediately, and that you wouldn't have stayed there for another hour and a half or so?
Because
How can you say that?
Because there would have been nothing for me to stay there for.
So when you look then at 114, is it your case that you consider this page here to be a fraud, or are you saying, well, perhaps witness 2 went to these places, but he wasn't going with me?
It may either be a fraud, or he may have gone to those places, but he was not with me.
But would witness 2 have taken you on the 13th of June 2017 to the CSIR in the ordinary course?
When you say in all records,
No, in the ordinary course of events.
or in the ordinary
Yes.
course,
Yes.
sorry. Okay. Yeah, he could have, but from what I can gather, in terms of this navigation schedule, it's just entirely impossible that at the end of the meeting I would have stuck around on those premises. That is not even our offices. So these are not our offices, so I couldn't have stayed there for an hour and 40 minutes after we finished the meeting.
How many cars would go with you? Would you be in one car, and then there would be another car that, in terms of the
Yeah,
protectors?
sometimes it would be my car. I'm always in my car.
Yes,
And then there could be,
with one or more of the protectors in your car?
yes,
Yes.
with
okay.
one protector in my car
Yes.
driving, and then the other one being
Yeah.
the one who's on the lookout, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the other one would follow you, or be in front of your one?
We would almost,
would
they would almost always be in front.
Yeah, okay, okay.
Almost
okay.
always be in front or in convoy.
Yes,
They
yeah.
wouldn't,
Yeah.
when I've left, there is no reason to be staying behind.
Yeah.
So I don't understand if he's claiming that he was with me, why at the end of the meeting he stayed behind. I doubt it. That it may be a day when he was off, and maybe he just decided that he was going to travel there because he knew that we were working there, and then continued with whatever else he was doing there.
Yes. Most of that day, to the extent that this reflects that he was there, what is true is that you were also there for most of that day. Is that correct?
Yeah, for a period, yes.
Yeah, for a certain number of hours, you were in the same place.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, you can't remember, or can you, whether he would have driven your car, or whether he would have been in the other one on that day?
I don't think he drove my car, Chad. This is what I'm saying.
Oh,
This
okay.
is what I'm saying, that I
On
don't
your
think...
version, he would be in the other
Yeah,
car.
yes, I don't think he drove my car
Your
because
car.
it's not in sync with
Yes.
reality. Yeah.
Yes. But in terms of practice and what used to happen, is the position that the two cars insofar as one of them has got you inside, would be supposed to be together.
That's correct. So if there was a minute apart,
Yes.
that is a normal
Yes, yes.
discrepancy. I wouldn't have a
Yes,
problem with it. But an
yes,
hour and 40 minutes is just
Too much,
Yes.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. So, assuming that this is not a situation where he was, okay, let's put it this way, because I think there are facts that both of you agree upon, namely, for a certain number of hours, you were in the same place on that day, okay? And even on your version, he would have been there in his official capacity. He would have been working. He wouldn't be there on his own, on his private, for his private purposes, all right? Now, one would assume, and you must tell me if that assumption is wrong, that he would therefore, because he was at work, he would be expected to be there for as long as work required him to be there, and would leave when work required him to leave, unless he decided to do his own things. And I would imagine maybe you would be aware if he changed and left work at that time. So would you accept or would you not accept that the probabilities are that the whatever time he was there, including the time that you think he would not have been there, is supposed to be connected with work. He's not supposed to have started doing his own things. Is that a fair assumption?
Yes, it's supposed to be connected with work. And Chair, the whole concept of close protection is that you would be very close to the principal. And you don't wander away and do other things. So that's why I was saying, even if he was in his own car, if it was maybe within a minute or two, I would then say, look, we were together. But I don't know from this. And I can say without fear of any contradiction, Chair, that he was not in the same car as me.
Yes, at least that one. He was, on your version, he would have been in the other car.
And also, if he is off, Chair, he may have gone to whatever was being done there. But then stayed behind because he was doing something else. He wouldn't be required.
Yes, would not be required.
To follow me when I left for home.
Yes. Well, I don't know how categorical you may be that you left at a particular time or as soon as the meeting ended, because one knows from experience sometimes, depending on how pressed one is for time, sometimes when meetings finish, sometimes people hang around and talk more and so on, even though maybe sometimes that amount of time might be unusual.
No, it wouldn't have happened, Chair. Let's say one was there from midday, as an example. By the time it's 1800 and you finish with your meetings, there's no reason to. If it was, my offices, I would then say, okay, maybe I went back to the office and did some work. Maybe I had some files, but this situation does not arise.
Okay. Mr. Mybeck?
Yes, thank you. So if we go back to the affidavit, page 94.
My one.
No, witness two's affidavit.
Of course, I'm sorry, Mr. Mybeck. Of course, Mr. Gama. This is all on the assumption that the time stipulated in the minutes is correct, or when the meeting ended.
No, absolutely, absolutely. And our secretaries and minute takers, they were always
Yeah.
spot on. In fact, if they say the meeting started at 17:33, it may have been late, because
Okay.
maybe it was a 17:30 meeting.
Yeah, okay, all right. Mr. Maida?
So do I understand then, if you go to page 95, that what you're saying is you didn't go to Melrose Arch? Page 95. Red numbers?
Right.
It's at the top of the page. Is that what you say?
That's correct.
Did you then later that evening go to this address in Bryanston of a close friend of yours?
I don't know.
Let's have a look at what, go back to this annexure at 114. In fact, at 115, at the foot of the page, says 22 Elgin Road, Bryanston.
114.
114, the second page of it is 115. It reflects that witness 2 arrived at this Bryanston address at 10:37 p.m. and that he left at 1:57 a.m. Did you go there that evening?
No, it's highly doubtful.
Sorry?
It's highly doubtful, Chair.
Or would there have been any reason for witness 2 to go there without you?
Yes, sometimes if they were driving, even when I'm not there, sometimes they would even be at my home waiting for me. Let's say, I just give an example. If I go to Cape Town and I'm coming back on the same day, they'll drop me at the airport and then they'll go to the office for a few hours, and sometimes they'll go and wash the car and then go to my home, and then an hour before the flight arrives, then they'll come through. Sometimes he'll go to his own home and come back just before the... So there was a lot of carte blanche in terms of what people could do. If somebody said, okay, maybe I needed to go and wait somewhere, they would go and wait. I wouldn't know. The biggest problem with this thing is that there are inconsistencies. He talks, for instance, and I think the main thing he says, no, there was some money that was exchanged. There was money that got given to him. But none of these things happened. It's a fiction.
So, Mr. Gama, I just want to understand this, paragraph 24. He says, later that evening, I transported Gama to an address in Bryanston. Did he do that or didn't he?
Sorry?
Did witness 2 transport you to an address in Bryanston?
I'm saying it's highly doubtful. It's highly doubtful. Because it doesn't look like he was actually working with me on that particular day. There's nobody who comes on the night shift. You work the whole day, and then you finish. Because if he was working, why did he stay behind in Pretoria when I left?
That is on your version.
Yes.
Yeah, on your version.
Because sometimes if a person is not working, they would still go if the other one says, look, there are going to be a lot of people that we don't know there. Maybe during this time you could be there, and then after that you could leave. So if I left, say, at 18:15 and he stayed behind, it could be that he was not at work.
Mr. Maida?
Mr. Gama, did you have a close friend who resided at 22 Eglin Road, Bryanston?
Yes.
It's not your house.
No.
So what would have caused witness 2 then, literally in the middle of the night, to go to this address at 10:37 and leave at 1:57?
Well, I mean, one of the things that I've indicated that he hasn't testified to, which arose, for instance, is that he was seen at some point trespassing outside of that particular property. So the address could show that the person is there, but is not inside, it's just on the verge. He was caught in the cameras trespassing in that particular area at a point. So you never know, you know, what was his motive in some of these things.
Are you saying there is an incident that you know of
Yes.
in terms of which he went to this address without you and without your knowledge?
That's correct.
Okay, that's a particular incident. But generally speaking, would the position be that in your absence, he would have no legitimate reason to go there?
That's correct.
As far as you are concerned?
That's correct.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Private.
And did you, I might have asked you this, did you on the evening or the night of 13 June go to this residence of your close friend in Bryanston?
I've indicated that this is his Google map. I don't have my own, so this is the problem. If I had the diary, I would be able to say there are certain things in here that are just inconsistent, and I don't understand. It is his Google Maps. That's where he says he was. It doesn't mean that is where I was.
Just on this issue of the diary, because it's the second time you mention it, would that have been your diary that you are looking for, that you were using at the time?
Yes.
Okay, is it a diary that would have remained at Transnet when you left, or is it a diary that you would have taken with you but you can't find anymore?
No, it's a diary that remained at Transnet. It's an electronic diary, which would have been quite useful.
Yes.
Because it will tell you the day starts on such and such a time. These are the meetings, and this is what has happened. You will see, Chair, that they've tried to give some kind of a reproduction, which is SG4. But those things are nothing more than
Is that the same bundle?
yeah, on the same bundle
At what page?
250.297.
Oh, I think it's the other bundle. 250.297.
297.
297.
That's correct.
Yes, I see that, yeah.
So if you look at that, it's very difficult to see. I probably can't see
Yeah,
it
it's
with,
very
with
fine
any
print.
of my options of
It's fine
seeing.
print, yeah.
But in there, it would show a person's name, like a meeting requester, somebody who requested a meeting. The people to whom that meeting request was sent to, and then it will have the heading in terms of what was that particular meeting. And that is what assisted in some part to say there was a meeting in Pretoria. There was a board meeting in Pretoria. And then therefore, one was able to call for the minutes of that particular meeting. But I can't say, for instance, that using that, I can't say, was I there from 9:30, like he was there at 9:30, it says. And even his, if you look at, which I didn't go into, if you look at his
affidavit.
Is affidavit, the pictures that, is it 114 that we were referring to?
Yeah, I think it was,
So if we can go there, Chair.
yeah, yeah.
It says that before, if you look right at the beginning, it says he was driving for 3 hours, 43 minutes in the morning. So I don't know where, if you're going to Pretoria from Johannesburg, you drive for 3 hours, 43 minutes. It doesn't say where that trip started. It's one of those anomalies where I'm saying, if you look at this thing, I don't know whether there's any reliance that you can place on this particular thing, page 114 and 115.
Yes.
I think if you, I don't know whether that is miles, it's probably miles, and says 44 miles, if it's miles, for 3 hours, 43 minutes, and then parked from 9:30, which would mean that the person would have left home maybe around 5:30. 5:30. Or maybe around, let's say 6 o'clock. And for 3 hours, 43 minutes, almost 4 hours, you driving from Midrand to Pretoria. It doesn't make sense. It's all of those things, Chair, which makes one highly suspicious about whether you can place any kind of reliance on this.
Okay, Mr.
All
Mayor.
right, let's go back to page 95 of witness two's affidavit and deal with the second collection as called on the 13th of July, 2017. And Mr. Goma, perhaps what I'll do is I'll go through the whole part again. I'm mindful of the defense that you raise in your affidavit, and then you can address it. Paragraph 27, the second instance occurred a month later on 13 July 2017, when Gama instructed me to drive him to the Melrose apartments where Essa stayed. On our arrival, I parked the Range Rover in the parking area at the apartments. Gama went inside to meet with Essa. Approximately, I presume that Anne shouldn't be there, 30 minutes later, Gama, walking with Essa, returned with a plastic bag which he put in the boot of the vehicle. He then instructed me to drive to the residence of a person he knew in Sandhurst. Paragraph 28. While Gama visited such person inside the house, I waited for him in the vehicle. I subsequently decided to check what was inside the plastic bag, which he collected from Essa. When I opened the plastic bag, I noticed it was filled with packets of 200 Rand notes bound with elastic bands. Paragraph 29, I attach here too as Annexure W2-07, a printout of Google Maps travel history on my cell phone as confirmation that I arrived at Melrose Arch at 15:51 and departed at 17:04. The travel history shows that I arrived at 25 Cleveland Road, Sandhurst at 17:26 and departed from there at 19:05. I attach here too as Annexure W2-08, a printout from Google Maps indicating that the Sandhurst residence visited is diagonally opposite 25 Cleveland Road, as I explained. Now those two annexures, the first one you'll find at page 117. You'll see there at the top, refers to Melrose Arch, 15:51 and 17:04. then you will see there's a green circle, Consulate General. There you will see, you find a time of 1726 and 1905. And then if you go over the page,
Sorry, where do you see 1726?
you see the green circle.
Yes.
It says, where to from here? Consulate General. Opposite that, you see that time there? 1726?
Oh, okay, yeah, there is something
And
that says 17. I can't see.
1905.
Well, I'm not
Can you
sure
see it, Chair?
if it is 17. There is a 7. There seems to be a 6,
1726.
0.26.
There's a-
Maybe it is 17, but it's difficult to tell.
Yeah,
I
there's
will,
an 8 as well there. Yeah,
Perhaps I can ask the investigators, Chairperson. In fact, I've already asked them. I think what
Yes.
we have here is an improved copy.
Okay, all right.
I must see if they can perhaps improve this page in
Yes,
particular.
yes. Yeah,
Maybe there's a different way that it can be printed, or perhaps printed in a darker or lighter color or something so it can be seen.
yeah.
And then the Annexure W208, you find at 119. And there you see 25 Cleveland Road, Sandhurst. And then at paragraph 30, he says that witness 2 says Gama later accused me of stealing some of the money from the bag. He even informed my manager and the supervisor of his suspicion. Now, this is also something that you address in your affidavit under the heading Add 13 July at page 250.267, paragraph 14. You want to go through that?
250 point.
250.267.
Thank you. Yeah. Once again, as I indicated, Chair, I deny this version that he was with me. And I have attached minutes of a whole day meeting that I had attended as SG3 at 250.278. The minutes will show, Chair, that I was at that meeting up until 15:47. That will be
on
at
what page?
250.294.
Is it on page 294 where it shows when you left or when the meeting ended?
When the meeting ended.
The meeting ended, it was 15:47.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then, Chair, if you then go back to 250.297, which is the page at the back.
The one which,
Yes, it's always better on the computer. You can make it a little bit bigger. I'm even trying to use my magnifying glass here. on the computer, it will
I don't
indicate.
think I have any chance of seeing what's written here.
Mr. Maybeck,
Maybe you can tell me what
what is in here,
what
I can
is
explain.
in it, and then if the Commission's legal team can check on the computer and see that that's true, then that can be placed on record to say, although on the hard copy one can't see, on the computer this is what one can see.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So what is in there?
So what is in here, Chair, is an indication that I had a meeting after this meeting, which started at 1600.
It is 4 o'clock.
Yes, at 4 o'clock. It started at 1600 to 1800. So even if he had then said, no, he was with me to go to this Melrose Arch, if the meeting finished at 1547, he was in Melrose Arch already in 1551, 4 minutes later. It's impossible that I could have been with him. So I had another meeting with the chairman of the board of Transnet, with the CFO, Mr. Peter, where we were busy with arrangements in terms of a board pack, taking the chairman, the chairperson through a board pack for an upcoming meeting. I could not, Chair, have been in Melrose Arch and also at the same time be at the Carlton Sand. It's just not possible. So I'm using these to indicate that there's no reliance that can be placed on this testimony of witness 2 on either the Google Maps that he talks about or on what he alleges to have happened during those times. So the team has given us we were given this by the legal team of the commission. They've given us these documents. They will be able to press that, and it will show that there was that meeting between myself, the CFO, and the chairperson of the board.
Well, I mean, perhaps a better way to do it is just to ask Mr. Garma's attorneys to print this out for us in a A5 or something that we can all read, and it can then be attached to his affidavit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that could happen as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Garma, you say that on the 13th of July you attended this whole day meeting. If you go to page 278, so this is a meeting that's held at the offices of the TNPA, Transnet National Ports Authority in Parktown. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
But the minutes in fact reflect that you weren't there the whole day. If you go to page 250, 285, it reflects that you came there only at 11:03.
That's correct, and I stayed till the end of the meeting.
Well, how do we know you stayed until the end of the meeting?
No, because I was there.
When you read the minutes, it seemed to me that you came there and you told the people a series of things from your perspective as the GCE. That's captured, isn't it?
Yeah, there's nowhere where it says I left. If I had left the meeting, I had intended to, it was a day when I had intended to be with them the whole day. There was something that took my time early in the morning. I think I joined them an hour later than
2 hours later, Mr. Garma.
than I had intended to, and I stayed with them the whole day, which is why you will see in the diary, the meeting between me and the chairperson was initially scheduled to start at 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock, and then it was moved to 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock. so that I could be with them. So if I had left, the people would have recorded that I left before the end of the meeting.
Can you, if you go to 285, says the GC, Mr. S. Garma, joined the meeting at 11:03, was welcomed by the chairperson, says the GC drew the committee's attention to the following. There's a whole series of bullet points, takes us to I think to 287, where it says the meeting was adjourned at 12:30 and restarted at 12:58. Do you see that?
Yeah, that was for lunch.
Was that your input? Is it recorded there in those passages?
I think my input, there are various names of people in terms of who needed to do what.
I think what I'm looking to ask you is, if you have a look above the heading 8.6 at page 287,
Yes.
you'll see that the second last sentence says the GCE stated that meeting should be arranged with PRSA within the next 45 days. You see that?
At page?
Page 287,
Yes.
above the heading 8.6, it's where it says the meeting was adjourned. 2 lines above that, 3 lines above that, you see there's a sentence that says the GCE stated that meeting should be arranged with PRSA within the next 45 days. You see that?
Yes, I can read that, yes.
Do you see any further reference to you in these minutes after that?
So when I arrived, they gave me an opportunity to speak and address them on a few things, and I think I was giving them feedback on certain pertinent matters. And then after that, we sat and they went through some of their normal issues. And we sat through that afternoon with them. Because I had set aside the whole day to be with them.
I understand your evidence. I'm just asking you, do you see any reference to you having said anything after that?
Well, I don't know whether I needed to say anything. But all I'm saying is that I was at the meeting, and I can relate to everything that is in the minutes because it was discussed in my presence.
So if we go back to witness 2's affidavit, did you, on this day, the 13th of July, did you go to 25 Cleveland Road?
I don't know. I can tell you that he did, but I don't know. I don't even know where 25 Cleveland Road is.
Do you know of anyone who stays at 25 Cleveland Road?
No, I don't.
And he says at paragraph 30 that you later accused him of stealing some of the money from the bag.
It's fiction. It's really fiction. It's a lot of it that we're trying to deal with here. Never accused him of stealing any money. There's no money that he would have stolen. I think he is just putting flavor, you know. You put some raja and some masala in so that your story looks much more colorful and believable.
During the entire time that he was one of your protectors, is there any time, even if it's not in relation to a bank, is there any time when you may have accused him of stealing any money?
Chair,
At all?
if I'd had occasion to accuse him, he wouldn't work for me the following day. Because I just wouldn't work with that kind of person if I'd found out that there was something that that had happened. So, and I don't know who is this manager of his or supervisor that he says I said that
You
to,
reported
because,
it.
because those are the people who would then, but there are many close protection officers. If you've got one that steals, you ask the security department to change them and give you another one.
Okay, Mr. Maybank.
Do you know the address 22 Killarney Road, Hyde Park?
Not offhand, Chair.
And if you have a look at page 117 of, this is the witness 2 annexure, you see that it reflects that he then proceeds to 22 Elgin Road. It appears.
117.
117. Arrives 1931, departs 1936. Was he not dropping you off at this residence of your close friend?
Yeah, he could have, but I don't know this other address.
Sorry?
I'm saying he could have, but I don't know this other address that he says he took me to. I haven't been there.
Is the one that you know the Branston one?
Yes.
Okay, all right. The one that you don't know is 60 Melrose Boulevard.
Yes.
That's the one you say you don't know.
Yeah, I'm saying I couldn't have been there.
Yeah.
It says it's African Pride Melrose Ash,
Yeah.
according to this. I'm saying I couldn't have been there and also be with the chairperson of the board at the same time at the Carlton. These are the times that
That he gives.
that he was there. So it's quite possible that on his off days he went to a number of places and then he then brings this in here and he says this is evidence that he was with me. He couldn't have been with me when I'm with the chairperson of the board.
So how do you know that you actually attended that meeting with the chairperson of the board?
Because it's on the diary.
Yes, but the diary, does that reflect that you attended it, or does it affect an appointment?
It reflects an appointment. It even shows when it was moved from one time to the next time. You don't have, when you have meetings with the chairperson of the board, you have meetings with the chairperson of the board. They don't change. If that meeting had changed for any reason, as it showed that it moved from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock, it would then go and show that it changed, but it never changed. It remained there.
So, Mr. Gama, can you think of any reason why witness 2, if he wasn't dropping you off at 7:30 on the evening of 13 July 2017, would have gone to 22 Elgin Road for 5 minutes?
I can't think for him. I don't know.
You can't think of any.
No.
Let's then go back to page 96. Under the heading, towards the middle of the page, money found in Gama's vehicles. At paragraph 31, witness 2 says, I can recall 2 instances where I found cash in Gama's vehicles. 32, I do not know where the money came from. Under the heading, money in boot, Mercedes-Benz SL63. During or about August or September 2015, Gama went on an overseas trip. 34, as part of my normal duties, I would attend to the maintenance of Garma's vehicles. In his absence, I went to check on the condition of his vehicles at his residence in Pony Lane in Midrand. When inspecting the Mercedes-Benz SL63, I found stacks of 200 Rand notes in the spare wheel compartment of the vehicle. I estimated the amount to be around 100,000 Rand. You want to comment on that?
Yeah, I think if anybody had found money in a vehicle, they would have come to me and said, I found some money in the vehicle. There was no time when witness 2 ever came to me and said, oh, look, I found some money. I don't think you would see money the way that he kept saying that he sees money. That you would see money and keep quiet, you know. You'd see money and say, hey, I found money here, maybe you forgot about it or whatever. There was no such. It's all just fiction in his head where he is trying to create some kind of a story. Because what did he do when he found the money? Did he come to me and say, I found some money, maybe have you misplaced some money? I've got money now.
But Mr. Garma, before we get to that, was there 100,000 Rand in the wheel compartment of the vehicle?
No, there was not,
All right.
never, ever.
Did you go overseas in August, September 2015?
I don't know.
All right. Do you stay in Pony Lane in Midrand?
I think he would know where I stayed, yes.
And you were at a point driving an SL63.
Yes.
And would it be unusual for him to check on the condition of your vehicles whilst you were away?
Unless if I asked him, I don't remember asking him to check any condition. I don't think it was necessary for him to check any condition. Why would he travel when I'm not there to go and check on the condition of a car when my children can start a car and switch it off if it needed to be?
When you were overseas, what did the CPOs that were assigned to you, what would they typically do?
They normally take leave.
And if they don't take leave?
Then they would probably be assigned to someone else to work during that time.
Then witness 2 goes on under the heading Money in Boot of Range Rover. On 20 April, I transported Garma to an official DIRAS meeting at the offices of Denel in Nelmapius Drive, Irene in Centurion. The meeting was called by the former minister, and in attendance were chief executives of state-owned entities. I can recall that I saw Machila Koko of Eskom, Minister Lynn Brown, and Gianni at the Denel premises. I attach here too as Annexure W2-09, printout of Google Maps travel history on my cell phone as confirmation that I arrived at the Denel offices at 0929 and departed there at 1249. I waited in Garma's Range Rover, he says at 39, in the parking area for the meeting to finish. 38, whilst waiting for Garma, I decided to do a random inspection of the vehicle. Inside the boot, I saw a red medical aid bag and decided to open it. To my surprise, the bag was stacked with 200 Rand notes. I estimated that the bag contained approximately 100,000 Rand. Now that W2-09, you find at page 121. Red numbers.
1, 2, 1.
you'll see there Denel Dynamics towards the middle of the page. Now Mapius Drive, Irene Centurion, arriving at 09:29, leaving at 12:49. I want to comment then on these three paragraphs, 36, 37, and 38.
Yeah, my comments are as follows. There could have been that meeting, but if it was a meeting of state-owned enterprises, chief executives with the minister, it was also normally with the minister and the chairpersons of those SOEs. The presence of Gianne is odd because Gianne is not or was not an SOE chief executive. He worked at Transnet, but he was not the head of Transnet. So that on its own, I think for him it gives some kind of a flavor, but he would not have been invited to those meetings. So I don't know if there was such a meeting, why he thinks that Gianne would have been present. Again, 200 rand notes, 100,000. It's like the earlier version. He would always find 200 rand notes, and it's approximately 100,000. And he says he estimated, yet all the time he could have counted it instead of estimating. And then he can tell you it was so much. And if there was such money, why didn't he tell me that you have a windfall here? Here is 100,000 rand. Why would 100,000 rand just be lying around in a car instead of being in the bank? It doesn't make sense, Chair. It's the result of what I believe a person who has been induced and coached to come up with some story. So some of the things that he will come up with are things of real events that took place. So he'll say there was a meeting at Denel. Maybe if you go and check, maybe there was a meeting at Denel. But the people that he says were there, they would not ordinarily be at that meeting. If you ask Minister Brown, did you meet Gianne of Transnet? She will tell you that I don't know who he is, because it was only the chief executives that go there. If Coco was there, it is probably because he was the acting CEO of Eskom at the time. So, and there wouldn't be any other executive from Eskom other than the chairperson of Eskom and the CEO and the minister. So, but here, it just goes to show that as he tries to be flavorful, he then continues to make mistakes because he's trying to create a believable story out of something that was not there.
I see, Mr. Mybeck, that the witness says in paragraph 36, he saw Makila Koko of Eskom. Now at Eskom, you had, I guess, maybe different stages, Machela Koko, and you had, I think, Mr. Colin Makila.
Yes.
So, so I'm not sure whether he meant Machela Koko or whether he meant Mr. Colin Makila.
Yeah. Not clear.
So there would need to be clarification.
Yes, DC. When you said he was coached, by who do you think that happened?
I have a scenario here, Chair, where somebody resigns from an entity, Transnet, and he leaves in November of 2017. So he writes a letter to his manager and he says, I resign because I don't want to face a disciplinary hearing that I should be facing. He leaves. Okay. I don't know if he told you that he ran away from a disciplinary hearing from his manager. But anyway, he leaves in November 2017. He then comes back, he says, no, I resigned, no, I was dismissed. You don't hear, you don't understand.
It might help if you started by giving the answer to who you think coached him. Then if you need to elaborate, you can take it from there. Because the question was, do you know, or do you have somebody that you think coached him?
I wouldn't know the person for sure, but the city press reports that he met with the non-executive chair of Transnet. Why is a close protection officer meeting with the non-executive chair of Transnet? And then in there, it then says the non-executive chair then refers him to Mr. Mohammed Mohammedi to say, no, you must reinstate this fellow. You reinstate somebody who appeals a dismissal. If there was an appeal, it would have happened within the 60 days after the dismissal. So if he was dismissed, as he claims, because he resigned anyway, I've mentioned that if he was dismissed, it means that by January 2018, he would have filed an appeal. Then we must discover that appeal. And then when that appeal, then there must be a process, the bargaining council or wherever that it goes to, and then it reinstates him. This one meets the non-executive chair of Transnet, gets referred to the acting GCE of Transnet. From there, it goes to the general manager that is dealing with labor issues. And then he is re-employed, which are his words. And then when he's re-employed, it's as if, okay, we have these particular issues. If you can give me a believable story around the person of Mr. Gama, then maybe we can hire you. And then he proceeds to write a lot of this fiction that we see here today.
Of course, you are not saying, but you will tell me if you are saying.
I'm saying it's a scenario.
That is what happened. Or are you saying it is a possibility that something like that might have happened?
That's correct.
It's the latter.
Yes, I'm saying that is a possibility because
Yes.
what I don't understand when I read the newspaper and I see what is happening, and these people have confirmed it according to the newspaper, to say this is what has happened. Mohammed says, this fellow was referred to me by the chairperson of the board. And then I was asked to deal with this matter. I'm then saying, was he reinstated as an inducement? There was something in there in the newspaper that says he's been reinstated because that was long before these statements were made to the commission. It says he's been reinstated because he's been asked to say that Gama has been bribing policemen, money laundering, and something very close to that then happens. So it's not, I'm not painting a story that did not happen. Some of the things that were said there were predicted in that article, and then they happened.
Mr. Mayback?
Yes, thank you. How does one explain then all the detail, Mr. Garma?
Sorry?
How does one explain all the detail?
How does one explain the detail? Well, here there is a motive, there is an intent, and person has got time. I mean, people who write movies like Steven Spielberg, they sit and they conceive these things. It doesn't mean that everything that we see in the movies ever happened or is the truth. So somebody will have those kinds of things where they sit and they say, okay, this is what we could say. They try to do a story that is believable. For instance, witness number 2 says to chairperson that I gave 50,000 rand, that I never said anything. I never said what is the repayment period. He says he assumed that that is his money, that he can take it. It's all fiction, Chair. Who gives you money and never says anything?
As I understand his
and-
version,
and-
as I understand his version, it wasn't a loan. There was enough money and you were just giving him money. There was enough money. There was no problem. 50,000 rand was not a problem.
Yeah, but who gives money doesn't say, and he makes the assumption, okay, no, this is my money. As you say, money is no problem. Let me take it. If indeed such had happened, and then I then said one day, okay, can I have my money back? What was he going to do? Is this somebody who's used to being given money to do things?
Well, as I understand his version, at least the context seems to have made it clear to him that you were just giving him money which he could use as he so fits. That's my understanding of his version. As I say, because there was money was not a problem.
So money was not a problem. So you get given money, you ask no questions.
You take the money and
You take the money,
Yeah.
and you go to Wonderland.
Mr. Mayback.
See, Mr. Garma, I suppose it's something that we're going to unpack in more detail in time. But you're dealing with this in what might be described as the ordinary course. Evidence is going to be led in this commission shortly that at the Guptas they had a cash dispensing machine.
Cash
A cash dispensing machine. An
machine.
ATM machine.
Oh, okay.
You've also heard evidence that Mr. Singh, for example, had 8 safety deposit boxes at Knox Vault. Evidence is going to be heard in this commission that Mr. Peter, his replacement, and your chief financial officer, he had, or his mother had, 7 safe deposit boxes at Knox Vault. Evidence has been led by drivers that cash was stored there. So this isn't an ordinary situation we're dealing with. Because one thing that is
So you
not...
say there was an ATM machine?
Yes.
Okay.
And this commission has heard a raft of evidence about there being lots and lots of cash used by many, many senior executives. So what it perhaps turns on is how many occasions you went to the Guptas. You say you only went there once.
That's correct.
Let's deal then with, having dealt with the red medical aid bag, let's deal with random collections of cash at page 97. I recall occasions where cash amounts were given to Gama at random places. Cash collected at, is that Beaulieu College?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mybeck, don't forget what you wanted to say. Let me go back to the issue of witness two and his version against your version. Was there a time when you and witness two had issues between the two of you while he was one of your drivers or protectors?
Well, Chair, the statement that witness two wrote would indicate those issues. That there were issues, yes.
Well, what I'm looking at is I know that he said you accused him of stealing money from the bag, but you said there was no such.
No, it
so I'm
wasn't about
asking
money.
from your own version whether the two of you ever had any issues while he was your driver stroke protector.
Yes, that is correct, Chair, but it was not about money.
It was not about money.
No.
There were some issues, but
Yeah.
not about money.
Yes, yes.
Yes, okay. Now, the reason why I'm asking is because you said that he may have been induced with something. It seems to me you suggest at work at Transnet to effectively fabricate stories about you. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes.
Yes. So what I wanted to find out was whether your position is that to the extent that he makes allegations against you which you say are false, to say he's fabricating because he must have been induced to do that against you, or whether he might have some grudge against you as well. There might have been some issues that you say would drive him to falsely implicate you in all kinds of things. So that's what I want to establish, whether it's only the issue of inducement or whether you say there were some issues also between the two of you which you think may have driven him to fabricate stories against you.
Yes, Chair.
Yes. Okay, I see the sun is giving you a problem. The sunlight is giving you a problem.
To just move a little bit.
Okay, but
I
basically
don't know if
you
this
say
moves.
there
Yeah.
are certain issues which you think
Yes, they are.
drove him to fabricate some stories about you.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes, they are.
At some stage, I guess we can hear about them.
Okay.
Well, perhaps we should deal with it now.
Yeah, maybe you can.
Chairperson, if it's a convenient.
I don't know if something can be done about. I can see you are having a problem with the. Is it the sunlight that?
Yeah, it's just coming from.
Shedding light on your evidence, Mr.
Is that something that can be dealt with or not? Okay, all right. Okay, let's try and continue in the meantime, but they'll attend to it. Okay, so I think Mr. Mybeck says, well, maybe let's hear about those issues that you say may have driven witness to fabricate stories about you.
Yes. Chair, I think witness number 2 is aggrieved. He's aggrieved because he believes that if it were not because of me, he would not have resigned. He claims that I made life unbearable for him, and that cost him to resign from the company. But what we're dealing with here, Chair, is somebody who committed acts of dishonesty. You are dealing with someone, if it was in the army, someone who could have been court-martialed, because if somebody is assigned to protect their principal and goes and does something which is counter to that, it's like when you don't follow the code. When your principal is threatened, you should be the first person who goes to your principal and say, there is a threat and this is what we're going to deal with. This is a person, Chair, who, when the threat came through, did not go to the principal to say there's a threat. It was when I subsequently discovered through camera footage that certain things had happened. I then asked his manager, I said, look, this is what has happened. And I see this fellow doing 1, 2, 3. Can you find out? It was only after that that he then came out and he said to his manager, yes, it did happen. It happened like this and like this and like this. But even in that statement that he wrote, he still lied about it. He still made it as if he volunteered the information when he did not. But also, I would not have seen it if he actually had not committed, if there was no commission of that act. But he committed that act, which is why I was able to then ask his manager. And then it was on that basis that his manager then said, look, your integrity is questionable. It would appear that you did not take the steps that you ought to have taken to protect the principal. And then he moved him from me pending an investigation. And then subsequent to that, you will see it comes through in his statement. Then he then had this grudge that he claims that his life was made miserable because of what he had done, and therefore he had to leave. And I think in his own words, he then says, this was the culmination of somebody that I had worked for very well for many years. But after that incident, Chair, then the dishonesty, the lack of integrity was then covered, and the falsities, the lies that he then made to cover that, even because he'd been given the opportunity to come clean. And all that he was supposed to have done was to be able to come clean and say, this is what happened. But still, even in that statement, he tried to mislead and misrepresent what had actually happened. And as a result of that, I then felt that, look, I cannot have this person. So whatever it is that his manager then did was an inquiry that tried to deal with that issue because he was saying, as a protection officer, your first duty is to protect your principal. But in terms of what you did, you actually conspired with other people against your principal. So this is the kind of person that we're dealing with. And therefore, yes, he holds a grudge that he was going to be disciplined. Then he decided to resign, although he claims also that he was dismissed. His story is, but what I do know is that I was told that he resigned and left, and that was prior to whatever disciplinary hearing that he was supposed to have had. And therefore, as a result of that, when I then talk about the inducement, is to then say, we can reinstate you, but we want you to tell these kinds of tales. Yeah.
Mr. Maybeck?
Thank you. Let's carry on at page 97, at paragraph 39 under the heading Random Collections of Cash. I can recall occasions where cash amounts were given to Gama at random places. Cash collected at the Bewley College in Midrand. Sometime during 2016, Gama and I were on our way to his home in Pony Lane in Midrand. On our way, Gama asked me to stop at the entrance to the Bewley College in Midrand, which is not far from his house. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Is there such a college close to your house?
Yes.
At 41, on our arrival, I presume it should be at the college, I noticed Gianni's Mercedes-Benz GL parked at the entrance. Gianni got out of his car and handed a wine box, which was sealed with sellotape, to Gama. The box was very heavy and did not feel as if it contained bottles. I suspected that the box contained money. You want to comment on that?
Yeah. First and foremost, I mean, there was no such box that I met with Gianni about. And if he says there was a box and it contained money, and then he says it was very heavy, I don't know what is heavy between bottles and pieces of paper, which is money. If he says it was very heavy, I don't think that bottles with wine in them would be lighter, but there was no such thing that happened. What happened in Bellew College, Gianni used to work in Pretoria. There was a reorganization at Transnet. I was able to meet each and every one of the executives face to face. And there was a letter that I needed to hand over to him. And he had asked that after hours, because he was not available, that if I could give him the letter, he will come and meet me on my way home. And that is what happened. I actually gave him that letter. So there wasn't a box that Gianni gave me. There was a letter, an official letter that I gave to Gianni at Bellew College in 2016. I think it would have been around May of 2016 when this reorganization took place.
And you were driven there by witness 2?
Sorry?
You were driven there by witness 2?
Yes, I was going home.
And Gianni was there in his Mercedes-Benz GL?
I don't know. I don't know the kind of car. I really don't pay attention to these kinds of things.
You have an impressive array of vehicles, Mr. Gama. I would have thought you would have been able to tell us.
No, I think, Mr. Maybeck, you may be getting it wrong. People will say you have an impressive array of cars. They are old cars. They are 12, 13, 14 years old. So when I have a car, I don't sell cars. I will have my installment sale agreement for 5 years. And then, unless I need to buy another car, I keep the car. I even have a 30-year-old car that I've been driving. It's not, it's not a flashy lifestyle or anything of that nature. But a GL to me is like an ML. And I've not seen Gianna drive a GL, but maybe it does have, I don't know. I thought I've seen him drive a car, maybe a C something. A GL, I think a GL is like an ML, it's this big cars. I don't know. I don't think there is such a thing.
You don't think there's such a thing?
A car that he was driving, but maybe he was, but I've seen him drive a Mercedes, but a private car, a sedan, 4 or 5 seater.
All right, and then under the heading cash collected on the N17 highway near Springs, 42, on a Friday evening sometime in 2017, I went to Garma's residence in Ponyland, Midrand, where I collected a new Mercedes-Benz S65 from the premises, which he had booked out earlier from a dealership as a test vehicle. You want to comment on that?
No, he did not. He did not go to my residence
You hadn't booked out,
to collect such a car. It's not true.
had you not booked out
No.
a new Mercedes-Benz S65 as a test vehicle?
Well, the first thing is they don't give you a new car as a demo. A demo car is a demo. It's not new. But he did not fetch it from home. I asked him to pick it up in Woodmead. So it's not true.
But you had then booked out, let me get the language right, a demo Mercedes-Benz S65.
Yes, I wanted to test drive it.
And you asked him to collect it in Midrand, not from your house.
No,
I see.
not in Midrand, yeah, in Woodmead.
43, from Pony Lane, I
So
proceed.
where he says he proceeded to Woodmead is where he picked the car.
So from Pony Lane, I proceeded to a shopping centre in Woodmead. You say that's where he picked up the car.
No.
Where I met a close friend of Garma and Gianni's driver in the parking area of the shopping centre. Garma's close friend got into the S65 with me whilst Gianni's driver departed in another direction. Should I finish this whole part and then you comment on it, or would you prefer
Yeah,
to comment
I
on it?
think it's easier if you just
All right.
went through all of it first so that we don't,
Okay.
because it can be
right.
tiring and the water is getting finished.
Paragraph 44, from the
Well,
shopping centre,
You must say when you have run out of water, they'll give you more water.
Yeah.
Are you running out of it?
No, I still have.
Okay.
paragraph 44, from the shopping centre, Garma's close friend and I proceeded to the N17 highway where, just after the first toll gate towards Springs, I pulled over to the shoulder of the road. At that spot, 2 other vehicles also arrived and parked on the shoulder of the road. The one vehicle was an Audi with witness 1 as the driver and Garma as the passenger. The other vehicle was a Mercedes-Benz GL with Gianni as the driver. 45, Garma got out of the Audi and I got out of the S65. Garma then got into the driver's seat of the S65 where he joined his close friend. Gianni also got out of his vehicle and he walked over to the driver's side of the S65 where he handed a big packet which I assume contained cash in my presence to Garma. 46, in the meantime, witness 1 left the scene with the Audi and Gianni left shortly afterwards. 47, Also, in the meantime, another PCO arrived in a Toyota Corolla with whom I had arranged to pick me up at that location. 48, I wish to state that all the arrangements as described above were on GAMA's instructions.
Thank you. So this is a very simple thing where I needed to test drive this vehicle. And I was going to KZN. So we met there. So again, real events, but with flavor. I don't recall Gianni there. I don't recall, I don't know about this Gianni's driver. I'm gonna have to maybe try and, maybe they should give an affidavit in terms of whether they were there. So there wouldn't have been any big packet that was. So let's assume there was a packet of money that somebody needed to give me. Why would you convoy bring 2-3 cars and then you give the person it doesn't make sense. But there wasn't any of that. There was no packet of money that was being given. He says there were 2 cars that arrived. One was witness 1 and the other one was Gian. I don't recall all of these intricate things that happened, but what I do know is there was no packet of money, or he says he assumed it contained cash.
So,
There was no such. We exchanged cars. I had to travel, and I traveled.
so could you just explain what actually did happen here? So you test drove this S65, and at a point you then got out of it and got into your car. Well, just let me understand what happened.
No. The test driving was going to take place after he brought the car. He brought the car.
To where?
To where we met. It was next to the toll gate, very close to the toll gate on the N17. I can't remember. I think it's called Rifles something. He brought the car because I was in a meeting elsewhere. Witness 1, as he calls him, brought me to that place so that I could get onto the car. And then I would have thought that he then got into the car with witness 1 to where his car was, but he says someone else came to pick him up. It wasn't such an intricate thing as it's now being painted. It was really just to say, go and fetch this car, don't come back on the N1 because it's going to be traffic and I want to travel while there's still a bit of light. Witness 1 is going to bring me from the meeting that I was at, and then I can take the car and drive. It wasn't all of these intricate things that the flavor demands that they should be.
All right, and then under the heading breakdown in relationship, I think you've already touched on this. With Gama and dismissal, he says at 49, during August 2017, my relationship with Gama became strained as I did not get along with Gama's close friend referred to in paragraph 24 above. The reason being that over time, She more and more insisted that I assist her with private business and to undertake non-work related trips for her. I refused to adhere to her requests as I felt that she was abusing my services as CPO for Gama for her own selfish cause. Gama did not take kind to my attitude towards his close friend. 50, my relationship with Gama reached breakpoint in November 2017 when Gama and his close friend accused me of sprinkling muti in and around their house and being involved with witchcraft. Nothing could be further from the truth than this. On 17 November 2017, I resigned from Transnet as I could not tolerate Gama's accusations and attitude towards me any longer. Despite having resigned as stated above, Transnet continued with disciplinary proceedings against me on 6 December 2017 in my absence, and I was summarily dismissed. The charges against me inter alia entailed that I betrayed the trust relationship with Gama and that I sprinkled an unknown substance at Gama's residence, thereby putting his and his family's lives into danger. 53, I subsequently approached Transnet to seek redress due to the fact that I believed that I was treated unfairly, that I was victimized and eventually unfairly dismissed on Gama's instruction. 54, after due consideration, Transnet agreed that I was unfairly dismissed. I was therefore reinstated to the position of CPO with effect from 1 December 2019, retrospective from 1 January 2018. Now, these are things that you've, I think, have touched on already. What other comments do you have?
Chair, probably this is at the nub of why we're having this discussion today. At paragraph 49, there's a whole lot of lies. There was no such that took place, but he's prefacing it in this fashion so that there seems to have been something untoward that had happened. He then says at page 50.
I'm sorry. So are you saying that where he says that your close friend used to make demands, in effect, for him to do non-work related tasks or trips for her, and that this then strained the relationship between you and him, that is witness to, you say there's no such thing.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to be sure what you're saying. Okay, continue.
Yeah. So the paragraph 50, where he says it reached break point. The break point is not in November, Chair, it's in August when it happened.
Of 2017.
That's correct. Where I observed these things on the camera. I then approached his manager to say, this is what I have observed. Can you find out from him what is it exactly that he was doing? And then he wrote a statement to say this had been given to him by someone that I knew to sprinkle.
Now, is that sprinkling something, is that what you observed?
Yes, that is what I observed, yes.
Sprinkling something around your house?
Yes, it was a brown powder in terms of the statement that he wrote.
Okay.
That he had been given this brown powder.
Yes, yes, yes.
But he then says, no, he never came with it to the house, that he threw it away in the freeway. But I observe him sprinkling this thing
On cameras,
on the cameras.
yeah.
And then
Would this have been during the day? Would it have been during the
Night.
evening?
At
When
night.
when he sprinkled it according to what you observed, or
it was at night,
it was at night?
yes.
Okay.
I had not been aware that he was there. It's one of these things that I talk about, that
Oh, so in terms of, as far as you were concerned, you didn't expect him to be,
he wasn't supposed to
In
be
your
there.
house.
Yeah, he came there nicodemously
he came there?
nicodemously at night,
Oh,
by cover of
nicodemously.
night, and,
Yes,
and
yes.
hoping that,
Yes. Okay, all right, continue.
yes. So then he writes the statement to say who gave it to him. But then in his statement, he then says, no, he never, he was asked to go and sprinkle it, but he never sprinkled it. So I'm saying then, if he never sprinkled, why then did I see it in the cameras? Because I would never have asked him. I would have never have asked for the investigation to say, there's something funny with this fellow. There are these things that are happening. I wouldn't have known if he threw it in the freeway as he claims, because he wrote a statement, Chair, where he says, no, I threw it away on the freeway. But then I see this thing, and it was a vicious thing. You have to have many prayers to deal with that.
So he acknowledged that he had been, that the cameras had correctly captured him. He was there at the time. The cameras showed him to have been there. And he just denied, he denied what it was that he was sprinkling, or there was no denial. It was clear, or what was the position?
So this is where the dishonesty is, Chair. So I raise this issue because of what I've observed. He then denies that it happened, that he sprinkled anything. He then says no. He did have something that he was sent
To sprinkle,
to sprinkle.
but did not sprinkle.
In his statement, yeah, he says, but he didn't sprinkle. But if he had not sprinkled it, I would not have seen him. Sprinkled, I would not have asked the question. If he had received it and really thrown away this thing on the freeway, I wasn't with him when he was in the freeway, when he was supposed to have thrown it away. But because he didn't throw it away, he then he gets captured by the camera doing this thing. So he writes about it to say, no, so-and-so gave it to me. And said, this is what I must do. And then he then claims, no, but I didn't do it. Then why would I ask if he hadn't done it? So that is the other thing. And so I then say to his manager, look, just don't assign him to me, because as you can see, he admits that something like this happened, but he now he creates another flavor of it to say, no, it didn't happen in this way.
Okay, I interrupted you while you were dealing with this. I don't know if you have finished.
Yes, so if I then move to 51, Chair. He says he resigned because he could not tolerate my accusation. The accusation happened once, he admitted to it in his statement. He now talks about an attitude. He was no longer working with me, so I don't know what he talks about, but I think that then becomes the source of. So you now have somebody who has a grudge against you, somebody that used to work with you very closely, that you no longer trust, that now has a grudge against you and has become an enemy because he now thinks that he lost his job because of you. That is really what we are dealing with here. I'm not terribly familiar with all of those issues, but the betrayal of trust and that is actually what it was, and the putting me into danger. Also, because this was a very toxic thing that I really don't understand. But you cross that area, your feet. Ziyavuvuka.
Am I right to say you suspected to believe that this was what he did was connected with witchcraft?
Well, I didn't have to suspect. He told me.
Yeah.
It's in his statement, Chair.
Yeah. How did he put it?
I've got it.
You've got his statement?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, so you can make arrangements to share it with the commission?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Then you can read it.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Mybeck?
Yes, I'd just like to take you to two last paragraphs, please. Page 100, paragraph 58, under the heading Risk and Security Concerns, says, in exposing Gama's apparent inappropriate conduct in the statement, I believe that my and my family's safety and security may come under threat. It is worthy to note that a few days after my resignation in November, I noticed on 2 consecutive days drones hovering above my house. Although I cannot say with certainty, I believe that Gama may have been behind these incidents in an attempt to victimize and intimidate me. I'm further aware that my manager, Witness 1, had received threats on his cellular phone to the effect that he should not cooperate with the Zondo Commission in relation to allegations of improper conduct by executives of Transnet, which is of great concern to me. Want to comment on that?
I have no reason to threaten Witness 1 or Witness 2. I don't know how to procure drones I just suspect that his sighting of drones is also a figment of his imagination. I'm not behind any attempts to intimidate him. I don't do that. I pray for him every day, but I don't. I have no reason to hire drones or try to intimidate or threaten him. He knows himself where he is. He knows the truth.
And then finally, paragraph 59, I'm furthermore concerned that although Gama is no longer with Transnet, he may still have influence over executives and senior managers at Transnet, and that I may be subjected to further victimization by individuals loyal to him. Want to deal with that?
Innuendo, conjecture. There's nothing that I can say to those kinds of things. It's his belief system. I'm not there. There is no such. But I think the issue of whether he would be seen to be trustworthy or loyal towards his principals by other colleagues in the security industry is something that he should himself think about, because where somebody can be creative and make lies about their principles, I think everybody, it's something that he should have thought about before he starts the inventions and the flavor.
Now, Mr. Gama, I just want to point out something to you. Can you go to page
Perhaps
94?
before you
Yes.
do, Chair,
Sure.
I don't know if it would be, I don't know what time it is, I don't keep a watch, but if we
About
could,
10 to 4.
if we could take a short
Some
break.
short adjournment.
Yes.
No, that's fine. We normally take it at 4, so we may as well take it now.
Okay.
It would be a 10 minutes adjournment. I think, Mr. Mybeck, we would start with the next stream. It's
Yes.
the same stream,
Yes.
but maybe at 5.
I've got,
Yeah,
on this score, I've got literally 2 more questions or 3 more questions to ask Mr. Gama to finish on
On
this.
this one, yes,
Uh,
yes.
Mr. Solomon has just WhatsApped me to find out whether we are on for 4 o'clock. I
Oh.
think the remote link is
Yes.
in the
but-
process of being established.
Yes, what I have in mind is that we should go on with Mr. Gama up to 5,
Fair enough.
because the evening session, we always say they must
From
arrive at 4, be
Yes.
ready. If we are done with the day witness, then we start. If not, we start at 5. Okay, all right. We'll adjourn for 10 minutes. We adjourn. Okay, let's continue.
Mr. Gama, I just wanted to take you, if I may, to page 94 of witness two's statement, affidavit. From what I can see, witness two only ever uses 3 specific dates. He talks of the collection on the 13th of June, 2017. You see that? Then over
Page
the page,
94.
94, red numbering. He speaks of a collection on 13 June 2017. We've been over this. Then over the page, a collection on the 13th of July 2017. And then the third time that he uses a specific date is at paragraph 36. He speaks of you having been at a meeting at Denell on the 20th of April 2017, but we know that's not contentious because you accept that. So the 2 dates, events in relation to the 13th of June and the 13th of July are contentious. But on both occasions, you have, via the information that has been provided to you by the Commission, been able to source minutes of meetings, a special meeting of the Board of Directors and then a meeting of the TNPA, which on your version establishes your defense. Is that correct?
I think that's a legal term, establishes my
Your
defense.
explanation
Your explanation.
Okay.
or your side of the story about whatever allegations
yes.
he makes. Yeah.
Yes.
So if we could then go, please, to your affidavit. And can I take you to paragraph 7 at page 250.264? Paragraph 7, you say, the legal team of the Commission, as the legal team of the Commission is well aware, I entertained the thought of causing witness 2 to be cross-examined, and in this context I requested the Commission to provide me with my diaries spanning the period relevant to the testimony of witness 2. To date, such access has not been provided. Sub 2, any attempt at causing the effective cross-examination of witness 2 is dependent on and will be premised upon demonstrating that I was physically not in attendance and or in the company of witness 2 when certain meetings transpired and cash was conveyed, as he alleges, but rather that I was elsewhere and potentially in the company of other persons. Sub 3, the Commission's legal team's failure to provide access to my diary has prejudiced me and deprives me of my ability to test the evidence of witness 2 through cross-examination. Now, if necessary, we can put up an affidavit dealing with this. But Mr. Gama, you will know, and this has been placed on record before, that what the Commission has provided you with is electronic data that would make up a diary from January 2012 until September 2018. In fact, there were over 14,000 records that were provided to you. We went through this last time. Mr. Benjamin, in fact, delivered this on a flash disk to your attorneys. I would just ask you also to confirm that when you gave evidence on the 11th of March, my investigators actually sat with your attorney and demonstrated how you could recreate your diary with reference to that electronic information. Would you confirm that? On the 11th of March.
Yes, except that it doesn't recreate a diary, and I think I've been at pains to explain to Mr. Maybeck, and I think I explained earlier this morning that what this does, I think you call it electronic data. I'm looking for a diary. So I don't have a diary. The electronic data gives you 50 to 60% of information that you would ordinarily find in the proper diary. So we have used the information that we have been given to the extent that we can. So it doesn't give us the kind of information that we wanted, and that's why we have sought to resort now to meeting minutes and those kinds of things, just to show and demonstrate that some of these things, when they are alleged to have happened, that I was not even at the places where witness 2 says that I have been. So I know from the interaction between myself and my legal team, and the legal team and the commission's legal team, that the 14,000 records, as it were, provide electronic data, but they don't provide a diary. So I think it's something which we've gradually had to accept, that that's what it is. It's not the diary as we would know it, because we believe that if it was actually the diary itself, I think it would have been much, much better. For instance, there are these 2 or 3 dates that have been given, but we don't have any of the other dates where you say certain things could have happened.
Mr. Kama,
because that could have been useful.
only 3 specific dates are given. And your case in respect of 2 of them lies in the minutes which you tracked using the data that was given to you. And you've actually shown the chairperson one of these schedules that none of us can read, and you say, well, that shows me that I was in a meeting with the chairperson of the board.
Yes. And I've indicated to you what it shows. It's the meeting requests. So it says so-and-so did a meeting request for these people, for a meeting that could take place in such and such a place. The way that it works, you have to go into that specific date, look for those things. But sometimes it doesn't tell you where the meetings were. The only reason you are able to get the meetings and find out where they were is if there are minutes of meetings that took place. Certain times you can have a meeting somewhere and there are no minutes that were taken because it was not a formal, meeting. So I think that is the issue that
It's
we're
a
dealing
hard
with.
copy that you are looking for, diary, or
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what this thing was called on the diary. It's a Microsoft. Is it Exchange? What is it? Yeah.
but I take it that it's something that the commission is not in possession of, whatever it is you are looking for.
They are unable to procure it.
Yeah.
They've tried.
And has Transnet said they don't have it as well, Mr. Mybeck? You know,
I beg your pardon?
has Transnet said they don't have it as
Yes,
well?
they have.
Yeah, they have. Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure that if there is a complaint against the commission, it should be addressed. But you say, and Mr. Gama also confirms that he accepts that the commission doesn't have it. And obviously, if the commission had it, it probably would have no reason not to give him. So the position is the position, Mr. Gama, that you are simply lamenting the absence of that diary without blaming anybody.
Yes, no, I do not wish to apportion blame. I know that the team has, all I say is that the commission's legal team has also failed to find it for me, but I know that they tried.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So maybe it's just
Yeah.
the manner and way in which we write it in
Yes,
in
okay,
English,
all right,
yes, yeah.
okay, no, that's fine.
So I'm not saying that it's because of a lack of try.
Yes, okay,
And so I'm saying what we have
Yeah.
gives us something.
yeah, but not everything.
Yeah, but it doesn't give us everything. It gives
Yeah.
us 50 to 60% of what
Yes, okay.
would have been useful, yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, maybe I may as well mention this, Mr. Gama, now that we're talking about this. To the extent that anybody, witness, whether it's somebody implicated in wrongdoing or not, if they've got concerns, we are quite happy for them to articulate those concerns. And my attitude is that we must look at those concerns and be able to say, we have looked at this, it has got merit, this is what should happen to address it, this, maybe we don't agree, it's got no merit, but if people have got concerns, let them articulate them, and then we look at them and we come back to them and say, this is our response. So that's part of the reason why I wanted to know about this diary even earlier. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not asking the commission to still continue trying. I think they've
Yes,
tried.
yes,
So we're just saying, we're just lamenting the fact that what we intended to do,
Yes.
we wanted to cross-examine the witness.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But Mr. Gama, I'm afraid I don't understand why you can't cross-examine the witness with reference to the minutes of the meeting on the 13th of June and the minutes of the meeting on the 13th of July, just as you've articulated your case here.
I think we could argue this ad infinitum, Chair. I have no intention to keep
You
arguing.
can't take it further.
Yeah, yeah.
As I understand it, you, in fact, with reference to the electronic information that the Commission provided you with, you were able to work out that on the 13th of June, you were at the special board meeting, and on the 13th of July, you were at a meeting on with the TNPA. And that then caused you, or your attorneys, to ask the Commission to produce these two sets of minutes, SG 2 and 3, isn't that correct?
Yes, but it might not be, it might not have reflected everything that happened on that particular day. For instance, with what we have, I couldn't be able to tell you why I was delayed for 2 hours to the meeting at the TNPA, but my diary probably would have done that. So this is something, it's a useful tool, but it doesn't achieve completely the objectives for which I wanted the diary for.
Of course, the point of contention there is not your time of arrival at the meeting, it's your time of departure. And you say that can be determined with reference to the minutes.
Yes.
And then just to complete this, so we gave you that demonstration on the 11th of March. Then on the 18th of March, and you've explained how this came about with reference to the information the Commission had given you, Mr. Khan...
Sorry, can you repeat that? Sorry.
On the 11th
of March?
On the 11th of March, we gave you a demonstration. On the 18th of March, Mr. Khan requested the Commission to provide you with these two sets of minutes. And, in fact, I'm sorry, that was on the 17th of March. And on the 18th of March, Mr. Benjamin provided them. Do you want to see the email string, or will you take my word for it? There it is.
Registrar.
Okay, but I don't know where we're going to with this.
It's quite simple, Mr. Gama. The information that you gave, information that you were provided with, you used it to establish that you were in these two meetings. And you asked us to provide you with the minutes. And we provided them to you within 1 day.
And,
You accept that?
yes,
That answer was yes.
Mr. Goma, I'd like to turn to a different topic. And I would like to,
I'm sorry, the
Yes.
document that has been given to him, must he slot it in somewhere in the bundle or that?
I don't think it's necessary, DCJ.
Oh, okay.
If the chronology is accepted by Mr. Gama, that
Okay.
on the 17th, a request was made by his attorney for the 2 sets of minutes, and on the 18th of March, the commission provided his attorney with the 2 sets, and those are the minutes that then are next to his affidavit.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Gama, what I would like to do, because it becomes important for many of the topics that we're going to address in due course, is to look at your role in relation to the 1064 locomotives. And perhaps you could assist us with working out exactly how you fitted in, what role you played from the beginning to the end. Is it my understanding that in all of your interactions in relation to the 1064 locomotives, and they're parts of your affidavit that I'll take you to, you were at all times the chief executive of Transnet Freight Rail?
yes,
And then, in fact, let me correct myself, right towards the end, you took certain decisions. As I recall, you were at the helm, for example, when the relocation was dealt with, and you were also at the helm when the club loan was secured. Does that accord with your recollection? So that would have been in 2015.
yes.
So could you just explain to the chairperson from the beginning how this unfolded, the 1064 locomotives, your role in it, your role in the business case, your role in the post-tender negotiations, your role in the increase in the ETC from the beginning to the end? To what extent you were members of subcommittees, etc.?
Okay, do you have a reference that we can use, like my affidavit, to deal with that issue?
The difficulty with it is that it's dealt with sort of pitted, if you know what I mean, in the sense that, for example, if you look at page 250.133, you talk there about the business case and the handing over of the business case. Is that a convenient place to start, or do you want to start earlier in dealing with the market demand strategy, etc.?
That's fine. I could give you a broad brush, and maybe what could assist the commission on these matters is an understanding of the decision-making process. And then we can go into, I think there are 3 things that we need to understand about any of these decisions. Whether it's the 1064, the 195, any investment decision. The first thing is that there's an investment case that is made, which is a business case for the investment to be made, which is called the investing decision. And that investing decision is normally taken in a context where a number of assumptions must be made. What I've seen a lot here happen is that there then became a marriage between the assumptions and the investing decision in terms of what then happened. And then when people wanted to make certain comparisons, they failed to get out of the post in terms of the investing decision and the investment case, Chair. So, as is the case with the 1064, so there was an investment decision that was made that there are 1064 locomotives that must be purchased. But even that, before you got to it, as Mr. Maybeck indicates, Transnet had a locomotive fleet plan. There was a market demand strategy which gave the context to it. The market demand strategy said, how do we meet the demands of the market without looking at the constraints that we as Transnet have in terms of how to finance a capital investment program? So I'll come back to that. The second decision is the procurement decision. The procurement decision is when you go out to the market and you start the process to find bidders that can supply you with this equipment. So in this case, we're talking about locomotives. That process is a very separate process from the investment decision. And typically, the procurement decision takes place after the investment decision has been made or simultaneously in terms of long lead procurement processes such as for infrastructure or for locomotive. The procurement decision is then premised on how you call for proposals, how you adjudicate, how you qualify and disqualify, what are the financial, technical, commercial criteria that are measured in order to arrive at an adjudicated decision. And then the third decision is the financing decision. The financing decision talks to how are you going to finance the capital investment program. The program is the whole program. So if you have the MDS, you have the whole program, but there are projects within the program, in the capital program. So there are various projects and they are closely intertwined because for certain of these things, if you do certain things here, you must also do certain things there so that you have a complete picture in terms of what needs to happen. The financing decision talks to whether you are going to finance in-house from your own cash flow, all of the capital, or whether you are going to borrow some of the money. And it also takes into account the period within which you are going to amortize the assets. So for instance, you cannot go and ask for a bank overdraft if you are going to finance an asset that has an asset life cycle of 20 or 30 years. So you then try to match your asset that you are acquiring with the financial instrument that is commensurate with that. There is a delineation in Transnet in terms of who does what. So For me, as a lowly railwayman, who is just trying to, my job in Transnet was to meet customer expectations. Customers want to move a product from point A to point B. What we found was the assets were too old. Locomotives were more than 35 years old. They failed all the time. A trip to Durban, which could ordinarily by train take 12 hours, would take 35 hours. You can't run an economy when producers and consumers cannot, within reason, with reasonable expectation, know what time their cargo will be there, because people are chasing just-in-time principles. Their production, there are factories that need certain raw materials to go into a process in order for them to run. So as a result, even though railways are cheaper than trucks or road, people ended up transporting vast number of tonnages via the road because of the lack of reliability of the rail. What had triggered this is that there was a serious underinvestment, which had happened over a period of time in the railway. In fact, the last locomotives that had been acquired were around 1972, which was a problem, and that's why you were now having a process and a system where you had locomotives that failed because they were too old. They had gone through midlife refits, and some of the parts that were required were no longer there. Some of these locomotives are no longer even in manufacture, but Transnet was still running them. So what ended up happening is that if you had 20 locomotives running, you would park 2 locomotives, from which you would take some parts to use on the others, because there is nowhere else that you're going to find these parts. They're now obsolete. So that was the situation that we're in. But we're also saying that if we wanted to create a world-class competitive logistics system for our country, reliability is at the top end of the system that you need to create. And in order to be reliable, you need locomotives that have fewer faults per 100,000 ton kilometers as much as possible. Ours were just simply out of the range that you could have your clients to have any form of confidence in the system that you run. As a result, therefore, the railway was just not reliable, and we found that more and more trucks were on the road, and that causes also untold issues. So we, as the people who then had to deal with the clients, we required to have these assets that would give a measure of respectability to the promise that we made to customers. So we, the lowly railway people, were only really interested in acquiring these assets so that we can put them into operations and run them. The group had to fund and finance this. They have treasury operations and finance people who are hired to do this. Then the other thing that we were then doing was to then be involved in the procurement process. The procurement process has got its own procedures manual in terms of how it works. So you're then looking at the interplay of these 3 processes. The investing decision we could not make at our division because what we needed to buy was just simply too large for our delegated authority or anything. So this was probably, I think Transnet had a 300 billion market demand strategy. I can't remember the actual numbers. I think it went to about 350. And these locomotives that we wanted to acquire were estimated at roughly about 40 billion of that, which was about 15 to 18% of the total of Transnet. So Transnet had to look at this very closely. So the investment decision therefore also had to take place at board level. In fact, it took place at ministerial level because of the size of it, and there were PFMA issues. So I think that's the context within which these key decisions had to be made. So Transnet Freight Rail worked on the investment case up to a certain point. And then Transnet said, okay, thank you very much. We think we like what you want to achieve, however, it's too big for you, so we'll run with it on your behalf. We would like your input from time to time. So give us some support people that we can liaise with that will deal with these issues. But we will also get external people to assist us because it's just simply too big. So that's what they did. So that was the investment decision until the time when it went to board, from the board it went to the ministers, and then it was approved. So that was the aspect that we dealt with the TFR. So we came up with the business case up to a particular level when we presented it to what is called the Group Capital Investment Committee. After the Group Capital Investment Committee, then the Group CFO then had to take this and run with it and do all of the different things that had to be done, like the capital assurance, the risk management frameworks, etc., around it, leading to the board, the decisions to hedge, all of those things. Then the second decision that we were involved in as TFR was the procurement. So our chief procurement officer then was given the authority via the board. Also, it had to go to the board first to say, now you can initiate and you can start the process. And then we had to go back to the board and say, these are the committees that we'll put in place in order for us to be able to deal with it. Then TFR also ran with the procurement process. We then have high value tender teams, which is an audit function and a compliance function that looks at every step of the way as you deal with this and ticks and say, okay, you can go to the next step. We have fulfilled satisfactorily these particular steps. The third one, which is the financing one, which involved how you finance it, that is way over our league. That's what the group function in finance and treasury typically dealt with. Although they would ask us for input in terms of, if we produce so many per year, how much money would you need in that year in order to be able to finance and pay for? So I think that provides context here. And then we can then go into the actual
Specifics and the
actual
processes.
specific things. But I think once we've understood that, I think specifically when you do the investment decision, you make all kinds of assumptions from a clean slate or from certain things that you know. You might find that by the time you get to the end of the process, that which you thought you know, you find that you only knew 50 or 60% of it, and then you have to deal with it. So you end up with what is called an estimate of the investment in terms of what it's going to cost. And then once you do the procurement decision is the one that gives you the actual cost that you are going to deal with. And then the finance people then come in, because I can give you an actual today to say, if we bought all of them today, it's going to cost us so much. We knew that out of the procurement process. But then you need the clever finance people to then say to you, okay, if it's going to be delivered over a 7-year period and you have to borrow money, what does that mean? What is it that we'll have to do? Then they talk about the net present value or the future value of the present cash flows, and it gets complicated. We never really got too involved in it. They would tell us what it was, and we would accept what they tell us, because that is what they do every day. That's their job.
Okay, Mr. Maybe.
Yes. So I just wanted to look then at the first phase, as you call it, the business case or investment decision. Could I just take you to certain parts of your affidavit, please? At page 250, point 133, and I'm talking now of your third affidavit.
And that is at bundle 7.
Bundle 7, Chairperson. Are you there, Mr.
Yes, I am.
Gilmer? So just to flesh out what you've been saying about the business case, at 9.3, the 1064 locomotive business case was developed at TFR, whereafter it was handed over to head office.
Correct.
And then you go on to say, in terms of the development of the business case for the 1064 locomotives, there were probably between 6 and 10 individuals that contributed to the development of the business case. The team was coordinated by Callard, whose main role was to ensure that the business case was coherent and that it integrated various elements of business, financial, commercial, technical, as well as operational capabilities within TFR with a view to optimizing the fleet. At 9.5, the business case was finalized by TFR sometime in 2012 and then submitted to the Group Finance Division of Transnet SOC Limited, which then appointed McKinsey as well as other transaction advisors that would assist Transnet in the acquisition of the 1064 locomotives. So I just wanted to confirm with you, these transaction advisors, they were not appointed at TFR level, they were appointed at Transnet level after the business case was handed over to them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Then you say at 9.6, once the business case had been handed over from TFR division to head office, the business case became the responsibility of head office.
Correct.
You say at 9.7, between May 2012 and April 2013, the business case was dealt with by the Group Chief Financial Officer, at the time Anoj Singh, and Mohammadi as the General Manager responsible for capital assurance and integration.
That is correct.
And then you say at 9.8, in the main, Callard and Pillay, together with others from the TFR division, continue to support and assist McKinsey and the Transnet Group in terms of providing professional input concerning technical information that was required. And then if I can take you to 10.1, you say the same thing. The initial business case was prepared by TFR. At 10.2, the business case was submitted to Group Finance. And from the time that it was presented as a business case at the Transnet Capital Investment Committee, Group Finance advised that they were appointing McKinsey to evaluate the business case. And you make the point again at 11.2, the appointment of transaction advisors took place at Group Head Office level. Over the page, you were not, 12.1, party to the appointment of either McKinsey nor regiments.
Correct.
And then I just wanted you to confirm 13.2. I confirm that Singh performed the key oversight role, and I, in my capacity as CEO of TFR during the period May 2012 to April 2013, provided him with support in the form of human resources from within the TFR division.
Correct.
And the relevance of those dates, May 2012, when the initial business case was presented, and April 2013, when the board confirmed it.
Sorry, where are you now?
The significance of the date, May 2012 to April 2013.
Paragraph
Yes,
13.2.
the significance of that date is that in May 2012 is when we basically took the investment case to the Transnet Capital Investment Committee. And after May 2012, when the group office then accepted the business case, they then said, look, we need to evaluate and assess this business case. It took them then the better part of the next 12 months to do exactly that. And then in April 2013, the board approved the business case. That's the significance of those dates.
And then if I could take you, Mr. Garner, because a lot of this is then repeated, but gathered together, I think quite usefully, at page 250.169, 169, under the heading Acquisition of the 1064 Diesel and Electric Locomotives.
169.
169, yes. Paragraph 78. You confirm that you were then the Chief Executive Officer during the acquisition phase. You talk about a team from TFR having been responsible. At 78.3 over the page, once the investment case was adopted by CAPIC, its future management was assumed by Mr. Singh, the GCFO of Transnet, who submitted the investment case to the Group Executive Committee. Once approved by the Executive Committee, it was considered by the GCEO, who recommended it to BADEC, whose chairperson in turn recommended the investment case to the board. I just want to go through those steps, if I may.
Yes.
So could you just perhaps expand upon those various different levels and the role of the Chief Executive, the role of BADEC, and then the role of the board in relation to the business case?
So if we use 78.3 as a pillar, so the Capital Investment Committee is charged with looking at the investment case. The people at Group Finance would then look at it, they assess and evaluate under the leadership of the Group Chief Financial Officer. Once they are satisfied with it, they do many tests, financial and risk framework tests. Once they are satisfied with it, then it moves upstairs to the Group Executive Committee for approval or recommendation. The Group Executive Committee is the highest decision-making body amongst the executives, and is chaired by the Chief Executive Officer. Once the Group Executive Committee has then dealt with it, then the GCE starts to engage the board committees. So in this case, it had to go to the Board Acquisition and Disposals Committee. And once the Board Acquisition Disposal Committee has approved or got it recommended to it, then that chairperson of that committee or that subcommittee of the board will then recommend the investment case to the board itself. And in this case, after the board is approved, it also needed to go to the minister because it exceeded the delegated framework within which the board could approve. I think the board could approve around 4 billion. So anything above the 4 billion needs to go to the minister.
So I Just wanted to ask you about this BADC, as we call it, the BADC. That we know is a committee of the board, correct?
That's correct.
And typically, who would sit on the BADC? How many members would it have?
Probably 4 or 5 non-executive board members would sit in there, and then the GCFO and the GCE were ex officio members of that committee.
Of the BADC. So that would have been up until they went, there was a seconded to Eskom, would have been Mr. Malefe and Mr. Singh.
Yes.
And how is the chairperson of the BADC appointed, you know?
I don't know. Probably by the chairperson of the board. I'm not sure. I've seen in certain instances where I think there were 2 separate processes that get followed in this type of thing. Amongst the non-executives, they will sit and they will say, we have 5 committees in the board, we need a chairperson of each. And then they would decide amongst themselves who is going to chair this one. But I know that 2 committees, which is the HR and Remuneration Committee, even after they've agreed, they have to send that to the minister to approve. So that is the HR and RAMCO, as well as the Audit and Risk Committee. I think those ones, the minister then gives final approval of who will chair that. So the chairperson of the board will then provide the minister to say, these are the people who will be the members and this is the person who will be the chairman. And then in terms of corporate governance, we'll also share a very brief CV of each of the members. But most of the time, because in Transnet, the board members are all appointed by the minister, so the minister would have had some of the CVs of these people before they were appointed.
So, Mr. Garma, just picking up from that, we were at 78.3, and you've explained that to us. And then what you deal with is the evolution of the business case. If I could take you to page 171, you will see about 7 lines down on the right-hand side. On 25 April 2013, 1 year after we handed over the process to the group, the board approved the business case. So it culminated in board approval, is that correct?
Yes.
And then you go on to say at 78.6, and you've already addressed this, once the business case was approved, the procurement process was initiated. I just want to ask you a few questions about that. From what we've heard, the procurement process, the initiation of it, you have the issuing of RFPs, you have that process in closing, and then you have various stages, the tender evaluation stage, the BAFO stage, best and final offer, and then the PTN, post-tender negotiation phase. And that then ultimately results in the conclusion of what are referred to as LSAs, locomotive supply agreements. Although, is that a correct delineation of the various phases? Tender evaluation, BAFO, and PTN stage.
Yes.
Now, who was, you say that Mr. Gianni, TFR, was involved in that procurement process?
Yes, Mr. Gianni was the overseer of the procurement process. Within the procurement process, I think they were close to, I might be wrong, maybe 120 individuals who dealt with this whole thing. And each of these, maybe there were 6 or 7 different committees. Each of them had a chairperson. So there would be a chairperson for the commercial stream. And so that educate, they've got certain things that they're looking for. There is a chairperson for the financial. stream. There would be a chairperson for the technical stream. There would be a chairperson for the supplier development stream. There were also triple B, EE, and equity sort of requirements that were required in there. So I don't know if I've done justice to the, I think it's different committees, but then those chairpersons constituted what was called the tender evaluation team. And each of those then reported to Gianni. Alongside that was the high value tender evaluation team, which is the independent team of experts and people that have got audit and compliance skills, and they will look at the procedures manual. They will look at the entire RFP to say what does it say and how do certain things happen. They will look at any deviations that need to be made, and they will make recommendations, and they'll say, okay, this deviation you can make, but go back to whoever is the delegated authority to give you the proper delegation to do it, etc., etc. So in total, I think roughly, let me just say between 60 and maybe 120 different people. I've seen their names in one of the documents that shows the different committees.
Well, I don't know if the number's that important, but I understood in your affidavit you talked about 40 people, but we'll come to that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Sure. I think
That's
they
why I'm
refer
saying-
to as cross-functional.
Yes, cross-functional teams, one for finance, commercial, etc. Some were smaller, some were bigger.
Now, Mr. Goma, perhaps just before we end off for the day, let me just ask you this. Would there then be a time where there would be a short list of bidders, and that preliminary choice or assessment would have to be approved again by the BADC and the board before one entered the post-tender negotiations?
It depends on the delegation that was made at the time that the investment decision is made. So the board will give the GCE a delegation. They will say, we give you delegation to go out on tender, which is the procurement process. If they want the GCE to shortlist, they would also say that. And then they'll say, after you shortlisted, come back to us for further delegation, share with us who you've shortlisted, etc., and we can then make a decision in terms of what the next steps ought to be. So that is normally the process. Sometimes they will say, GCE, we give you the authority to go out on tender, shortlist, approve a supplier, and come and share with us who the chosen supplier is based on your PPM.
Now, Mr. Goma, I understand that you would not have been involved yourself in the tender evaluation process, but that you were involved in the post-tender negotiations. Is that correct?
Yes, I was chosen or nominated, as it were, to be part of the post-tender negotiations. I had a very fancy title of the co-chair of the negotiating committee. And what it really meant was that if during the negotiations there was anything that the negotiating teams needed clarity on, or if there were deadlocks with suppliers, etc., they could come to me and explain the problem, and I could then sit with them and say, okay, go about it this way, look at it in different ways. As it turned out, I was never approached at any point by the teams to say we've deadlocked somewhere, we need your input or counsel or a certain amount of wisdom. It did not really happen. I think at each stage they came back and said, we are now at this stage, this is what we're doing. It became just more of an information sharing thing. I never found myself having to get stuck in any kind of negotiation.
So who were the other members of the Locomotive Steering Committee?
The Locomotive Steering Committee was chaired by the GCE. I was a member. The GCFO was a member. I think Legal and Compliance was a member. Probably Internal Audit. And I think Gianna was ex officio.
And then what's also surfaced in evidence is a subcommittee of the Locomotive Steering Committee. If you recall such a body comprising yourself, Mr. Molefe, and Mr. Singh.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a subcommittee, but I think that was the committee. And then some of the people were
All right.
ad hoc members.
And so you deal with your role, perhaps I could just take you so we can finish this off, to page 250.165, paragraph 70.1. You say, I was indeed a member of the Locomotive Steering Committee, whilst Brian Molefe designated me as co-chair of the negotiating committee. I did not participate in any negotiations as alleged or at all, whilst I did in fact offer to assist with any deadlock or disputes that arose during the negotiation process. I was at no stage requested to intervene or to assist. When you talk about, sorry, would you confirm that?
I confirm that.
When you talk about the co-chair, who was the other co-chair?
It was Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh. And who then, you say you did not become involved in the negotiations, who actually ran and conducted the negotiations?
In the main, Mr. Singh was actually based at the place where the negotiations took place. But I think he would be the one who would indicate whether he was ever approached in terms of the negotiation process. But Gianna oversaw aspects of it. At the negotiation, there were various teams. I know that there was a team that looked after the Transnet Engineering subcontract. There were financial teams, but in the main, it was a lot of the same people who were at the adjudication, who were also negotiating.
Chairperson, I see it's just after 5. If this is a convenient time to end the daytime session.
Unfortunately, some of us must go into the evening session. Yes, I think let's adjourn the day session at this stage. I think that in terms of where we are with regard to Mr. Gama's evidence for Friday, we are where we last discussed in chambers. I don't know whether in the meantime there's anything you wish to report back to me that is either yourself or yourself.
The only thing that I can report back to you from my side, Mr. Aldrich will tell you of his position, is that apparently Mr. Molefe is flexible.
Yes.
As you know, he's scheduled for Thursday night.
Yes.
He's indicated potentially that he's flexible. We haven't taken it any
Okay.
further with him.
Okay, all right. Okay, we leave it on the basis that from your side, sometime on Thursday or the evening session or sometime on Thursday, we can make time for Mr. Kama to continue his evidence, even if it's for the number of hours that his counsel would not be available on
So,
Friday morning, and then continue at a certain time on Friday, subject to what they have to say.
Chairperson, I think Mr. Aldrich should address you on that. As I understand that their
Yes.
position remains.
Yeah.
It's either Thursday and no Friday,
Yeah,
or it's Friday.
yeah.
Then, of course, with the difficulty of Mr. Aldrich not being here. But can I let
No,
him
that-
address you?
That's fine. Before, he might be able to address us, but I wanted to hear your side.
Yes.
That you have made that offer,
Yes.
or you are able to make that position that from the legal team side and the commissioner side.
Yes.
Once the president's evidence on Thursday is done, we could continue with Mr. Kama's evidence, whether we restrict it to a particular number of hours to make sure we don't lose time that would have been used on Friday morning. From your side, that's available. Then he can indicate what his position is.
Yes,
Okay,
Chairperson.
all right. Counsel for Mr. Kama, are you able to say anything about that position?
Mr. Chair, I don't want to burden the record with the repetition of what it is that I communicated to you in chambers.
Yes, yes.
Regrettably, my position is that I must commit
Yeah,
from a timing perspective to
Yeah.
another firm of attorneys by virtue of the matter that I have in court on Friday. I did communicate to Mr.
yes.
Myburg
Okay.
that I need to know well in advance. So if it's not a situation of us knowing by perhaps tomorrow afternoon, I have to commit my time elsewhere.
Okay, no, that's fine. I think as far as I am concerned, one, Friday proceeds as planned, usual starting time. However, we could start later than the usual time to accommodate counsel for Mr. Kama if on Thursday they are available for us to make sure whatever time we would lose on Friday is used on Thursday. But if obviously they are not available to take advantage of Thursday, then the position would remain that Friday remains as was prior to today. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair.
We will then adjourn for about 10, 15 minutes. Will 10 minutes do, Mr. Myburg? or
I think
15?
it should,
10 minutes,
Chairperson.
yeah.
We just need to establish a remote link to Mr. Solomon.
Yes, okay, maybe we say 15 minutes just to
Thank
be on
you.
the safe side. We'll adjourn for 15 minutes and then we'll then start with the evening session. We adjourn.
Unmute to me. To me. Unmute. Good afternoon, Mrs. Solomons. Camera one. To me. Camera one. Camera one. Give me the chairperson shot, please. Thank you. Camera one. Thank you.
I don't think she's... Hi, hi. Hi, I'm pleased to meet you. Nice to meet you. Hello, how are you?
Good afternoon, good evening to those who may not have been with us during the day session. Mr. Maybeck, are you ready?
Yes, we are. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, as you know, this is an application brought by Mr. Gigaba. You should have the file in front of you. There's the reference SEQ 18/2021. And in essence, it is an application for a determination that Ms. Gigaba's affidavit be found to be inadmissible. In the alternative, that Mr. Gigaba's statement of response be admitted, and that both his evidence and that of Ms. Gigaba be heard in camera and not disclosed to the public other than to the extent to which you refer to it in your final reports, and that Mr. Gigaba is granted leave to cross-examine Ms. Gigaba. Mr. Gigaba is represented by Mr. Solomons, who is remotely linked, but you'll see that he's there. Oh, here he comes.
Yes.
And with your direction and leave, Chairperson, I assume you would want Mr. Solomons to address you on the application.
Yes.
And that we would then respond.
Let's do that. Well, before we do that, Ms. Ngoma's legal representatives, do they wish to place themselves on record in regard to this application, or they want to do so only in regard to the leading of evidence?
Thank you very much, Chair. We do place ourselves on record. My name is Mpati Lebakeng.
Yes.
I am from Abasa Chambers in Sandton. I am with my attorney, Ms. Kwali, and indeed, Ms. Gigaba is here with us.
Yes.
Insofar as the application is concerned by Mr. Gigaba, I'm informed I have a letter that was sent prior to the commission and to their legal team indicating that Ms. Gigaba will not oppose and will simply abide by the decision of this commission.
Okay, all right. All right. Good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Solomons.
Evening, Chair. I appear in this matter together with my learned friend, Mr. Gumbi,
Yes.
for the applicant in the application.
Yes.
Chair, we were also furnished just shortly before the commencement of these proceedings with a letter which was apparently furnished to the commission from Mrs. Gigaba's legal representative. We were also aware that on the last occasion when our application was due to be heard and Mrs. Gigaba was due to lead evidence, that another letter was read out by her attorney on her behalf, setting out that she did not wish to participate further in the proceedings. So certain of the allegations that are contained in our application and certain of the submissions have to some extent been superseded, and we would submit, Chair, bolstered by the attitude of Mrs. Gigaba as set out in the two letters that have been presented to you. We have done
Well, Mr.
further.
Solomons, sorry, Mr. Solomons,
Yes.
I am aware that there's a certain letter, a long letter that was shown to me this afternoon from Ms. Ngoma's attorneys. It's too long for me to read, or it was too long for me to read within a tea break. So I did see certain parts of it, very little. I have not read it. I don't know. I didn't get the impression that it's essential to read it before the hearing. At any rate, it came late. So I don't take it as part of this application, nor do I take that other letter that was read out on that day as part of this application. I believe that what I have got here is simply the papers as they stood on that day. Whether or not anything has been filed since then, I'm not aware, and certainly I've not been told. So I'm very keen that we use the time we have to deal with the application, because if the position is that we end up having to hear her evidence, we need all the time that we can have. So I just mentioned that so that as you address me, you know what it is that I have read and what it is that I haven't read.
Yes,
Chair,
Chair,
may
no,
I
no,
ask-
Sorry, Mr. Solomons, I think Mr. Maibeg wants
Could
to
I-
say something.
Yeah, sorry, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt, but I've been asked that Mr. Solomons please clean his camera if possible, because the technical people say the picture is very fudged.
Oh, okay. Did you hear that, Mr. Solomons?
I heard, I'll try and ask for someone's assistance
Yes, okay. But
while I address you.
I can see you. Yes, continue.
Thank you. Chair, what you've just placed on record creates some difficulty for me and my client in this sense. We do believe that the letter that we just received now is important. It was just literally sent to us a few moments ago. We do believe it's important because it not only bolsters my client's application, but it in a sense supports the need for the relief that we seek. And if I'm precluded from referring to it, it will certainly hamper my client in presenting his application in the most favorable manner, and we would hope in the most informative manner for the benefit of the Commission. So
Well,
I don't want to make...
Well,
sorry, Chair.
Well, what I want to say to you is, I just wanted you to know what the factual position is, namely that I haven't read the whole of that letter, and what I've read is very little. That's as far as I wanted to go.
Yes.
Whether or not you can rely on it, and if you want to rely on it, what needs to be done, I haven't gone into that. I just wanted you to know that, as a matter of fact, I haven't read it because I haven't had time. I've been sitting the whole day hearing evidence.
I understand, and I'm appreciative of that difficulty. But Chair, then there's different ways to deal with it. If you're happy for me to address you on aspects of the letter in the absence of you having considered it in its entirety, I would be happy to do so. If you require my client to place the letter more formally before you by way of an affidavit, then that may mean that this application can't be heard now. We would have thought that if facts are placed before the commission, not by my client, then we would be, and when I say placed before the commission and placed on record before the commission, then my client, with respect, should be able to rely upon those facts insofar as he deems any of those facts or what has been placed on record to be supportive of his application, and hopefully also to bring those particular facts placed on record to the attention of the chair. So
One
as to
second.
allow the chair to.
Mr. Mybeck, one second, Mr. Solomons. Mr. Mybeck, do you have any position about the use of those letters that are not here?
Chairperson, I think we certainly, from the legal team's point of view, if this is going to give rise to a delay because Mr. Solomon wants to put in an affidavit, we would rather the matter be dealt with now.
Yeah.
It's not clear to me how this letter ultimately will assist Mr. Gigaba, but obviously Mr. Solomon wants to make his submissions.
Yeah, I think Mr. Solomon, if you submit to me that I can and should rely on it as it is, and I don't know if maybe you rely on both letters, the one that was read out here last time and the one that arrived today. If you submit that I can and should have regard to it, I'm quite happy to let you make that submission, and you refer me to whatever portions of it that you think are relevant or important, and we continue without me making any ruling, and then once I've had everything, I can take it from there. Is that fine with you?
That's quite fine, Chair. What I would perhaps recommend, subject to you, Chair, is that Mrs. Gigaba's legal representative perhaps read into the record the letter and place as she did on the last occasion.
Yeah, but I don't want somebody to read the whole letter because it's quite long. So if you have certain parts that you want to rely on, I'm quite happy to allow you to read those parts. That's number one. Number two, I want to place some time limits on the time for the application. So maybe let's do that first, so that as you make your submissions, you have an understanding how much time you have. Because of the fact that you are such experienced counsel, I think I should not give you more than 15 minutes. So what do you think? This is nothing. This is nothing. You can handle. You can handle this easily. So if I give you 15 minutes from now, is that fine?
I would be guided by you, Chair.
Yes. Let's try that.
Have you? I imagine you wouldn't have had the opportunity. Have you had the opportunity of seeing our amended submissions, which were sent today sometime to the Commission?
No, I have not seen them. I read the papers last time when the matter was going to be heard. I haven't seen any new papers today. They might be here, but I'm not aware of them. I have not been told about anything that may have been filed today. But
That's fine. Well, Chair,
Yes.
I'll try and stay within the 15 minutes.
Yes, no, that's fine.
Allocation.
Yeah, that's fine.
Can I just, at the outset then,
Mm.
tell you where we, without necessarily reading for the sake of time saving,
Yes.
passages from Mrs. Gigaba's letter. We want to just make the following points where we think what she has set out in the letter supports our contentions. The one is she appears to take the point that she's not a compellable witness, although she doesn't want to be a contemptuous witness. So she respects the subpoena received by her, but it would seem to us she wishes to exercise a marital privilege, which is part of what we have argued in our application and in our initial submissions and supplementary submissions. So that's the first point, and if Chair, you want to make a note of that, that's in paragraph 4 of the letter. Second point that we wish to make, which we submit is supportive of our contentions, is she says in paragraphs 8.3 and 8.4 of the letter, Chair, if you'd also just bear in mind, I've only had a very cursory glance at the letter.
Yes.
But she says, thank you, Chair, so she says that there are certain facts that are not in her personal knowledge. She also places on record that what's in her statement or affidavit is not in all respects, it would appear to me to be accurate. That's the third thing. The fourth thing, in paragraph 8.5, she raises security concerns, which we say supports the alternative relief that we seek. If she is to give evidence, that it should be in camera. We've raised that in our application alternative. And then flowing from that in 8.7, she's got a concern relating to public disclosure, which again feeds into our submission in regard to the alternative relief. Chair, I'm going to just try and share our amended submissions with you.
Yes. Yes, you may do so.
I'm trying now, and I just hope it will. Is the document on your screen, Chair?
Yes, it is, but let me find out, Mr. Maipo, do you know whether I've got a hard copy here in the file?
No, Chairperson, I don't think you do.
Yeah, I think your junior also shakes her head, so.
We ourselves haven't yet received
yes,
the amended written submission.
yes.
But I don't have a difficulty if Mr. Solomon.
Yes, I won't be able to read the text, Mr. Solomon's, so it would be better if you articulate those parts of the revised written submissions that you believe are important.
Yes.
I won't be able to
Yes,
read
right.
from where I am.
Certainly.
Yeah.
That's not a problem, but perhaps we could, it was sent to the Commission, and perhaps for the purposes of your ruling that our learned friend make available a hard copy whilst I proceed.
Maybe what I can tell you, Mr. Solomons, is that it might be convenient because of time constraints that you deal with your client's application only insofar as today, only insofar as it relates to relief other than leave to cross-examine, because even if I were to grant you leave to cross-examine, you wouldn't cross-examine today, so another day
No, we
would have to
wouldn't,
be
Chair.
arranged. So
we
maybe,
wouldn't.
maybe the relief of leave to cross-examine can be dealt with some other time. What is more urgent is such a relief as needs to be dealt with today if Ms. Ngoma is to testify.
Yes, yes, Chair, well, that involves two elements. One is our application that she should not testify in relation to the contents of her affidavit that have been shared with us. And then in the alternative, if she is, it should be held in camera. And we've made those submissions in our application why that should be.
Well, let's take the first one. What is the basis for the first one?
Chair, the
What's
basis
the
for
legal
the first one
basis?
is there are a number, but I'll just try and deal with them in turn. The main thrust is that these are parties who are married, who are going through an acrimonious divorce, and a large portion, and perhaps the majority of her evidence contained in the affidavit constitutes communications that took place between a husband and wife, which would ordinarily be protected by the marital privilege. So that's the first point. We say that communications that took place between Mr. and Mrs. Gigaba within the marital privilege context should not be aired in public. Secondly, we say that because of the acrimonious nature of their divorce proceedings, there is an inherent risk in the evidence and the veracity of the evidence that she is going to give, and that will impact upon questions of credibility, etc. And that fear has been exacerbated by the two letters that she has addressed to the Commission. And it seems to us that the Commission should not be used as a platform for evidence of this nature where the parties are engaged in an acrimonious divorce to bring about the end of their matrimonial regime. And we submit that it sets a dangerous and perhaps distasteful precedent that the Commission's work, which we all endorse, is extremely important for our fledgling democracy, but it should not be used as a forum for the airing of domestic grievances. The next reason why we say this evidence...
Hang on one second, Mr. Solomons. Maybe because I'm listening to what you have to say more than reading, I'm not reading what is on the screen, maybe you should just let us see your face and not the written submissions. I will make notes of the important points.
Can you not see me, Chair?
Well, I can see a little bit, but I'm focusing more on what you have to say to me than the written. I'd prefer to see you. How
Okay,
many?
so I'll stop the sharing then, and is that better then?
Yeah. I would prefer to see you as you make your submissions, and I would simply ask that you look at your written submissions and see what you need to put to
certainly,
me.
Chair.
Yeah.
Certainly, Chair. So, Chair, the other concern that we raise is the question of the minor children born of the marriage. There are numerous references which we've highlighted in our application where they are implicated in the evidence, and we need not overemphasize that the rights of those minor children would need to be protected, and to have this type of evidence presented in so public a forum, which concerns the relationship between the parents who are going through this divorce, we submit is another factor to be taken into account. So, Chair, why we say
Well, you have relied on 2 points in relation to the first relief. The marital privilege and the acrimonious nature of the divorce proceedings, is that right?
correct?
Yes. Marital privilege, you are saying I must refuse to hear evidence as a commission that may relate to allegations of state capture and corruption from a person who is willing to give that evidence and knowing that I'm not a criminal court.
Chair, if certainly we accept you're not a criminal court. The question of being willing to give the evidence, we have a concern with. We do emphasize that recent events have superseded our initial application, and we would invite you, Chair, not to ignore what has been submitted to the Commission through Mrs. Gigaba's attorney's letters.
Well, have you got, I'm sorry, have you got an accurate statement of the law on the privilege that you can refer me to?
We have in our heads.
Yeah, what does it say? Just read it.
Well, what we say is spousal testimonial privilege, we're talking now in a criminal context, does not exist merely to protect the rights of accused. It exists for public policy reasons and to protect the right of privacy. So,
no. What I want is a statement of the privilege, the principle. Where you have an accurate statement of what the privilege is. This is what may not be done. This is what may be done.
Yes, Chair,
Is it not that, is it available? Can it be invoked in a commission, in commission proceedings?
Well, of course we recognize, and we've made the point in our amended submissions, that a commission stands in a slightly different position, but what we are inviting you, Chair, to hold that the underlying public policy reasons would apply to a commission, because spousal, and we refer to a case of, we refer to the authors in Bewijsrecht, S.J. van Niekerk and S.E. van der Merwe. We've got the reference, it's at footnote 4 of our amended submissions. You could just make a note, Chair, paragraph 14.1, that spousal testimonial privilege reflects the public interest in preserving the institution of marriage, and in recognition of the role of marriage in society and in the value of preserving family, spousal testimonial privilege underlies the notion that spouses should be able to confide in one another freely and without interference from the law.
But I'm sorry, Mr. Solomons, I know I'm interrupting you, but I want to make sure by the time the 15 minutes is finished, you have dealt with matters that I think are important to assist me. Once it's accepted that the privilege is not per se applicable in commission proceedings, what you would be asking me is, you would be saying, and you must just confirm if that's what you are saying, we know it's not applicable, strictly speaking, to commission proceedings, but we think that it's something that the commission can take into account together with whatever else in deciding whether to grant the relief that we are asking for. Is that what you are saying?
Right, so, Chair. What we are saying is that there is spousal testimonial privilege, and in that context, the non-compellability argument that we've raised should apply, and we say that really distinguishes itself from the judgment in the Constitutional Court in State versus Zuma regarding compellability of witnesses. So what we are saying, Chair, is that where you have Mrs. Gigaba, who now appears to be a reluctant witness, is no longer a voluntary participant in the Commission's proceedings, we say that in terms of Section 3(4) of the Act, she should not and cannot be compelled to testify against Mr. Gigaba, because all the protections that one would normally have are no longer there, because her evidence on her own version is now inherently unreliable. And in this context, one should not allow the airing of spousal grievances against one another in the public forum of the Commission. So we're asking you, Chair, to exercise a discretion in terms of Rule 1.1, so that her evidence is ruled inadmissible, and her compellability is found in the circumstances which she now relies upon and which we have also relied upon, is such that she should not be compelled to give that evidence today before the Commission. And really we also rely, Chair, on the procedural prejudice, which we say outweighs the minimal probative value, if any, of Mrs. Gigaba's evidence which it offers. So when you look at the totality, when you look at what the position that Mrs. Gigaba has now adopted, the procedural privilege prejudice is such that you should exercise that discretion and find that compellability issue would apply to the work of the Commission. Where you've got, in the context of the spouse's relationship, a high likelihood that the evidence will be unreliable, fabricated, highly subjective, emotive, and possibly vindictively motivated. And Chair, the other problem we have, and I know you've said we should separate the question of cross-examination, and I'm not going to go there because in the interest of time, and we agree with what was behind the Chair's ruling in that regard. But we do say that were she to give evidence, we would be compelled to request you, Chair, to have an opportunity to tease out the collateral issues which give rise to portions of the evidence contained in her statement, which we again submit respectfully to you, Chair, is outside of the Commission's mandate and should not be allowed to be aired in this forum. And we've made the point, and we just want to emphasize that the admission of evidence of this nature, we submit, makes inroads on Mr. Gigaba and his children's rights to dignity and privacy. And we would submit, Chair, that you have the right in terms of Regulation 15 to determine your own procedures. Rule 6 allows you to receive evidence that you consider relevant, and that you need not follow the strict rules of evidence regarding admissibility. And we would submit that exercising that broad discretion that you have, this evidence should not be accepted. Chair, we make the point that whilst Rule 6 says that the ordinary rules of admissibility of evidence in courts of law need not be strictly applied to determine admissibility, we submit that the time-tested norms of admissibility in court proceedings would find relevance to the Commission's determinations. And this is because those norms with respect have been developed to take into account issues such as reliability, probative value, fairness in assessing evidence, all of which are concerns which ought similarly to be valued in the Commission's assessment. Sorry, Chair.
Yes,
did you want
I don't know
say-
whether you have gone beyond the first relief, because I'm looking at your time, whether you have started addressing the second relief or the alternative relief as well. So I'm just alerting you to time. I think you may well have exhausted 15 minutes, but maybe you have exhausted 10. So I just want you to be alive to,
Yes.
yeah, to that.
Certainly, Chair. You asked me about where the privilege arises in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act. I'm not going to read it, sections 198 and 199. They are to be found if you could make a note, paragraph 29.10 at page 15 of our amended submissions. And I'm just going to make this last
Yes.
submission and then move on to the second leg. But what we submit is that section 198 of the Criminal Procedure Act means that a witness in Mrs. Gigaba's position may refuse to disclose marital communications with her husband, and she could also refuse to disclose communications which she'd made. So we would say that she would be entitled to evoke that privilege. We say she should not be compelled to give evidence, and our amended submissions set out very clearly why we say this, and we would urge you, Chair, before you make any ruling, would have regard to that. Then just moving to the protection.
I'm sorry. In your written submissions, whatever you think is important, I would like you to articulate it, because I might not have time to go and read. But if you have articulated what you believe is important, that's fine. In regard to the first relief.
I think we have, Chair.
Yes, okay.
In respect of the first
Relief.
the first relief, it's just there's no time to refer you to all the authorities we rely upon, but they are in our
In the written
written
submissions.
submissions.
Okay.
In regard to the in-camera element,
Yes.
we submit to you, Chair, that if you do decide to have her evidence led, and if she is to give evidence, the proceeding should be held in camera. The reason we say you have that discretion in terms of Section 4 of the Act, and Regulation 2 also, as read with Regulation 9, gives you that those powers. 4.2 specifically says you can make an order to be held in camera. As she has now elaborated upon in the latest letter that was placed on record before the commencement this afternoon, and as elaborated upon by Mrs. Gigaba in his statement, the evidence is acutely intimate and personal, and it relates not only to the spouse's romantic and marital relationships, but also to their children's private lives. And many of these impact upon the divorce proceedings which are presently sub judice and pending. We have dealt with in quite some detail in our submissions.
Just hang on, Mr. Solomons. I was still just looking at the power in section 4.
Yes.
To, in-camera proceedings, strictly speaking, are proceedings where the court or the tribunal would exclude the public, in effect, from the hearing. I know that in this commission, the term in camera has been used sometimes for what we have done, namely to allow witnesses who fear for their safety, who don't want their identities to be disclosed or their faces to be shown, to give evidence from a venue that is different from the venue of the hearing, and their evidence is heard by the public, and they can be cross-examined, but their identities are not published and their faces are not shown. Sometimes members of the legal team have referred to that as in camera, but strictly speaking, it's not in camera, but that's what it is. Here, Section 4 says all evidence and addresses should be heard in public, provided that the chairman of the commission may, in his discretion, exclude from the place where such evidence is to be given or such address is to be delivered any class of persons or all persons whose presence at the hearing of such evidence or address is, in his opinion, not necessary or desirable. Now, of course, the reality is that for the past 2.5 years or whatever, the commission has been operating on the basis that its proceedings are broadcast live and so on. They are shown on TV and so on. I don't remember that the papers say anything other than in camera about what we should do with those arrangements, existing arrangements, if we grant your relief, bearing in mind what Section 4 says, namely the exclusion of the public from the venue.
Yes, well, Chair, we've said, and we agree with you that concealing the person's face in this situation is not what would meet the potential harm that we've described in our application and in our amended submissions. What we are saying is that where you have evidence of an acutely intimate and personal nature that relates not only to the spouse's romantic and marital relationship, but also to the children's private lives, it's inappropriate to have that evidence aired in a public forum. And perhaps the answer to our alternate relief that we seek is that it reinforces the need for that evidence not to be let. Because if the nature of these proceedings are such that arrangements can't be made to afford that protection, that really reinforces the need to exclude this evidence in all the circumstances that we've described between a spouse and a husband who may or may not be implicated in some wrongdoing. So it really just reinforces the need to exclude her evidence, because if you can't, and it's no criticism of the commission, but if one can't provide that type of anonymity and confidentiality and protection because of the nature of the proceedings, then we submit that really reinforces the point why Mrs. Gigaba should not be compelled to give evidence against her husband in the manner suggested.
My recollection, Mr. Solomons, my recollection of evidence relating to children seems to be simply evidence about some present being given to a child or something like that. I don't remember that there is evidence that relates to children that is
We've
really of any serious negative nature.
We've highlighted in our submissions, our amended submissions, Chair, the evidence that impacts upon the children. I mean, just by way of example, she commences her evidence with dealing with the nature of the romantic relationship with Mr. Gigaba when she was pregnant with the first child. She describes those issues. She describes the couple's financial arrangements at that time. She describes being unhappy with Mr. Gigaba's parenting, claims that he did not spend enough time with his children.
Yeah.
A lot of these, I wouldn't necessarily want to go through the list.
No, no.
Because it is in a sense self-defeating, because
Yeah.
we're saying
No,
those,
no, no.
that evidence should not. Sorry,
Okay,
Chair.
okay, all right. Is it fine if I give you, I see we are at nearly 1:15. I think you started maybe about 1:45 or 22, I'm not sure. Is it fine if I give you 5 minutes to deal with whatever remains?
That's fine, Chair. Thank you.
Okay.
We're grateful for the indulgence.
Okay,
What we would just submit on the question of the children, that the references to the children are not simply passing references. Mrs. Gigaba's claims intertwine the children's lives, their health, their possessions, their relationship with their parents, into the allegations against Mr. Gigaba. So there's really a cross-pollinization which would be very difficult to untangle. And those references are just contextualized amongst other details about immediate family and extended families, homes, and relationships. So the silver thread that underpins the entire affidavit of Mrs. Gigaba runs deeply into the family relationship, the extended family relationship, the children. And that evidence, of course, cannot be heard, least of all tested, Chair, without intimate aspects of the children's lives being disclosed. So in doing so, and regardless of the outcome of the findings, the Gigaba children, who are now only 8 and 9 years old, will invariably be tainted indelibly with links of allegations of state capture and the acrimonious divorce proceedings between their parents being aired in so public a forum. And we say that such disclosure does not serve the public confidence in a manner that is proportionate to the harm occasioned to the children's best interests.
yes.
And we furthermore oppose the compellability of Mrs. Gigaba for the reasons we've stated, but our concerns have been certainly exacerbated by the recent events and what she has placed on record before you.
Yes.
And really the legal teams who oppose our applications suggestion that the evidence will be protected from public disclosure on the basis of the identity of witnesses doesn't assist us really to meet these requirements. So we would submit, Chair, that this is a case for the extension of the compellability argument, that given the unique facts that you are now presented with, particularly Mrs. Gigaba's changed attitude, she is no longer a witness who has simply come to the commission. And we just want to make this point, which really concerns us, and this is our final point, is that we had understood she had approached the commission, but it seems from the letter that we received this afternoon that the commission approached her. And when you look at the way her statement reads with the headings and the flow of the statement, it engenders quite a lot of concern on the part of my client as to how the entire narrative was structured and whether that is indeed the ipsa dixit of Mrs. Gigaba, in the sense of, she says, now placing on record that there are aspects of the statement that she's unhappy about. And what we say sets a dangerous precedent is that if the Commission is prepared to go and seek out witnesses who are involved in divorce proceedings which are pending between spouses to give evidence against a notionally implicated spouse, it really would set a very dangerous precedent.
No,
So we
Mr.
would submit,
Solomons,
Chair-
no, Mr. Solomons, if the commission is set up to investigate allegations of state capture and corruption, it can't stop to look for people who can assist us just because they happen to be married or happen to be going through some divorce proceedings. It looks for people who can assist us determine the issues before it. It is doing the right
Now, of
thing
course,
if it becomes aware that somebody may have information that will help it with the issues that it is required to deal with, it would be doing the right thing to make the approach, because it seeks to carry out its mandate.
No, Chair, we accept that, but in circumstances where the witness now says that there are aspects of that affidavit she doesn't agree with,
That would be a separate matter. That would be a separate matter.
That's what we're saying, not as a general proposition,
Yeah.
but just in these particular circumstances, Chair.
Okay,
Those are
all
our
right.
submissions, Chair.
Okay, no, thank you. Mr. Mybeck, do you want to say something?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. We have prepared some brief written submissions, if I could hand them up to you. They have been
Okay.
provided previously to Mr. Solomon.
Okay.
Chairperson, I take it that we also have
15 minutes.
10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Well, Mr. Solomons ended up having much more than
We won't take more than
that.
15.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Chairperson, in these legal submissions, we set out in our introduction the relief that is sought. And then in the second section, we deal with the applicable regulatory framework, which I'm not going to waste time on. I want to take you directly, please, to section 3. That is at page 4, dealing with the admissibility of the witness's affidavit. Now, as a general statement,
Just one second. Mr. Solomon, can you hear, or I say I don't see your face, but can you hear Mr. Mybeck?
I can indeed, Chair. I thought just to save bandwidth and
No, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that you are able to hear so that if you, when you are required to respond, you will have heard him. Okay, all
Thank you,
right.
Chair.
Mr. Mybeck?
so at paragraph 17, we make the point, Chairperson, that in general terms, the witness's evidence deals directly with matters that fall within the Commission's terms of reference. And also that the affidavit and the evidence falls within the mandate and area investigation of the Commission. And then we set out in paragraph 19, and I'm not going to deal with this on the record,
Yes.
what the witness's evidence includes. And you would have seen that. And a lot of it is corroboratory.
Yeah.
At paragraph 20, we also mention that she presents important original evidence. And then at 21, Chairperson, we pose the question then, on what basis can this affidavit be found to be inadmissible? And when you look at Mr. Gigaba's affidavit as a whole, he deals with 3 main points. Firstly, that the affidavit, it's alleged, seeks to publicize private matters. Secondly, that the admission of evidence is prejudicial to him. And thirdly, that the nature of the witness's evidence is largely irrelevant and of little probative value. We say the first contention is founded on the allegation that the witness's approach to the commission is, and I quote, an improper effort to advance her agenda in our divorce proceedings. Well, Chairperson, that is a matter for evidence, as motive often is. And then as for the balance of the applicant's complaints under this head about personal and matrimonial communications and, as he puts it, most disturbingly references to our children, they are without merit. And I would invite you, Chairperson, to have regard to paragraph 16 of the papers, and perhaps I could just take you there. This is at page 9, paragraph 16. Thirdly, and most disturbingly, Nomshulo makes several references to our children. And this is a point, Chairperson, that you put to Mr. Solomon. When you look at these 5 subparagraphs, I mean, they're completely innocuous. They're contextual. I'm not going to go into the detail for obvious reasons. We go back to our submissions at paragraph 24. The second contention is premised on the hypothesis that the witness may assert marital communication privilege under cross-examination and thus avoid answering questions which would otherwise implicate, it said, her improper motive. And this will somehow cause procedural prejudice. Well, of course, that's an hypothesis. We don't know whether Ms. Gigaba is going to do that. But what is clear is that marital privilege doesn't apply in these proceedings, and what we also know is that that privilege for the purposes of the affidavit was waived. And then the third contention is the weakest of all of them. What is submitted is that large parts of the evidence are irrelevant and of little probative value. Chairperson, if I could take you please to paragraph 28.3 of the affidavit. At page 15. And I'd invite you, Chairperson, to read through these various paragraphs and ask yourself, how conceivably can these things that are listed here be irrelevant? In fact, it's hard to imagine, with respect, a greater relevance to the work of this commission than some of the things that are listed in this paragraph.
I see, I see particularly 28.3.6.
Yes. So
Yeah,
this is highly admissible.
yeah.
All 3 legs that are relied upon are without merit. We then come to the in-camera part of things. And really what I want to just direct your attention to, if I may, is paragraphs 34 and 35 of our submissions. Of course, Chairperson, what needs to be done here is there must be a comparable weighting of competing rights or interests. That's what's called for. As in the case of courts, one of the factors to be weighed in the balance is the importance of retaining the trust and confidence of the public in the proceedings of the Commission, and also in its eventual findings and recommendations.
And I guess that it doesn't help Mr. Solomon's case that his client was a public representative.
Well, precisely.
That doesn't help that case. Yes.
DCJ, what we do is we cite some authorities at footnote 19. If I could please take you to the flag that we have at the end of our heads, where we reproduce those 3 quotations, all judgments of the Constitutional Court, obviously all in different contexts. But what strikes a particular chord with us is Shinga at the bottom, paragraph 25. The section makes dangerous inroads into our system of justice, which ordinarily requires court proceedings that affect the rights of parties to be heard in public. These were criminal appeals in chambers. It provides that an appeal can be determined by a judge behind closed doors. And we say that this is equally apposite and particularly important. No member of the public will know what transpired. Nobody can be present at the hearing. Far from having any merit, the provision is inimical to the rule of law, to the constitutional mandate of transparency, and to justice itself. and the danger must not be underestimated. Closed court proceedings carry within them the seeds for serious potential damage to every pillar on which every constitutional democracy is based. And then, if I could take you, please, to paragraph 35, and this is the point that you were raising with our learned friend. The Commission has historically granted applications to mainly protect the identity of witnesses whose evidence is led before the Commission. Those applications were founded upon security threats to the lives and safety of witnesses, the Witness Protection Act, or where legislative and regulatory frameworks compelled the non-disclosure of the identity of persons or classified information. Even in those grave circumstances, the presentation of evidence was not prohibited in any material respect from public consumption, which the applicant seeks to achieve. And perhaps I could just, because it's central and we dealt with it today, where the evidence of the 3 Transnet drivers, witnesses 1, 2, and 3, were heard in camera. They still appeared. They gave evidence. Yes, their faces were blanked out. There's still a transcript of the evidence. There's still an affidavit relating to the evidence. What Mr. Gigaba wants is for you to shut down this venue and for the public to know nothing about what happens literally behind closed doors, save for what you may write in your report. We say there's simply no basis for that. I don't know whether Mr. Solomon dealt with the application for cross-examination, but we only have one point to make.
I think he didn't, but he might have mentioned some things relating to these that are mentioned in the cross-examination application. But I said to him, let's leave out the cross-examination application for another day.
So Chairperson, the bottom line here is this is a highly relevant and admissible affidavit. It would do fundamental damage to the public perception of this commission if we were to go literally behind closed doors. And then, so far as Ms. Gigaba's letter is concerned, I don't want to prejudge what Ms. Gigaba's counsel may or may not make of this letter. But it isn't clear to me that Ms. Gigaba is saying that she's not cooperating with the Commission.
Well, I think on the contrary,
Yes.
she reaffirms or affirms her cooperation. From what the bits that I've read, she seems to be suggesting that it might not even have been necessary for the summons to be issued.
Well, that's the point I wanted to make in conclusion, DCJ. Paragraphs 10 and 11. The last sentence of 10, we are available to discuss the way forward in the spirit of cooperation and civic duty. And then paragraph 11 at the end, she said that she's been treated poorly by the Commission. She has now been summoned without being given an opportunity to make submissions as to the necessity for the summons. So yes, she complains about the way that she's been handled. The Commission is an open book. She must ventilate that on the record if she is allowed to give evidence, and those things must be dealt with.
Yeah.
If there are errors in her affidavit, well, those must be corrected.
Yeah.
Those are our submissions.
No, that's fine. Thank you. Mr. Solomon, can I give you 7 minutes in response?
That should suffice, Chair.
Okay,
Chair,
all right.
we don't agree with our learned friend's characterization of our application as based on the 3 legs that he has argued. We say that our application deals with spousal testimonial privilege, which is the compellability issue, which he hasn't dealt with. We say that we've raised that issue, and we say that on a proper reading of her letter, she's raised the compellability issue. And where someone has a witness who's not disrespectful of the Commission in the sense that she refuses to come to the Commission, she says she's cooperating with the Commission, but as we read it, she's exercising her spousal testimonial privilege concerning compellability. And in that sense, she should not be compelled to testify. Second point we've relied upon is the marital communications privilege. and that's sections 198 and 199 of the Criminal Procedure Act. And we make the point, which our learned friend with respect hasn't addressed, that spousal testimonial privilege means a spouse cannot be compelled to give evidence in criminal proceedings against their spouse at all. And we say there's no reason why that should not apply in these particular circumstances to the Commission and the work of the Commission, and insofar as this particular application is concerned. And we submit that it applies for two reasons: the discretion that you have in terms of Section 3(4) of the Commissions Act, and secondly, it's principally to protect the institution of marriage, not just an accused. So it's far beyond the narrow argument that our learned friend is evoking. And we submit that Mrs. Gigaba is both not a compellable witness and is also entitled to raise marital communication privilege in response to questions arising out of the marital relationship. And the mere fact that she mentions issues relevant to the mandate does not afford the nature of her evidence probative weight or render her compellable in the sense that our learned friend, although has not argued, but by implication. And of course, Chair, we make the point strongly that if the state capture legal team accepts that her evidence may be tainted by improper motive, and that this is a matter for evidence, that point only really bolsters our argument that credibility needs to be tested, and this is not the forum to descend into marital disputes and go and test credibility. So, Chair, in regard to the first leg of our application, we submit that our learned friend has not put up any compelling reason why any of the arguments that we've advanced should not be accepted. Insofar as the question of in-camera hearings, we've made our submissions. We stand by the concern we have that where in circumstances such as this, given the stance now adopted by Mrs. Gigaba, it would be extremely prejudicial, particularly to the children born of the marriage. And we don't agree with our learned friend's characterization of the evidence and how it may or may not impact upon them for that evidence to be aired fully in the full glare of the public eye. We would then again ask you, Chair, to uphold our application, that the affidavit be found inadmissible, and that she should not be allowed to give evidence as we've submitted, but in the alternative, if she is, that should be done in a total, protected, confidential, in-camera manner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Solomons. Prayer 1 is clear. Prayer 2A, I'm not sure what it means, Mr. Solomons. Mr. Solomons?
Trying to unmute myself.
Oh, I'm not sure.
That just,
Do you persist in that prayer?
yes,
Or is that for later?
That's for later. We would
Okay.
we would submit.
Okay.
Chair, you need not rule on that now.
Yes, and then B is the in-camera one.
Yes,
Yeah, and C.
it goes together with B.
Is C for now or for later?
I think it would be for now, Chair. Because if you agree that it should be held in camera, then you
Well,
would need to.
well, if I were to grant B, you would not need C, isn't it? Because it would follow from B.
I think so, Chair. I think it's just belts and braces, but I
But-
think you're correct.
But if I'm not prepared to grant B, what would that make of C? Would it survive
think-
that or not?
I don't. No, I don't think there would be much left of C in those circumstances.
Yes. Okay, all right.
And then D we've left over to.
Yeah, D we leave, we leave for another day. And,
Yes, Chair.
and your side can remain, so to speak, dominus litis in regard to that after today, in terms of what's to be done, and when it is done, we can look at that and see to what extent argument is necessary, or whether I can just deal with it in chambers without
Thank you, Chair.
hearing without oral argument. So we can,
Yes,
but
Chair.
we can look at that after today.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, all right. I'm not going to give reasons for my decisions, but my decision. But if anybody wishes to have reasons, they can make a request in writing, and the reasons would be provided. Having had the application, I'm satisfied that Mr. Malusi Knowledge Agnes Gikaba's application for prayer 1 in his notice of motion, as well, and yeah, for prayer 1 in his notice of motion should be dismissed, and it is dismissed. With regard to the alternative in prayer 2 that relates to Ms. Mngoma, Mrs. Gikaba's evidence being had in camera, that also is dismissed. The application for leave to cross-examine will be dealt with at some other stage, and any other relief that the applicant may deem necessary to be dealt with at that stage, that is covered by the notice of motion. That is the decision. So the
As
long
it
and
pleases
short,
you, Chair.
yes, the long and short is that Ms. Mngoma, Mrs. Gigaba, may give evidence and will do so in the open.
As you please, Chair.
Okay, all right. Shall we take a 10 minutes adjournment and then resume? We'll adjourn for 10 minutes before we resume. We adjourn. ready, Mr. Mybeck?
Yes, I am, Chairperson. With your leave, I understand that my learned friend would like to address you.
Yes, okay. You can do so from where you are if your mic is working and you'll be comfortable. Okay?
Thank you, Chairperson. I was told the mic is in proper working order.
Yes, okay.
Through you, Chair, we have been requested, specifically by Ms. Gigaba, that it is important, before she is called to address you, that the contents of the letter be placed on record. So that whatever references she has to make, or whatever address she has to make, will be premised upon us having placed this letter on record.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll therefore just try and go as swiftly as possible
Yeah,
through the letter, and it reads as follows.
yeah.
Dated today. The Honorable DCJ, we refer to the above matter, and in particular to this afternoon's proceedings scheduled for the hearing of Ms. Gigaba's application, as well as the leading of Ms. Ngoma's, our client's, evidence. An impression has been created, it appears to us, wrongly, that our client is reluctant or refuses to cooperate with the Commission. We must clarify at the outset that our client does not wish to act in a manner which undermines the authority of the Commission or the chairperson. She is a law-abiding citizen who had wished to play her civic duty in assisting the Commission to the best of her ability. She has acted in this spirit throughout her engagements with the Commission. Our client also has never had direct encounter with the chairperson of the Commission, a person she holds in very high regard. This is why she has decided that this letter should be addressed directly for the attention of the chairperson, as it is not clear whether or not he is fully aware of the issues raised herein. Our client has taken this step of communicating directly with the chairperson because she believes that there is animosity exhibited by the evidence leading team towards her, which has led to the unnecessary and inexplicable issuing of summons. Our client is not an implicated person, yet the summons is issued to compel her testimony as though she's an implicated person. More importantly, she is not a compellable witness. In this letter, we will set our client's concerns, which we understand the chairperson has called for, as the Commission is aware. Our client was previously scheduled to give evidence on the 9th of April 2021, and this was subsequently postponed at the Commission's instance to the 13th of April 2021. However, on the 13th of April, we presented the Commission with a letter stating that our client, due to certain concerns that she has, would be withdrawing her participation in the Commission. This position was also reiterated when our Ms. Makatene appeared before the Commission on the afternoon of 13 April 2021. During the said appearance, the chairperson asked for the details of the concerns that our client had, and unfortunately, we had at the time not had an opportunity to consult with our client for purposes of eliciting the details of the concerns. Following the proceedings of the 13th of April 2021, as set out here and above, our client was served with a summons in terms of Section 3.2 of the Commissions Act 8 of 1947, read with rules of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegations of state capture, corruption and fraud in the public sector, including organs of state, published in Government Gazette number 41774 of 16 July 2018. To appear as a witness to give evidence before the Commission on the 26th of April at 16 hours. The said summons were served at our client's place of residence on the 16th of April 2021 during her temporary absence. Our client received the summons upon her return on Monday, 19th of April 2021, and forwarded same to us on the 21st of April 2021. We have now had an opportunity to consult with our client, and she has reiterated that she has always given the Commission her full cooperation and respect. However, the concerns outlined herein below, and which the chairperson requested that our client should spell out in detail, have rendered it difficult for her to continue assisting the Commission. The concerns raised by our client, some of which have been brought to the attention of the Commission in the past, are hereby listed below in compliance with the directive of the chairperson. On the eve 8.1, On the eve of her initially scheduled appearance before the Commission, 8 April 2021, she had to consult with the Commission's new evidence leader, Advocate Anton Meyerberg, SC, who had replaced Advocate Paul Pretorius, SC. The change in counsel was disruptive, as our client's previous counsel had specifically discussed with Advocate Pretorius that he would lead her evidence. It also became clear during the consultation that Advocate Meyerberg had previously not been favored with a proper handover report of the issues and concerns already raised with Advocate Pretorius. There had been a few consultations between our client and Advocate Pretorius previously, and significant progress had been made in preparing our client's evidence. This abrupt replacement of the evidence leader meant that our client had to go through the same process all over again. It is traumatic for our client to be forced to repeat the events of her testimony, since her marriage is in a state of collapse and there are minor children involved. The Commission shows no consideration and empathy to the position when it changes its legal teams for its own undisclosed reasons. During the aforesaid consultation on the 8th of April 2021, our client pointed out to the evidence leaders that there were certain facts reflected in the affidavit that were not in her personal knowledge, which needed to be discussed with her and clarified. At the time of issuing of the summons, this had not been addressed. When these issues were raised with the evidence leading team, the tone of Advocate September was accusatory, suggesting that it was our client's fault that these errors were not picked up before the affidavit was signed. Given her state of anxiety about the evidence which is against her current husband, and gives detail of her married life and children, of her marriage and children, it is grossly unfair for the Commission evidence leaders to seek to shift blame to our client. Instead, as previously suggested by Advocate Meyerberg and agreed to by our client, these aspects could have been clarified in a supplementary affidavit. Serious security concerns pertaining to our client's safety had been brought to the attention of the Commission, and an undertaking was made that the Commission would look into this aspect. Our client had not heard from the Commission in this regard, nor has she been afforded any form of security or the courtesy of an explanation for the failure to do so. Our client's first affidavit was leaked to the media, and she brought her dissatisfaction with this to the attention of the Commission. This aspect exacerbated our client's security concerns. The Commission undertook that it would investigate the source of the leak and revert to our client. No update has to date been furnished by the Commission to our client around this issue. Our client also highlighted to the Commission her discomfort about the Commission sharing her affidavit with AJ Gupta without informing her or her legal team. It mentioned that AJ Gupta was implicated, but he has not been in the country since the Commission started, and there was no basis to share the affidavit with him. The Commission has been wrongly suggesting that our client volunteered to come to the Commission, when the correct version is that she was approached by the Commission's Mr. Sakile Masuku in December 2020. And she in turn agreed to assist the Commission in compliance with her civic duties and as a law-abiding citizen. The letter must be read together with our letter dated 13 April 2021. We trust that the above does set out the reasons for our client's non-appearance on the 13th of April and demonstrate that her position to do so was not in defiance of the Commission, but emanates from serious concerns, which the Commission has failed to address. This is further demonstrated by our client's decision to attend physically today in order to explain her stance, which she would have done even in the absence of the unlawful summons. We do not believe that the hostile and heavy-handed attitude adopted by the evidence leaders have assisted the process. Our client has taken a risky decision to testify at her own expense and that of her children. She is now being portrayed as a villain who is in breach of the chairperson's directions, which is both wrong and unfortunate. We are available to discuss the way forward in the spirit of cooperation and civic duty. In the totality of the circumstances, our client is of the firm view that the conduct of the Commission towards her has been abusive, discriminatory, and disrespectful, and no regard has been given to her rights and the traumatic experiences she has had to endure at the hands of other law enforcement agencies in the past 9 months. Instead, these experiences are being repeated for no justifiable reason. She has now been summoned without being given an opportunity to make submissions as to the necessity of the summons. We trust that the above is in order. If the chairperson deems it necessary, the above issues will be elaborated upon in an open hearing. This is the letter was signed, yours faithfully, RMT attorneys. Chairperson, this is basically the letter that we are aware Chairperson has been in hearings the whole day today, and unfortunately, as a result, would have been unable to look at the contents of this letter. However, what we seek to do, Chairperson, is to persuade the Chairperson to consider this letter. And if necessary, allow Ms. Gigaba to have the opportunity to say, Chairperson, I am here because I respect without fail the process of this commission. She raises various concerns, Chairperson, which have been listed in paragraph 8. And all she does, Chairperson, is to say, I am humbly requesting that these issues that I raise be considered, and if this letter fails to persuade the Chairperson, then Ms. Gigaba is here, and she will be able to explain any other issue that the Chairperson wishes to explain. However, if there's anything else that the Chairperson would like me to address before we proceed, Chairperson, I'll be happy to do so.
No, that's fine. But is the position that she is here on the basis that she, although she has concerns, she is happy to assist the commission, or is the position that she has concerns, she's only here because she's compelled through the summons, otherwise she would not like to be here?
Chairperson, I will steal your words. Actually, I think you've summed it quite well.
I want to know.
Actually, I think you've summed it quite well.
Because Mr. Solomon was interpreting the letter in a certain way, that is her, the attorney's letter, and I had received a certain impression of it which was different from what he was saying. So I want to hear from you exactly what her position is.
Chairperson, maybe I should start from the onset by saying, first of all, Ms. Gigaba feels it is of paramount importance that if she can assist the commission in any way, she will be happy to do so. The only grave concerns that she has, Chairperson, is that the affidavit before you does not demonstrate. First, it contains information that, certain information that is not within her knowledge, certain information that she has disputed, and certain information that she does not agree. And she says, Chairperson, that unless that is brought clearly and explicitly to the commission, so that the chair is aware, amongst others, that, for instance, Ms. Gigaba is not happy with paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 1, 2, 3 reasons. And she says, unless that is made clear to the commission, then the chairperson and the Republic will be under the understanding that what is contained in that affidavit is what Ms. Gigaba is saying. Hence, she's saying, Chairperson, through you, I am happy to file an affidavit to identify for the chairperson all the aspects that I say do not reflect that which I would want to communicate to the chairperson.
Yes.
I do also need to emphasize that she does act, Chairperson, that indeed she's not a compellable. She says so. And she says, Chairperson, she believes that she enjoys the privilege, the long discussion that was had earlier, Chairperson. Not only the privilege that falls under marital privilege, Chairperson, but further, the privilege against self-incrimination. And Chairperson, what is critical?
Well, the one of self-incrimination is
Indeed.
is separate. So
Indeed, Chairperson.
So that stands on a different footing. Yeah, okay, continue.
Indeed, Chairperson, absolutely, I agree. So, Chairperson, what she's simply saying is it is important for her to demonstrate to the chair that she will not disrespect the direction of this commission. She expresses her reluctance in this letter, not only of the basis that she feels she's an uncompellable witness, but she raises a plethora of issues that she feels have caused her even further discomfort with participating further in the commission. Now, Chairperson,
It's like you are confusing me even more. Because when you started, I thought you said she is saying she is happy to assist the commission. She thinks it's an important job that it is doing, but she just has certain concerns, and particularly she's concerned that in her affidavit, there may be certain, or there are certain parts which are not within her personal knowledge, and she would like, or she would have liked, to have done a supplementary affidavit which would have identified those. Now, that's not a problem. That's somebody who says, I want to assist, but there is a problem with some of the, some parts of the affidavit. But then when you went on,
Chairperson, I was going to point to.
or is it the instructions that are difficult?
So, I'm sorry, Chairperson, maybe I'm probably tripping over myself in the process. I do apologize.
Yeah.
But that is the first part, to say, I'm unhappy with aspects of my affidavit for the reasons I've already advanced. Then she goes further. She says, I come here with absolute respect for the commission and a civic duty that I take very seriously. And she says, that being the case, I am married to Mr. Gigaba still. She says, I believe for that reason alone, I am not a compellable.
And therefore, I would not like to be here if I have a choice.
If I have a choice, I would rather not be here.
Okay. I think that answers my question. She's
Well-
not here by choice.
No, she's not
She's
here by
here
choice.
because of the summons.
Indeed, Chairperson.
Okay.
Not only the summons, but she raises that very issue, Chairperson, in the last paragraph of the
Yeah.
letter, where she says, I am concerned with the fact that an impression has been created out there
Yeah.
that I have volunteered to come to the commission, when in actual
Yes.
fact I was called by the commission on this
Yes.
particular date and so on and
Yes,
so on.
yes. Well, I seem to remember that she gave an interview to one of the television stations, and she said she would be prepared to give evidence before the commission if she was asked to. Is that not true?
Chairperson, to quote her specifically, and I hope I will quote it as verbatim as she said it. The response to the question of whether or not she would be willing to come to the commission was, if I am requested by the commission to come through, I will be happy to assist my husband in issues where he needs me to help him remember. I will not go further than that.
Okay, all right.
But that is the response that she gave specifically to that question.
Okay, okay, all right. All right. Thank you. Let me say, as I said earlier on, it is the duty of the commission, when it becomes aware of anybody who might have knowledge of information, or knowledge or information about matters that fall within its terms of reference, to approach that person and seek evidence, seek a statement, seek an affidavit, and if it is satisfied that the person knows matters that are relevant and material to the commission, to ask that person to make themselves available, and if they are not prepared to make themselves available to testify unless they are compelled, to compel them.
Indeed.
So you might just be talking on television, or you give an interview to a newspaper, you say something. If the commission becomes aware that you may be having knowledge of matters that it is interested in, it will approach you.
Indeed.
And it would be a dereliction of duty if the commission would be aware of that and not approach you when it appears that you may have information that falls within the terms of reference.
Indeed, Chairperson, I agree
Yes.
totally.
Okay, all right.
As the
Thank you.
chairperson.
And then let me just mention this. All concerns that your client has about how the commission may have treated her, how investigators may have treated her, or the legal team, requests that she may have made, or whatever, there's no problem with her articulating them. I will hear Mr. Mybeck might be able to say something about them, or some of them, either now or at a later stage when they've had enough time to look at the contents of the letter. But we are interested in making sure that if anybody has concerns and they articulate them, we look at them. And where we think the concerns have got merit, we will say so. Where they can be addressed, we want them to be addressed.
Indeed so, Chairperson. In fact, that's the very reason why Ms. Gaba actually said, I think it's important. I think to some extent, the chair is not aware of the
Yes.
concerns that I keep
Yeah,
raising.
yeah.
And if I do
Yeah.
not let the chair into the
Yes.
picture of my concerns,
Yes.
then
yes.
it means I would have not only been unfair to the commission, but at all times the chair would believe that everything is going perfectly well and that there's no reason why I am not presenting myself as,
Yes.
as I should.
Yeah, no, that's very important. I think earlier today, I may have referred to Mr. Montana, who was giving evidence last week, former group CEO of PASA. He had his own concerns. He chose to come and made his request very respectfully, articulated his concerns, and they have been looked into. Those that can still be addressed, attempts will be made to address them, and he was allowed to continue to give evidence. He's cooperating with the commission, and my own sense is that if anybody asked him, he would tell them that he is being heard fairly, but his concerns will be looked at, and the commission will go back to him and say, on this one we agree, on this one we don't agree, on this one this is the position, so that he knows what has been done about it.
Indeed, Chairperson, I think Ms. Gigaba is there for right.
Same thing with me, Ms. Ngoma, Ms. Gigaba, and I think she will tell me just now which one she prefers. We must use. If she has any concerns, we'll look at them, and some we might not be able to address. But those that we can address, we try and address. And where the commission or the legal team or investigators might not have gone back to her, they'll try and go back to her on those.
Thank you very much,
Okay,
Chairperson.
thank you. But maybe one thing that I can say about the change of the evidence leader, because I did hear that she expressed a concern about that. I must say that I'm responsible for that. So it's not Mr. Mybeck's fault. And it's not for any reason other than simply that Mr. Pretorius is busy with certain matters, Mr. Mybeck was busy with certain matters at a certain time, and I said, like, in these circumstances, let Mr. Mybeck deal with the matter, and so it's nothing. But I understand that sometimes a particular person might find that maybe they deal better with a particular person, or maybe that's not the issue. It's just that she had to now start afresh with somebody and tell the same story. So, but that decision came from me, and it was simply a way of trying to see how best to use our resources.
Indeed, Chairperson. And I think she definitely understands that.
Yes,
And
yes,
in all
yes.
honesty, the schedule of the commission has been quite hectic lately,
Yes,
and I
yes.
don't think anybody's not aware of that
Yes,
fact.
yes. It happens quite frequently. Actually, even today, I just made another change in another work stream and said, okay, this one will deal with that, this one will deal with that. So it happens quite frequently. Okay,
Thank you
all
very
right.
much, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Mybeck, would you like to?
Chairperson,
Say
subject to
something.
your direction, I would prefer to lead Ms.
Okay,
Gigaba in
yes,
evidence.
yes.
I certainly do intend to respond to this, but
At some stage, yeah.
I wouldn't like that to interfere
With
the
today?
presentation of her evidence. As you've
Okay.
mentioned, there might be things
Yeah,
here that we need to investigate and look at a little bit more carefully.
no, that's fine. Good evening, Ms. Mngoma, and you must tell us how you wish to be addressed. Is it Ms. Mngoma or Ms. Gigaba, or either is fine? Which one do you prefer? Either is fine. Okay, all right. Okay, you have been listening to the discussion, is that all right? The one thing which I didn't mention to your counsel, and maybe she's listening, is the issue of a supplementary affidavit. I would imagine that she should be fine with a situation where, as she goes along with her affidavit, with her evidence, she can point out what she would have corrected in a supplementary affidavit. Is that fine? Just put on your mic. Yeah. Switch it on.
Thank
yeah.
you, Chair. I probably need to indicate, Chair, that
If
when you-
necessary, she can file it later on, but as she goes along, she says, no, this is not accurate or something. Would that be fine?
I would absolutely probably request that it may be helpful, Chair, that she files the supplementary affidavit first. And I say this, Chair, for numerous reasons. Because you will see, Chair, when we file the supplementary affidavit, that not only does Ms. Mngoma query the nature and the character of the evidence, in addition to that which I've already indicated below. But I think, rather, Chair, it would be helpful to the Commission to not have her go through the affidavit and correct it as she goes along. I think it would be more helpful to the Commission that she highlights those areas that, and which is going to indicate clearly why she's highlighting and why she is objecting to those aspects. And I truly think that for purposes of the Commission, that may truly be a better approach.
Are you suggesting that oral evidence should be postponed until she has filed a supplementary affidavit?
Chair, we did make that suggestion to the evidence leaders.
Yes.
And I know indeed, I must say that it was very clear that, of course, it is up to the chair.
Yes, no, there is a problem with that.
Indeed, indeed.
But what your side could have done, or, well, I don't know how long ago you came into the matter, but
very recently.
her legal representatives could have prepared a supplementary affidavit even without involving the legal team to say, here are areas in her early affidavit that she wants to say A, B, C, D about, and this could have been made available to the commission and the evidence leaders much earlier, or even if it was made available only today, we would have been able to see it before she starts her oral evidence. But postponing is problematic because we don't have the time.
Chair, and I do apologize for that. I do appreciate that. Unfortunately, Chair, and I'll speak for myself in this regard, I came into this matter on Wednesday last week.
Yes, yes.
And unfortunately, I had a family
Yeah.
issue to
Yeah.
attend to over the weekend, which I could not get out of under any
Okay.
circumstances. And so I did say that if it wasn't for that, we would have finalized the affidavit. In fact, we have started working on the
Yes.
affidavit already, Chair.
Yes, yes.
It is just that the client feels that that affidavit must not only be in the draft format that we have now, it must be specific enough to identify why she's unhappy with paragraph 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5.
Yes.
But otherwise, what we had done was to globalize the issues so as
Yeah.
to say, we are not happy with the affidavit because of the following.
Okay.
But her feeling is that, no, it must go specific to each paragraph as to why she disputes this and why she's not happy with it.
Yeah, okay, all right. No, we will continue with your evidence, Ms. Mngoma, and but in the end, if there are aspects or parts of your affidavit that you believe do not correctly reflect the position, you are free to indicate that. Okay. Mr. Mybeck?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Gigaba, the practice in the commission is that I'm going to take you to your affidavit, take you to the last page where it was signed.
I apologize, Anthony, I apologize. Chairperson,
Yes.
I'm getting a note here from my attorney that says it will be critical to highlight, and I apologize for missing this point, that Ms. Gigaba feels that the affidavit which is being sought to be let on does not represent issues that she says. So far as to say, and I know that it's not going to be a step-by-step, paragraph-by-paragraph evidence, you know, but it ought to be placed on record that she effectively says that the majority of that affidavit does not represent that which she says. And even though the chair says it's okay, she must be let on that affidavit, it should be brought to the attention of the commission that it is primarily what she feels is not her evidence. That's the chair.
Okay, no, that's fine. At some, as we go along, she must feel free to indicate what she believes does not reflect the position, and she would have to say whether that's what she said, what's written, but on reflection, she doesn't think it's true, or whether she didn't say it at all. But by the time she finishes, when Mr. Mybeck has finished, if she feels that there are parts which were not touched upon, which she wants to deal with and say they don't reflect what the position is, she will be allowed to say that. Okay. Mr. Mybeck.
Thank you. Chairperson, Ms. Gigaba's affidavits are Exhibit BB 26. There are 2 of them. Ms. Gigaba, could I take you, please, to page 999? When we refer to pages, they're the black numbers on the left-hand side, and we refer just to the last digits.
It's Transnet Bundle 7, Mr. Mybeck.
I understand so, Chairperson, yes.
And what page?
999. Are you there, Ms. Gigaba?
Yes.
Now, there's an affidavit. It starts at page 999. Perhaps I could ask you to go through my learned colleague. Reminds me, Chairperson, that Ms. Gigaba hasn't yet been sworn in
Oh,
as a
yes,
witness.
oh,
I do
actually.
apologize.
No, thank you for that. Please administer the oath of affirmation. Thank you.
Please state your full names for the record. Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience? Do you solemnly swear that all the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." Thank you.
Sorry, they might not, you might have been speaking too softly, Ms. Gigaba. They might not have heard. Is that the concern?
Yes, I'm told that the
Yes.
transcribers didn't pick that up.
Yes, please raise your voice so it will be recorded. Okay, please start afresh.
Please state your full names for the record.
I'm Nomakhwele Kigaba.
Do you have any objections to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear that all the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Was it audible? Huh? It is fine. Oh, okay, all right. Thank you. Mr. Maybeck?
Yes, thank you. So at 999, if I can ask you then to turn to page 1016, you'll see that's the end of the affidavit. (1016) is the signature page, Ms. Gigaba, and then, are you there at 1016?
Yes.
And then attached to that affidavit are 4 annexures, A, B, C, and D, pictures of the bag. See that?
Yes.
If I could ask you to go to page 1016. Do I understand that you attested to this affidavit at Sandton on the 6th of March, 2021?
Yes.
And will you confirm the truth and accuracy of this affidavit, subject to any corrections that you will make during the course of your testimony?
Can you please repeat that?
Would you confirm the truth and accuracy of this affidavit, subject to any corrections that you may make during the course of your evidence this evening?
Yes.
Maybe let's you might have formulated the question in a legal
Yeah.
way.
Certainly.
Except for saying that in the course of your evidence, you will point out those parts of this affidavit that you think are not the truth or do not reflect the position. Except for saying that, are you happy to say those parts, other parts of the affidavit will be true and correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Maybeck?
Chairperson, might I then ask that you admit Ms. Gigaba's affidavit dated the 6th of March, commencing at page bundle 7, 999, as exhibit BB 26.1.
And the affidavit of Ms. Nomakhwele Kigaba, formerly Mboma, which starts at page 999, is admitted as an exhibit and will be marked as exhibit BB 26.1.
Thank you. Ms. Gigaba, you will see that you then deposed to another affidavit. It's a short one dealing with the threats. You'll
Yes.
find that at page 1021. And attached to that affidavit is one annexure marked NS1. Do you see that?
Yes.
Could I ask you please to go to page 1023? And would you confirm that you attested to this affidavit at Santon also on the 6th of March 2021?
Yes.
And would you similarly then, subject to any corrections that you may make during the course of your evidence, confirm the truth and accuracy of this affidavit?
Can you please rephrase that?
Let's say, are you confirming the correctness of this affidavit on the same basis as you did a few minutes ago, the other one? Namely, there may be parts that you will point out during your evidence as being inaccurate or not correct, but those that the rest will be true and correct.
On this part,
On the- on
everything
this
is
one.
correct. Yes.
Oh, on this one, everything is correct.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
The Chairperson, if I could ask you to admit then Ms. Gigaba's affidavit dated the 6th of March, commencing at bundle 7, page 1021, as exhibit BB 26.2.
Yeah, the affidavit of Ms. Nomakhule Gigaba, formerly Ngoma, which starts at page 1021, is admitted as an exhibit and will be marked as exhibit BB 26.2.
All right. Ms. Gigaba, if I could ask you then to go back to your first affidavit at page 999. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Perhaps I could just start out by asking you, are you in a position to confirm that you were at all times, when this affidavit was being prepared, represented by senior counsel?
Yes.
And in fact, he procured your signature of this affidavit. Is that correct?
Yes, but I have concerns on that.
I beg your pardon?
Yes, but I have concerns on that.
All right. We'll come to that.
Okay.
So, Ms. Gigaba, I wonder if I could just point this out to you. I'm going to ask you the questions because you speak quite faintly and you're more than entitled to do that. But I'm going to ask you the questions. You need to direct your answers at the chairperson. So you don't need to, don't feel you have to look at me when you're speaking. You must speak to the chairperson, okay?
Okay.
All right. So let's start at paragraph 1. It says that you're an adult female businessman, a business person, sorry, and you reside in Pretoria. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when did you marry Mr. Gigaba?
30 August 2014.
And are you still married?
Yes, we are still married.
In paragraph 4, it says that on the 21st and 22nd of January, the commission interviewed you. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
How did you come to be interviewed by the commission?
Sakile called me and he told me that the commission wants to interview me.
That's Sekile Masuku.
Yes.
And was that after your ENCA interview?
Yes, I received a call the day after the interview.
Is it correct that you stated during the ENCA interview that you were prepared to assist the commission?
I said, if the commission calls me, I will come and assist the commission where Malusi doesn't remember. So according to me, I wanted Malusi to come and give his evidence, and then where he doesn't remember or he doesn't record anything, then I will say what I know.
You say at paragraph 5, at page 1000, that you are assisted by your counsel. We know that your senior counsel, Timbek and Katobi, withdrew as your counsel and has now been replaced. But have your attorneys throughout been RMT attorneys?
Yes.
Did they also assist you in the preparation of this affidavit?
My attorney was never attended any of this when we're preparing for the evidence. He only attended once, the last one, when you were telling me that I need to come on the commission. It was the first day I also saw you, and it was her first day as well. So during the entire preparation of the evidence, she never attended. I was only there with the advocate, Tembeka Ngubaitu.
Okay. So he attended without the attorney?
Yes.
And you're quite right. On the 8th of April, when we met, your attorney came along.
Yes.
All right. And then there's a heading saying the government positions held by Malusi over the period from 2009 to 2018. And then they are listed. It says at paragraph 6, Mr. Gigaba held positions tabled below over the years 2004 to 2018. You confirm that he held those positions?
That's the first information that I didn't put. All this information was collected by the commission, and I raised that with them because I never paid attention which department is working on, what it does it do, which year, so I never pay attention on that. So the commission put that. It's not me.
So presumably
But
this-
does it accord with your knowledge, or you don't know whether it is true that he held these positions during these times?
I know that he held those positions, but I'm not sure about the times.
About the dates?
Yes, the
Okay,
years.
all right. Okay. Mr. Myberg?
So just to go through this, you knew that at a certain point, Mr. Gigaba was the Deputy Minister of the Department of Home Affairs. I think you go on to say in your affidavit that when you met him, he occupied that position, isn't that so?
It's correct.
And can you remember approximately when that was? In what years?
It was in 2009 to 2010 when we met, because we met in 2009.
Okay. And at that point, he was the Deputy Minister of the Department of Home Affairs.
Yes.
And then, can you recall when he became the Minister of the Department of Public Enterprises, DPE? Did he hold that position at a time?
Yes, the time we were already together, it was in 2010, if I'm not mistaken.
And then, after that, he became the Minister of the Department of Home Affairs. Is that correct?
It's correct.
Can you recall when that was?
Not exactly, because I never pay attention to the dates and everything, and I raised that during our consultation.
All right. And then, what was his final?
So, I'm sorry, Mr. Myberg. So, is the position that one of the things you would have corrected in terms of this paragraph is to say, let's not put the dates because I'm not sure about the dates.
Yes, I
But
said
those
that.
positions, I know about those positions.
I know the positions,
Yes. Okay.
but I don't know anything about the dates, and I don't want to be held accountable for the dates in case Malusi come and
Okay.
say at the date I was not, because
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that.
No, that's fine. That's fair enough.
And you recall then that the final ministerial position that he held,
Say that again.
what was his last position as a minister?
He was the Minister of Finance.
And if you have a look at paragraph 7, did Mr. Gigaba ever say anything to you about being involved in ANC elections?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
I know at some point, I'm not sure which year it was, then he said to me he was the head of elections.
Then you go on to deal with your relationship with Mr. Gigaba and the Gigaba family. When did you meet Mr. Gigaba for the first time?
I don't remember meeting him for the first time.
Or when did you meet him?
I don't remember exactly, but I know that it was in 2009.
Yeah, well, I was actually getting at the year. You don't need to be more specific with the day of the
Okay.
All right. So you say, I met Mr. Gigaba during 2009, and you've already told the chairperson that at that time, when you met him, he was the Deputy Minister of the Department of Home Affairs. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
And was there a time when you moved in with him into his Pretoria home?
Yes,
Can you remember when that was?
I think it was in 2010.
And were you expecting a child at that point?
Yes,
Now, did Mr. Gigaba provide you with any financial means when you moved in with him?
yes, it did.
Can you explain that?
He gave me his card that he said I must use or if I want to go to the doctor or if I buy anything in the house.
And when were you then subsequently married? You've already told us that was on the 30th of August 2014, correct?
Yes,
Whereabouts is Mr. Gigaba's family home situated?
in Mandeni, KZN.
Mr. Gigaba, how many sisters does he have?
He has 2 sisters.
One of them, Gugu Gigaba.
Yes,
And do you know where she's employed?
yes.
Whereabouts?
Transnet in Joburg.
And Mr. Gigaba's other sister, what is her name?
It's Nozipho.
And do you know where she worked?
Last time I know, she worked for Sahara. I'm not sure about the name properly, but it was the company for the Guptas, the one in Midrand. But it's the Sahara one.
You
Sahara
say-
Computers?
Yes.
Sahara Computers?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. And was there a time where she lived together with you and Mr. Gigaba?
Yes.
Now, the next heading deals with meeting the Guptas and visits to the Gupta residence. And you'll see that that's a part of the affidavit that goes on for that page and the next page, page 1033 and 1044. Quite a lengthy section. So let's work our way through this. You refer in paragraph 12 to the fact that from the time that you met Mr. Gigaba when he was the Deputy Minister of the Department of Home Affairs, he would visit certain persons. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who did he refer to those persons as?
That time, is it advisors?
You referred to them as
Advisors.
advisors. And did he explain to you what he was doing in meeting with these advisors?
So there were times I would be confused when he talks about advisors, because sometimes you'll be with Tamim Somi, because he introduced Tamim to me as a friend and an advisor. But then later stage, he will say, I'm going to see an advisor, and then I already saw Tam, then I will ask, who are the advisors? Then he will differentiate them.
So at this point in time, did you know who his advisors were?
Not exactly.
And if I understand your evidence, did you make a presumption, did you presume that he was talking about Tami Masomi?
Yes.
And who was he?
I think at the time, Tammy was his chief of staff at Home Affairs.
You then go on to say, you talk about something having happened 2 or 3 months before Mr. Gigaba took up the position of Minister of DPE. Can you remember what happened?
Can you please rephrase that?
At paragraph 13, you deal
Okay.
with something that occurred 2 or 3 months before he took up the position as the Minister of DPE.
Yes, I
What
remember. He told me that you will move to the Department of DPE, and I asked him, "Well, what is DPE?" because I didn't know what is DPE at that time.
Did he tell you where he had received this, or from whom he had received this news, that he was going to move to being the Minister of the DPE?
Then he said he heard it from AJ
who?
Gupta.
Was that before he moved to the Department of Public Enterprises,
Yes,
when he told you that?
yes.
Do you know how long before he actually moved, or can you
I think it was
Remember.
2 to 3 months before he moved.
not? Okay.
And at that point in time, had you met Mr. AJ Gupta?
Not yet.
Then perhaps you could tell us, how often did Mr. Gigaba visit his so-called advisors once he became the Minister of the DPE? Can you remember?
I don't remember exactly how many times, but what I know, when he was at DPE, he will go more often.
Can you remember how he felt about this news that he had been told, namely that he was going to move to DPE? Can you remember how he felt about it?
He was excited about it. That's why I even asked, "What is DPE?"
Oh.
So then he explained to me, "What is it?"
Okay, all right. Okay, Mr. Mybeck?
Thank you, Chairperson. So you say when he became the Minister of the DPE, he went there to meet his advisors more often. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And was there a time when you asked him about who are these advisors?
Yes.
What was his response?
Then he told me that his unofficial advisors, people who are advising him about certain decisions, about his work, then he differentiates them from the advisor that he had at DPE, which I know of them, which is his legal advisor, and Tamim Som as well.
So did he tell you who these unofficial advisors were?
Yes, he told me.
What did he say?
It was the Guptas, AJ and his brothers, which I don't know all of them by names, because I'm only familiar with AJ more than the other ones.
Did he tell you what they advised him about?
He said they were advising about work, about things that they were supposed to do.
Did the frequency of Mr. Gigaba's visits to the Guptas ever cause you concern,
Yes.
unhappiness? Could you explain that?
Because I was not comfortable with that, because we have a little child at home, so which I don't want to talk more about that. I don't want to involve my kids on this.
Sure. All right. And when you raised that concern with him, what was his response?
Then he said he will introduce me to them so that I can be comfortable with them.
And did he tell you why he needed to meet these advisors?
I think the reason he said he needs to, so that I can understand when he's with them, who are they?
Now, in paragraph 16, you deal with Mr. Gigaba's visits to his advisors when Parliament was sitting, and then when Parliament was in recess. Perhaps you could just take the chairperson through that.
Can you
So
please
when,
repeat
when
your question?
Parliament was sitting, when would Mr. Gigaba go to Cape Town in a typical week?
Most of the time, he will go on Monday evenings or he will leave on Tuesday mornings.
Monday evening or Tuesday morning?
Yes.
And when would he come back?
He will come back on Thursday evenings or Friday mornings.
And would he then, when Parliament was sitting, would he inform you as to when he was going to the Guptas?
Sometimes he will go before he flies to Cape Town, or sometimes he will go when he comes back from Cape Town.
So that would be either on the Monday morning or the Friday evening.
Yes.
And then when Parliament was in recess,
He will go anytime.
and how would these meetings come about?
What do you mean by that question? Can you please ask?
Yes, so how do you know that he went to the Guptas?
Oh, because he will tell me.
He would tell you.
Yes.
When did you first meet Mr. Gigaba's advisors?
You mean the Guptas?
Yes,
Oh, when our son was born.
sorry?
When our first son was born.
And in what year was that?
It was in 2011.
2011.
Yes.
And how did that meeting come about? You deal with this at paragraph 17.1.
Because AJ wanted to meet our son. So he told me like a few times that he wants to meet our son.
And did you agree then to go to the Gupta's residence?
Not on the first time you told me, but eventually I agreed after a certain time.
But you then did go there.
Yes, I went there.
And who did you meet at the Gupta residence on this first visit?
AJ, his wife, his son, yeah.
And what happened during the course of that meeting?
It was not a meeting, it was a visit.
What happened during that visit?
They greeted me, my son spoke, but it was like any visit that you will have when you visit someone who welcome you. But it was not a formal meeting.
And did they give your son any gift of any sort?
Yes.
Can you remember what it was?
AJ gave my son a necklace, but Malusi took it, so he never had it. He never used it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of yourself, what you said. After part, I didn't hear what.
Okay, I'm saying AJ gave him a necklace, which Malusi took it, then he kept it. So he never ever gave it to my son.
Oh, okay.
What was the necklace made of?
It was a gold necklace.
Now that's in 2011, so that was your first visit. What happened in 2012?
In terms of visiting or in terms of
In terms
job?
of visiting the Saxonwold compound, did you go there in 2012?
Yes, we did visit.
How often did you go to the Saxonwold residence in 2012?
Sometimes he will go with me, sometimes he will go with his protectors.
Now, I'm asking you yourself, how often did you go in 2012?
We would go often, but not every day or weekly. It will depend on him.
I see that in the affidavit, paragraph 17.2, you say on several occasions during 2012.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, all right. Mr. Myberg?
Thank you. Now, your second son, when was he born?
2012.
Can you remember the month? I remember telling you that I noticed that your second son was born on Christmas Day,
Yes, it was.
25th of December.
Yes,
Did you then have occasion to visit the Guptas again?
not then, but we went after a few months he was born.
And why did you go to the Guptas after your second son was born?
They wanted to meet my second boy.
They were too?
They wanted to meet my second born.
Okay.
Now, in 2013, did you attend the Gupta wedding?
Yes, I did.
You, in paragraphs 19 and 20, deal with the Waterkloof Air Force Base. Do you want to just deal with that?
Say the question again?
Did you go to the Waterkloof Air Force Base?
Yes, I did.
Did you go there before or after the wedding?
I only went before the wedding.
Was it the day before?
It was the day before.
Can you remember what day of the week that was?
I don't remember because I don't remember what day was the wedding, but it was a day before the wedding.
So how did it come about that you went to Waterkloof?
Malusi asked me to accompany him to go welcome the Gupta family at the Waterkloof Air Force.
And what did you do there?
What did I do?
Yes.
I went there with them. We waited for them. So, but I sat inside the airport with my son. So he went out to fetch them.
And then what?
Okay, I'm not sure. Just want to make sure that, so the two of you and your sons went to Waterkloof, is that right?
Yes.
And the purpose of going there was to
Welcome
the guests,
Yes.
the Guptas,
Yes.
guests. Okay, and you brought your sons with you,
Not sons. We only took the older one.
the older one?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right. Thank you. Continue, Mr. Maita.
Yes, thank you. And then on the day of the Gupta wedding, did you accompany Mr. Gigaba?
Yes, to the wedding.
And this paragraph then, and you've indicated to me during our consultation that there's an error, or we pointed it out to you, because it reflects paragraph 20 that we packed and were escorted to attend the Waterkloof to receive the Gupta aircraft. When we left Waterkloof, there were many blue light vehicles and Metro Police. That is a sentence that should either be deleted or should find its way into paragraph 19. Is that correct?
I prefer to repeat, as I repeated again when I was raising the concern about it. I prefer to say it in my own words because what
Yeah.
I saw.
All right. But you
Say
only
it in
went
your
to,
own words.
Sorry?
Say it in your own words.
We only went once at the airport, at the Waterkloof Air Force. It was a day before in the evening when the Gupta aircraft landed. Then I stayed inside the airport in that room, and then Malusi went out to fetch them. Then after that, all the members were escorted to the cars, and then we were taken by our protectors to go to our car. So when we left the airport, we went home, and then I saw a lot of blue lights escorting the members of the Guptas when they were leaving at the airport. So we didn't go again because here, somewhere it mentions like we were there twice, which we were never there twice. It was a day before. Then
Okay.
on the day of the wedding, I was at work, and Malusi called me that we have to go to the wedding. And I was shocked why I can just attend a wedding like that because I wanted to do my hair, I needed to buy something, but he said, we need to go. Someone asked him to go to the wedding. And then I had to leave work, and then we went home, we packed, we went to the wedding.
Okay,
But it was not something was planned to go to the wedding, according to my knowledge.
just 1 second, Mr. Mybeck.
Thank you. When you were at the...
I'm sorry, Mr. Mybeck.
Yes.
Just 1 second. Will the technicians please switch off this screen here? Because it's distracting me. Okay, all right, we can continue.
Thank you. Did you meet any of the Gupta family whilst you were at the wedding?
Yes,
Just switch on your mic, Ms. Kigaba.
Sorry, you said, Ms. Kigaba?
I was saying, yes, we met, but it was a lot of them.
It was?
It was a lot of them,
All right.
but I was not familiar with them because most of them, they were coming from India.
You refer in this paragraph 20 to a Facebook photo. What happened there?
When we were at the wedding, so a lot of ladies were doing something called henna. It was like a design that they do it in the hand. And I asked to join to do it as well. And then later, because it was my first time doing it, I posted it on my Facebook. And then I think it was later at night, Malusi told me, because we were supposed to sleep there because they booked for us. So Malusi told me that we need to go home, we can't sleep. And because there were already something on the media that we attended the wedding, and then Malusi was complaining that that's why he didn't even want to attend the wedding, so we need to go home. So then after that, he said I need to delete, someone called him. So I don't know who called him to tell me that I must delete the picture that I posted on the wedding of that henna design. So I went on my Facebook, I deleted it. So the following day I wanted to remove it, I didn't even know that it doesn't get removed. So I think it stayed there for the whole week, but I deleted it on Facebook.
All right. Now, after the Gupta wedding, did you continue to go to the Gupta residence in Saxonwold?
Yes, we did.
And how often would you go there?
We will go maybe during the week or weekend, it will depend.
Then what you do at paragraph 22 is you explain the procedure that would be followed each time you attended the Gupta residence. Please explain that. Tell us about the procedure. How did it work practically?
So every time when you come in, there's security, which is our protectors. So they will tell their protectors, because there were a lot of protectors outside who will be there, and they will tell them that we're here, and they will open, and one of them will take us in the house, and then someone will come and call AJ, and then someone will come, maybe offer us some drinks or something. Then later AJ will come and talk to us. So mostly it was like that all the time.
So can I just ask
Just
you
1 second. The transcribers, can you hear the witness well? Okay, all right. Okay.
Ms. Kigaba, do you mind?
continue.
I'm actually struggling to hear you. Can you speak a little bit louder? I can't see your
Try and speak up a bit.
Because you guys exhausted me, so I'm so tired.
All right. So you were saying that AJ would arrive. Just explain how that would work.
Say that again?
When you went to the Gupta residence, you gained access into the house or the residence. You mentioned that AJ would then arrive.
Yes.
Okay. And what would happen then?
Then he will greet us. If we are just there, only for a visit, so we'll sit with him, we'll talk. But if it's a meeting, he will come, brief Malusi about something, they will go in the meeting, then I will stay in the room, at the lounge.
And would you have your cell phone with you?
No, but sometimes I will go fetch my cell phone.
What happened with your cell phones when you went to the Gupta residence?
They always ask us to leave them at I think it's like a foyer, and then we will go leave them there. And then later, I will go take my phone when I'm bored, if I'm bored.
And who would you see when you went to the Gupta residence?
Say that again.
Who would you see? Would you see other people, people you knew when you went to the Gupta residence?
The only people I saw, it was AJ, his wife, his brother, his son, Tamim Somi, and Siabanga Matlangu. They are the only people that I saw.
So Mr. Msomi, you've told us about. Mr. Matlangu, who was he?
Say that again.
Who was Mr. Matlangu?
He was Malusi's legal advisor.
And where would these meetings be held between AJ and Mr. Gigaba?
They will be in the opposite room from the lounge.
Did you ever ask Mr. Gigaba why you had to turn in your cell phone?
Yes, I did.
And what did he say?
Because he said some of the information was confidential, so we had to leave our phones. But it was not something was strange for him, because most of the time when I call him, his phone will be answered. Maybe Wesley is at work. His phone will be answered by his PA. Or maybe when they're in the NEC, they will leave. For him, it was the nature, but for me, I didn't understand why must I leave my phone.
Now, you've mentioned to us that you saw Mr. AJ Gupta, Mr. Mtlangu, and Mr. Msomi
Yes,
there. Did you see anybody else attending meetings?
no. But I knew that they were inside, because you can hear the voices of people in the room. And when AJ will come and brief him, I know that there will be people. But I don't want to say who was it, because I've never seen them.
And when you went to the residence, did you sometimes find cars already parked there?
Yes, there were a lot of cars.
What sort of cars?
Cars similar to our cars, which is like state cars.
Okay. How did you know they were state cars?
Because of the blue lights at the front, and also the bodyguards, because most of them, they dress the same, and the car, they mostly similar. It's either I don't know how to explain the nature of the cars, but they're a bit similar, most of the cars.
Now, you've mentioned that when you went to the Gupta residence, AJ would meet with you, and he would hold discussions with Mr. Gigaba, and then they would go off to the meeting room. What sorts of things would be discussed in your presence between Mr. AJ Gupta and Mr. Gigaba before they went for a meeting?
It was not discussion, it was like briefs.
Right.
He was briefing him, not like discussion.
And what was AJ Gupta briefing Mr. Gigaba about? What was the sorts of things that he briefed him about?
So sometimes you will brief him about the SAA, or you will brief him about Transnet, or a certain meeting that they will talk about, so that he's aware before you go to the meeting.
And can you remember what was discussed or what was briefed in relation to Transnet?
Most of the time in Transnet, it will be the people that AJ feels like they need to be appointed, or need to leave, or maybe they're restructuring. And maybe they will just argue a little bit about it, because Malusi has his own favorites of people, and AJ has his own favorites of people.
And what did you hear about SAA?
SAA, most of the time, they will, when he's with AJ, they will be talking about the board. So he will be asking him about the board, or maybe Kalawa, because there was a lot of discomfort between Malusi and the chairperson of SAA. So sometimes they will discuss that.
Which chairperson of SAA are you referring to?
At that time, Monwabi Sikalawa was the CEO, then Tutumieni was the chairperson, and I think my Lucy liked Monwabi Sikalawa, and Tutu didn't like him. And they would have those arguments most of the time.
Okay, thank you.
And during these briefing sessions, did you ever hear any mention made of Eskom?
Yes.
And what was said about Eskom?
There was a time Mr. Brian Dames was the CEO of Eskom. And what I remember, Malusi liked Brian Dames. And there was a certain time then the Guptas didn't like him, especially AJ. Let me not say Guptas because it was most of the time was AJ. And AJ didn't like him. So he will say, Brian Dames needs to resign. He was uncomfortable about certain things, but he will be talking to him, not to me. And then Malusi liked Brian Dames. I think even myself, I liked him.
All right. And then, was there ever a time where Mr. Gigaba held a discussion with you about Mr. Dames?
Yes.
What did he say?
He told me that the Guptas don't like him, and he doesn't understand why they don't like him. And I think they told him that there will be a new restructuring. Someone else will move to Eskom, and then Brian Dames will leave. But I didn't know how the process is going to happen, which few months later it happened.
These visits to the Gupta residence, how long would they last for usually?
Hour to 2 hours, but not more than that.
An hour to 2 hours.
Yes.
Then at page 1005, you deal.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mybeck. I just want to make sure that I understood this. Paragraph 26 of your affidavit.
Yes.
You say at some stage, Mr. Gigaba told me that Mr. Ajay Gupta wanted him to get rid of Mr. Brian Dames. Having met Mr. Dames, I asked Mr. Gigaba why, and he said that the Guptas do not like Mr. Dames because there are things that Mr. Dames was supposed to do but did not do.
Yes.
That's correct. Is
Yes.
it correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Mybeck?
Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Gigaba, you then go on to deal with meetings held at our home. Whereabouts was that? Is that the ministerial home in Pretoria?
Yes.
And you start by dealing with meetings with the Guptas.
It was not a lot of meetings. I think AJ only came twice to our home.
He came to your home.
Sorry?
You say that AJ came to your home,
Yes.
right? How many times?
I only remember twice.
And whereabouts, what did he do there?
They had meetings, but it was the two of them in the meeting. So I was not a part of the meeting, but I saw him because I went to greet him.
And whereabouts, in what room were the meetings held?
So the way the house is structured, there's a upstairs, because when I said it was underground, they questioned me. So let me not say it was underground, it was a downstairs. So all of us, we stay upstairs, and when you go down with the steps, there's a room that is under, which Malusi used as his study or meeting room. Yeah, so AJ was there.
And did Mr. Gigaba tell you what he was meeting AJ Gupta about?
I think that time there was some project at ASCOM. It was called Egusile Project. I think that project was giving Malusi a lot of sleepless nights. And then he said, no, AJ was here to give him they were discussing Eskom, Egusile, but it didn't give me all the details about it.
So what Eskom project was giving Mr. Gigaba sleepless nights?
I only remember Egusile project.
Sorry?
I only remember Egusile project.
Then you go on to deal with meetings with Mr. Gigaba's staff. Was there a time where his staff visited your home?
It was a ministerial staff. So there's a staff of the department and there's a ministerial staff. So ministerial staff, it's people that he travels with wherever he is, either he goes to Cape Town and he comes back, then there's a department. But most of the time, if it's a ministerial staff, maybe one person will come from the department maybe to brief them if we are traveling on the States. Maybe sometimes it will be the DG, or they will choose whoever is relevant to the trip. So he will come and brief the entire ministerial team.
Right
Can
now-
I'm sorry, Mr. Mape, can I go back to paragraph 29? Did it ever happen that Mr. Gigaba told you that he and Mr. Gupta, Ajay Gupta, were discussing any projects at Transnet?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So they used to talk about maybe renewing contracts. Maybe AJ will ask Malusi, no, there's a project need to be renewed, or maybe someone needs to sign in certain projects, but I don't know exactly who needs to sign it, but they will talk about it.
Okay. Mr. Mabe.
Thank you. Now, you go on at paragraph, or in 30 and 30.1, you deal with a trip to Mumbai and New Delhi. And what we identified during our consultation, you'll remember, is that there's an error. This is another area where there's an error
Yes.
in the affidavit. Because it says at 30.1, during the last period of Mr. Gigaba's tenure as Deputy Minister of Home Affairs. Now that would have been in late 2010. You go on to talk about a trip in 2010 to India. In what year did that trip actually occur?
I said to people who were leading, because you were not there, to people who were leading this part, I said to them, I don't want to say exactly which year because I don't have my passport with me. I remember there was a trip to India, but I don't remember exactly when was it. And then when the affidavit came, it was written this year. And I even mentioned to Sakile that I don't want to be accountable for the year exactly, but I remember we went to India, to Mumbai.
So we know from Mr. Gigaba's affidavit that he says it happened in 2015. Do you accept that now?
If he says so.
Okay. So
Because I don't have my passport, because on that day, we were talking about this, I said to the commission team, I will go check my passport at home. So what I've done on my way when I was leaving, where we had the meeting with the commission team, I called his former PA. Then I asked her about my passport, the state passport, because we don't keep those passports with us. And then, because I wanted to know exactly when did we go, then she said she's gonna come back to me. By the time I arrived at home, because my passport was there before I left, because I wanted to remember certain trips because we were traveling a lot, because I had two separate passports. I have the normal passport, then we have the diplomat passport. So when I got home on that day, after calling his PA, my passport was not there, and my two kids' passport was stolen.
all right, so this is a part of your affidavit that I understand you would want to correct
Yes.
in a supplementary affidavit, because it may very well be that the change of the date then has a knock-on effect, as these things often do. But presently, can you remember what happened in India? What was the purpose of this trip?
I don't remember exactly, but what I heard, what Malus was talking about, they were talking about to meet some, what is it, the Gupta family members, some people who's gonna assist in working in the Mumbai trip, because there was an airline that they used to talk about when he was at DPE. So there were people need to come working their permits. So most of the time they will talk about the permits of some Gupta family. So I don't know how that was facilitated, because I remember when Malus was saying it's not easy for him to go to India when it's not a state trip, because everyone will question. So then I don't know how it ended up, it was a state trip.
All right. And in India, who did you travel with? Who did Mr. Gigaba travel with?
With his stuff,
Would that have included Mr. Masomi?
yes.
And you say that they attended various meetings. I didn't see with whom they met, as I was out shopping when they attended the meetings. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you deal with the Johannesburg-Mumbai flight route. What happened there?
What I know about it, it's when he was still at DPE, they used to talk about the Mumbai route, that I think it was South African airline that they need to cancel, and the another route from Mumbai need to take over. So they used to have a lot of discussion about that. That's the only thing I remember.
Just whilst we're on this issue of a supplementary affidavit, as I understand it, because it has been shared with me, Mr. Ngatobi, your counsel, actually prepared a draft supplementary affidavit, didn't he?
Okay.
After our consultation on the 8th of April, was it?
Okay.
And this was, you would have seen, was one of the paragraphs that's addressed in that.
Okay.
You confirm that?
Chairperson, if I may.
Okay.
I would like to, I have had this discussion earlier. We have concerns about affidavits that the clients say have to be specific to her. She must have read them. And she has made it clear that she will not give any evidence on drafts that she has not particularly commissioned. And therefore, I request that the issue on the draft affidavit not be led with.
Well, I think Mr. Myberg is, all Mr. Myberg is trying to do is to check whether this is one of the affidavits which are going to be the subject of corrections in a supplementary
Yes.
affidavit. Yes. Yes. So I think Mr. Myberg wanted to be fair so that we know that we mustn't take this affidavit, this paragraph, as not subject to correction.
Chairperson, if I understood correctly, and maybe I did not,
Yeah.
what Mr. Myberg is suggesting to the witness is that there's a draft supplementary affidavit that he's in possession of, which he says corrects some of the issues that are being dealt with. And what I have indicated, even prior to the sitting with Mr. Myberg, is that the draft affidavit, which he has been furnished with, is but a drop according to the witnesses. The witness has been clear. Nothing should be discussed in the commission until I have personally commissioned an affidavit. To do so would be premature, because whatever draft supplementary affidavit that is before him and not before this commission is not going to be discussed now.
Mr. Myberg hasn't responded to you, but I have a very good sense that he wasn't saying that because he wants to hold the witness to whatever is in the draft affidavit. I don't think he wanted to I think that's what you may be concerned with,
Chairperson, maybe he can clarify it,
I
because
don't
that
think
is
Mr.
a
Myburgh
concern
want-
for us.
I
It would
don't
be a
mis-
concern
think
to
Mr. Myburgh wants to say later on, I saw that affidavit, this is what it was saying, or anything like that. No, I don't think, Mr. Myburgh, talk for yourself.
No, absolutely, DCJ. I mean, the simple point, I'm not suggesting that the witness is bound by any affidavit, and of course she can say what she wants to. But the simple point is that during the consultation on the 8th of April, it was identified that there was a problem with this paragraph. I alerted Mr. Ngatobi to that, and as I understand it, he set about
Yes.
working on a draft affidavit.
Yes.
The reason that I highlight that is there's no point in me then taking this witness through every single line of all these paragraphs because they
you
need
know
to be
that there's
amended.
a problem, yeah.
Yes,
Can I say something on that?
Yeah.
please do.
I think what my lawyer is trying to highlight, because if we corrected this, because I raised these issues before even Malusi was given my affidavit. And when Malusi had my affidavit, was given my affidavit, on their response on my affidavit, they went for those errors. And they gave him an upper hand, like it looks like I was lying.
Okay.
A certain nature didn't happen. But if the commission had listened while we were consulting, because I raised those issues, because I think some of the things when they wrote them, they didn't put it in my words. And now, when Malusi's lawyers and himself responded to them, now they are just questioning most of all those errors, because they know it didn't happen like that, because India trip happened, that the fact remains. But now the only part is the year or what happened. So now they twisting the words because they know it's not exactly like that. But if we have addressed those issues before, we won't be faced by this. And also, I will be comfortable to answer this question. And hence, I said, I didn't come to give my evidence the time when I was supposed to come, because I didn't want to say things because they are written. And then one day someone will hold me accountable. They said, I said this and I didn't say it. So, because I think the way it's written, things are twisted, and what they highlighted, all of them, which is the affidavit of Soma, I saw it, I saw Siabonga Gama, I saw Malusi's, what they highlight more is the errors that are made, but it doesn't change the fact of the things, but it's how things are put. It's wrong.
No, that's fine. I think Mr. Myburgh is saying, because he's aware that you did raise issues with this paragraph, and he thinks the supplementary affidavit that corrects this might affect certain other paragraphs that follow, he would rather not take you through them, because he's aware of that. That's what he wanted, he was trying to convey.
Okay.
Mr. Myburgh?
Yes, thank you. Then, Ms. Gigaba, at page 106, there's a heading, prior knowledge of appointments in state-owned enterprises. Now, you deal at paragraph 31.1 with a New Age breakfast, and that Mr. Gigaba then informed you of something after one of those breakfasts. What did he tell you?
Can you please repeat the question?
Paragraph 31.1.
Yes.
You say after one of the New Age breakfasts, Mr. Gigaba then told you something. What did he tell you?
About the TNA breakfast.
Yes.
The only thing I know, it's him and AJ, they used to discuss who sits on which table. Yeah, that's what I know about them.
So the heading to this section is prior knowledge of appointments of state-owned enterprises. Was there a time when Mr. Gigaba would tell you, well, Mr. So-and-so is going to move here and then that would happen? That's what this section deals with.
Yes.
Were there occasions where he said X is going to happen and then it did happen?
Yes.
Can you remember those instances? Who was he talking about?
I remember when you say Brian Damis will leave at ESCOM, then Brian Molefe will go to ESCOM. So I knew that before it happened, and it happened.
Okay, so he said to you that Brian Molefe would go to Eskom,
Yes.
and I think you've
I
mentioned
think
that.
even Gama also, I knew before we even, yeah, I knew before they were even appointed.
So he told
Okay,
you.
maybe let's take one at a time so it's
Yes,
clear.
certainly.
Let's talk about Mr. Brian Molefe. You say that after one of the New Age breakfast sessions, Mr. Gigaba told you that Mr. Brian Molefe was going to be moved from Transnet to Eskom Holdings Stock Limited. And you say he told you this before Mr. Molefe was officially appointed to Eskom.
Yes.
He told you that the Guptas wanted Mr. Molefe at Eskom and not Mr. Brian Damis. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't put a date here. Do you have some recollection of which year it may have been?
No, I don't remember. What I know, he was the minister of DPE at that time.
He was minister at DPE at
Yes.
that time.
Yes.
Now,
And it was during the time where they used to host a lot of TNA breakfast meeting on SABC2.
I'm sorry, just repeat that, please.
I'm saying it was around the time they used to host a lot of TNA meetings at SABC2, Morning Live in the morning.
Yes, okay. Now, Miss Lynn Brown was giving evidence last week, and she said she was appointed as Minister of Public Enterprises at some stage in 2014. So I think it would have been after the general elections of 2014. So if you say that Mr. Gigaba told you this while he was still Minister of Public Enterprises, it would mean that he told you this either at some stage during the first half of 2014 or earlier.
Yes.
Would you say that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Is there a chance you might be mistaken about that?
I don't remember exactly which time it was.
Yes, but he was still Minister of Public Enterprises, you
Yes.
say? Okay, all right. Mr. Mybeck?
Thank you. So that deals with Mr. Molefe. Did Mr. Gigaba ever mention anything to you about Mr. Gama?
Yes, I remember.
What did he tell you?
I think there was a time he had a position at ESCOM, not at ESCOM, sorry about that, at Transnet, and then he left. But when he was appointed again, so I don't know which sector he was moving from to another sector, then he told me that Gama will be appointed as a CEO.
You appointed as the CEO.
Yes.
I didn't hear the earlier part, the first part of what you're saying. Were you saying that you are not sure where?
Because what I know, Siabonga was already at Transnet. So
Yes.
when he was appointed as CEO, he was not arriving as a new person.
He was not coming from outside.
Yes, because I remember that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Siabonga Gama was CEO of a division of Transnet at some stage, TFR, and he was dismissed in I think June 2010, and he was reinstated in February, or the settlement agreement was in February 2011. He started or resumed duties in that position of CEO of TFR, namely a division of Transnet, I think in April 2011. And then later on, when Mr. Brian Molefe was seconded to ESCOM in 2015 April, Mr. Gama was made acting CEO of Transnet.
Transnet.
And then I think later on he was appointed. So that's
Yes,
what the
I only
commission
remember
said.
that last part of him because
The
I was not
last part.
familiar with him 2011 and 2010.
Yes, okay. So you heard that he was going to be appointed as Chief Executive Officer of
Yes.
Transnet in 2015, or you are not sure when it was?
Yeah, it was because during the time, Malusi was a,
Was he still minister?
he was
of-
a,
at that
he was a
time of-
DPE,
He was still Minister of Public Enterprises
yes,
when he told you about Mr. Gama
Yes.
being in line to be appointed as CEO of Transnet.
yes.
Okay, and you don't think you are mistaken about the fact that he was,
I'm not
DPE
sure
at
exactly
the
about the
time.
year, yes.
you are not sure whether he was still at DPE at that time, that is Mr. Kigaba, when he told you? Could it be that he was no longer Minister of DPE at the time?
He was,
He was,
yes.
okay. all right.
Because we went in Cape Town to attend some function. It was an ESCOM function,
Yeah,
but the Gama was not there, but Brian Medifo was there. So,
Okay.
and I remember Malus was still the Minister of,
Public Enterprises,
yes.
okay.
But
Mr.
it just,
Maibane?
I don't remember exactly about the years.
Okay. no,
And
that's fine.
I said that to the commission that I'm not
Yeah.
sure about the years because I was not keep on track of everything that he was doing.
No, that's fine.
See, Ms. Gigaba, perhaps to be of some assistance to you, this is another issue that we looked at during our consultation. Because as the chairperson has pointed out to you, in 2011, Mr. Gama was reinstated as the chief executive of Transnet Freight Rail. And that was at a time when Mr. Gigaba was the DPE minister. He was then, in 2015, made the group chief executive of Transnet, by which time Mr. Gigaba was no longer the DPE minister. And as I recall, you talked about being put back into a position. Do you remember that?
Because what happened is, that's the reason I said I don't want to put times on certain issues. What I wanted to highlight is like every time when something will happen, he will say it before. So he will come and say it. And when I was giving my consultation, I said, I don't want to put exact times with what he was talking about. What I wanted to highlight is like each and all of them, when they were appointed, we knew before because he will tell me about it maybe 2 to 3 months before that so-and-so will go to this one or this one will move. Some, he'll be sad about it. Some, because there's nothing he can do. So it was those kind of topics. So I knew that Mr. Kama will be brought back to the position. It's just like I don't know when. But I knew also about Brian, that Brian will move to ESCOM before he was appointed to go.
Would you have made a distinction
Yes.
between being told that Mr. Gama was going to be made or appointed as CEO of TFR, which was a division of Transnet, or being told that he was going to be appointed as CEO of Transnet? In your mind, would you have been able to make that distinction?
I think maybe the mistake is there
Yeah.
because I don't remember exactly what what position he was holding, but I know that at some point when Mandus was at DPE, Siabonga was in a position that he was appointed to. And because he said that at home.
Mr.
Then
Maibane?
I said, what I don't know, because I was not keeping a tracks of their movements.
Yeah.
Because I was not tracking this one is doing this and this. But I knew that at some point, because if I remember correctly, when Siabonga was appointed in that position, there was like little bits of a noise. I think it was in the media about him moving and he needed to come back. So, and then Siabonga, Mahlangu and Malus, they had some discussion at home talking about it, that Siabonga must come back.
Now, you have talked about Mr. Gama coming back or something like this, an
Yes.
appointment.
Because I don't know his position properly. Because
Yes.
I've never done that research.
Yes, you see, he was dismissed at the end of June 2010 from his position as CEO of TFR, not of Transnet.
That's
Then
what I don't know.
he was fighting his dismissal,
Yes,
and then there were negotiations for a settlement. The negotiations happened when Mr. Gigaba
Was
was
still at
Minister
DP.
of Public Enterprises.
yes, I remember that.
And as a result of those negotiations, a settlement agreement was reached, in terms of which he was allowed back. He was
Yes.
reinstated.
Yes,
But
that's
he
what
was
I'm
n-
talking about.
When he was reinstated, he was going back to his earlier position
Yes,
of CEO of TFR.
yes, that's
He
what I was
was
talking
not
about.
being made CEO of Transnet.
Yes, that's what
You
I was
talk
talking
about the first one.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
because that time, I remember Malus was at DPE.
Okay, all right. But did you say they held a meeting at your home, Mr. Kigaba, Mr. Mahlangu, and Mr. Gama at some stage?
No, Gama has never been at my home,
Oh,
but we're like, they were like friends of some sort, because
All
at some
three of
point
them?
we attended the wedding, I think his daughter's wedding, and also they were close.
the three of them?
Yeah, they were close.
Oh, okay.
Because I remember Malusi would talk, we'll have that kind of discussion with Siabonga, Mahlangu. They will discuss how they need to assist Siabonga Gama to come back, because there was some dismissal that happened. So I remember that, those discussions, just like I was not part of them, but I remember that.
But were those discussions, were they taking place in your presence, or you were hearing from Mr. Kigaba that such discussions had taken place?
It was him and Tammy Msom, they were talking.
Yes,
Yes, but Gama was not in the meeting.
not in a meeting.
Yes.
They're talking on the phone.
No, it was a meeting. It was Tamim Somi and Malusi, they were talking about that.
Oh,
And then later, Malusi was telling me, because I think he didn't like how Siabonga Gama was dismissed, I think.
yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Maipek?
Thank you. At paragraph 31.3, you also say something about Mr. Gama.
Yes.
Can you deal with that, please?
Can you please say that again?
So, was there, how, do you know how Gugu Gigaba came to be employed at Transnet?
I have a little knowledge about it. What I know is when Gugu told Malusi that at SAPI, they want him to take the package because he was very sick. And then Malusi was like, no, he must take the package and move to Joburg. He will talk to Siabonga to find him a position there. So then he came, he stayed with us, I think, for a few months. Then after that, he went to work at Transnet.
I'm sorry. Just repeat that answer. I missed some things.
So what I know, Gugu was working in KZN at SAPI, but just because she was often very sick at work, so SAPI offered her the boarding package. So Malusi said, no, she must take it and she must move to Joburg to stay with us. So which she came to stay with us. And he explained to me that his sister is coming to stay with us, but he will speak to Siabonga Gama to find him a job at Transnet. Then once he found the job, he will leave our home and find a place to stay. And that happened.
Okay. Mr. Maipek?
Thank you. Then, Ms. Gigaba, there's a heading, tensions rising. You see that?
Yes?
Now, whilst Mr. Gigaba was the minister of the DPE, Was there a time when you felt that the Guptas were putting pressure on him, or that he mentioned that to you?
He mentioned that to me.
What did he say?
There were times where Malusi will have his own diary from his department, and then while he's sitting at home, maybe he will say, AJ is calling him, he needs to go, or he will have to leave the department. So he will come at home, he was like, no, let's go to Sexton, they want to see me. But it came to a time where he didn't want to do it. He says they put pressure on him because he has his own diary that he runs it with his PA. So now when they do these random calls, so now he needs to cancel certain meetings, and then he had to rush to Sexton. So he was not happy with that. And also remember, he was really not happy with when there were a lot of arguments and pressure on Monwabisi Galawa to leave SAA, because Malusi thought he was good as a CEO. And also, I remember that he liked Mr. Dames at Ascom. He said he was a good guy, he was working. So, but the Guptas didn't like them. So there were a lot of discussion about them. So sometimes he will not take their calls when they're calling, and I was like, no, why are you not taking their calls? He was like, they always put pressure on me. They want me to run my work the way they want, and now I want to run the department the way I want.
So was there a time where you discussed this with Mr. Gigaba? The pressure that you say was being put on him?
Yeah, a lot of times, because it will, most of the calls, they will make him feel so uncomfortable. It's either when maybe he talks to Dumieni, maybe they're discussing SAA, and then after that he will talk to me because he was not okay, because I think it was more of he wanted me to give him support. And also, there are certain people that he really enjoyed to work with them. And then he felt Guptas, they also want to change things around, and he was comfortable with those people.
So was there ever a time in that context that you suggested to Mr. Gigaba that he might stop using these advisors?
Can you please repeat that?
Did you say in the middle of paragraph 32, when I asked Mr. Gigaba why he did not stop using the Guptas as his advisor, what did he tell you then?
Oh, I asked him that because I felt like, because these people are stressing you, so why don't you just cut communication with them? So he said he can't.
And what did he say in response?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay.
Was there a time, have a look at paragraph 33, when the relationship between Mr. Gigaba and the Guptas appeared to be strained?
Yes.
And when was that? Can you remember?
Firstly, I noticed every time when they will talk about Dames, Malusi didn't like those. And also, I remember when they were talking about Monwabisi Galawa, he really didn't like Monwabisi to be removed. And I remember the other time it was more when they talk about, because his calls into Dumieni, in the beginning, they used to be very friendly. And later, when he was at DPE, they used to argue a lot about the board and the decisions of the board, and also how SAA is operating. So Malusi was very uncomfortable how, I think he felt like Dudu was just in everything. He wanted to be hands-on where he's not supposed to be hands-on. So it was more of that most of the time.
Now, did Mr. Gigaba often receive calls from Mr. AJ Gupta?
Yeah, sometimes AJ will call him. Sometimes he will take the call, sometimes he won't take his calls.
And why, what would cause him not to take the calls?
I think it was in the later stage where he will avoid his calls because he knew that he will tell him something that is going to upset him, or he will tell him something about a certain individual that need to be moved. Because every time when there's someone AJ wants him to be appointed, he will just put pressure on him, and Malusi would hate that. So, and at some point, sometimes he will, then he will ignore his calls.
And what would happen if he ignored the Gupta's calls?
I only remember one instance where AJ said, Malusi must remember why he was appointed as a minister of PBE.
What did Ms. Ajay Gupta say?
He said he needed to remember why he was appointed as a minister of PPE,
As a Minister of
of
Public
public
Enterprises.
enterprises.
Did you say this in your presence, or did you hear from Mr. Kigaba that is what
Malusi told me.
he told you?
Yes, but I was there when he was talking to him on the phone, but also he told me.
Oh, okay. Mr. Mike?
Yes, thank you. I just want to take you through paragraph 33 and tell me if there's parts of it that are wrong. It says, during early 2014, Mr. Gigaba's relationship with the Guptas began to appear strained. The Guptas wanted Mr. Gigaba to get rid of Mr. Damas as the Chief Executive Officer of Eskom because Mr. Damas was not doing what the Guptas wanted him to do for them at Eskom. However, Mr. Gigaba did not agree with the Gupta's instruction. Mr. Gigaba then started avoiding telephone calls from the Guptas. When Mr. Gigaba ignored the phone calls, the Guptas would send Mr. Masami to speak to him, and Mr. Gigaba would then agree to meet with them. Mr. Ajay Gupta would regularly call Mr. Gigaba and demand that he attend the Gupta residence to meet certain people. This upset Mr. Gigaba because he would have to cancel his planned official appointments in order to do so. Mr. Gigaba also told me that Ajay Gupta told him that if he wanted to run the DPE as he wished, he would be moved back to the Department of Home Affairs. I understand that Mr. Ajay Gupta would often tell Mr. Gigaba that he should remember why he was appointed at the DPE.
Yes.
Is that correct, or is there something wrong with this paragraph? Is there anything wrong with it?
There's nothing wrong.
Then you go on to deal with Mr. Gigaba's relationship with Dudu Mnyeni. Now, was there a time where Mr. Gigaba had a close working relationship with Ms. Mnyeni?
Yes.
When was that?
I think when he was appointed in the beginning at DPE, they were close. They were like a sister and a brother, although they were colleagues as well.
Paragraph 34 goes on to read that Ms. Mnyeni facilitated our honeymoon trip to Mauritius. What do you mean by that?
So let me say pre-honeymoon, because it was not the exact honeymoon, and I raised that on the consultation.
Yes. So this was a trip to Mauritius, if I understand correctly what you're saying,
Yes.
that you took shortly before you got married.
Yes.
And when you say Ms. Mnyeni facilitated the trip, what do you mean by that?
So he arranged the whole trip for us. Then he booked for us to go to Mauritius. We went to meet her at the Sheraton Hotel. Then she sent us the whole itinerary about traveling. And I remember when we were in Mauritius, we were stuck because I think Pomalus was not so familiar with traveling by himself. So when we were there, we didn't know where to pick up the car, what happened. So we're calling her when we were there because she's the one who arranged the trip. So he did the trip because he said he wanted him to go to rest. Because while we were arranging my wedding, Malusi was not part of the wedding arrangements because he was working. And if I remember properly, that time Malusi was head of elections, so he was forever out with the door-to-door, doing the whole preparations of the elections, and also it was the time we were preparing for our wedding.
So who paid for this trip to Mauritius?
Did you pay for it? Malusi told me that he paid for it. But what I remember, she's the one who gave us the whole itinerary, our flights, and when we get there, where we must sleep, who must we call, who need to pick us up at the airport, and everything.
Now, can you remember where Mr. Gigaba would typically meet with Ms. Mnieni?
At Sheraton Hotel in Pretoria. But sometimes she would come at home.
Sorry?
Because sometimes she would come at our home.
She'd come to your home.
Yeah.
And was there a time then where their relationship soured?
Yes.
How did that come about, or why?
They used to, it started, because they started as, they have a sisterly and a brotherly relationship, and also as colleagues. But then it became sour when Dudu used to tell Malusi that you need to do certain this or a certain thing. And Malusi will be like, he doesn't want to tell her the kind of job that he needs to do. And also, I remember on the Monwabisi and Kalawa saga, Dudu didn't like Monwabisi and Malusi did. And also Malusi was not happy when Dudu was interfering with the board decision things, so he will call her and say like why she's always involved in things. And I remember they will have like a lot of arguments. Then Dudu will be like, Malusi will go back to, he will be taken back to Home Affairs, and Malusi is like, no one will take me back to Home Affairs. So they will just fight about that. And Malusi, or sometimes he will come and say, the president said you need to do this. And then Malusi was like, President, if you want to tell me something, he will come to me. He mustn't go to you and tell me something to do. So they had that kind of a relationship where it became, they didn't want to meet, because I remember there was a certain time where Malusi didn't want to talk to her anymore, but it was more of how she runs SAA. Malusi felt like he was not supposed to be appointed as a chairperson of SAA. He felt like he didn't know how to do the job. Sometimes he interferes. So they had that kind of a strained relationship. But in the beginning, they were very close.
You say at paragraph 37, let me ask you, did Mr. Gigaba ever mention anything to you about the SAA Johannesburg Mumbai flight route?
Yes.
Was that an issue that was causing concern?
It was their topic, because I think Malusi was not interested in this thing of Mumbai route, SAA to be cancelled, but it was Dudu's thing, and then he will say they will discuss it with Malusi, and every time when they talk about that, Malusi will be very angry, like why she's telling her what to do, why she's interfering, because sometimes he will just switch off the phone and he will tell me like, I don't know why she was just appointed. So every time Malusi used to question why he was holding a position of being a chairperson, because he felt like he was just interfering everywhere.
Chairperson, I have a request that we take a short comfort break. I see that it is just gone 9 o'clock.
Well, you have been standing the whole day.
Yes.
How are you feeling?
No, I'm fine.
You are
Yes.
fine.
I'm keen, I'm sure like everyone, to finish
Okay.
this evidence.
Ms. Gigaba, can we continue after a break and try and finish?
Okay.
Okay, all right. We'll take a 10 minutes adjournment. We adjourn. Okay, let's continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Gigaba, can I ask you to have a look at paragraph 37 at the bottom of page 1007? You say that on Sundays, Mr. Gigaba and I would regularly have lunch in Santon. Is that correct?
Just
Turn
switch
on
on
your
your
mic.
mic, please, and then repeat the answer.
You say at paragraph 37, on Sundays, Mr. Gigaba and I would regularly have lunch in Santon. Is that right?
That's a 37 point what?
37.
The previous page,
Sorry, page 1007.
at the bottom,
Oh, okay, okay,
at the bottom.
okay.
So paragraph 37 is at the bottom. Are you there?
Yes,
Okay. So on Sundays, Mr. Gigaba and I would regularly have lunch in Santon. While driving to return home, I would overhear Mr. Gigaba's telephone discussions with Ms. Mnieni. He would sometimes share the detail of these discussions with me, and that would include, you go over the page, what are the sorts of things that he would tell you after holding these discussions with Ms. Mnieni?
it's what I already mentioned before.
Sorry?
It's what I already mentioned before.
Okay. And that's about following instructions, etc.
Yes,
Was there a time where he said to you that he didn't understand why she had been appointed as the chair of SAA because he didn't believe she was competent?
he said that to me, not to her.
Yes. And did he say to you that she would feed information to the former president?
Can you please ask the question again?
Did he say to you that Mr. Mnieni would feed information to the former president without telling him about it?
Malusi felt like that.
He felt that.
Yes,
And then paragraph 37.3, and these are things I think that you've already touched on. When Mr. Gigaba did not want to follow the instructions of Mr. AJ Gupta or Ms. Mnieni, one or other would phone the former president to complain about him. Is that right?
yes,
Ms. Mnieni would then pass on instructions from President Zuma to Mr. Gigaba, which would upset him. Mr. Gigaba believed that he should have a direct line of communication to the former president and not receive instructions via Ms. Mnieni because he didn't report to her. Is that correct?
yes.
And then at 38, can you deal with that, please?
What do you want me to do
What did
about
Ms.
the AIDS?
Mnieni tell Mr. Gigaba?
He said if he does not understand, then he will be taken back to Home Affairs.
And was there a time when Mr. Gigaba did return to the Department of Home Affairs?
Yes,
You said earlier on that Mr. Ajay Gupta told Mr. Gigaba
yes.
that
The same
he
thing that
would,
you said.
he would be returned to Home Affairs.
Yes,
So now I see that you are saying that Ms. Mnieni also
They
said the
both said
same
it.
thing.
yes,
Are you sure that both of them said the same
yes,
thing?
I'm sure.
Yes, okay. Mr. Maybeck?
Yes, thank you. Then you have a heading, Mr. Gigaba's return to the Department of Home Affairs, and paragraph 39. On 26 May, Mr. Gigaba was transferred back to the Department of Home Affairs as Minister. I take it that that wasn't a date that you could personally recall, but you were assisted with that date. Is that correct?
I didn't assist with the dates. I think the commission put the dates, but
Yeah.
I said Malusi was taken back. I remember when he was taken back.
Because that date accords with the date in the schedule, in paragraph 6, all the different positions that he held.
Remember, all those dates that are there, they were not put by me, they were put
Yeah.
by the commission.
Well, that's actually, Ms. Gigaba, what I'm saying here is that This is, you didn't remember this date, you were assisted with the date.
Yes,
Correct. But you do remember him being transferred back to the Department of Home Affairs.
yes, I do.
But I'm not sure that's the right language, perhaps, but he moved.
Yes, he moved back.
Did Mr. Gigaba think that he would be moved back?
No,
Why?
because we have a very close relationship with the president.
And what was Mr. Gigaba's reaction to being returned or to moving back, as you put it, to the Department of Home Affairs? How did he feel about it?
He was shocked and also I think he was hurt.
Did he tell you what had happened?
In terms of,
Did he tell you what the president told him?
he said he told him that you will be taken back to, you need to go back to Home Affairs.
And did he tell you why the president had said that he was going to be moved back?
He said you need to tighten the borders at the Home Affairs.
And what did Mr. Gigaba think of that reason, or think of that? Do you know what his reaction was to being told that he needed to go back to Home Affairs in order to strengthen border controls?
He thought he was taken back because he was already threatened that he will be taken back. So he thought it was those reasons, but the president didn't say those reasons.
Yes, okay. Mr. Mybank.
Thank you. You then go on to deal with the Gupta's application for South African citizenship. What did Mr. Gigaba tell you about this?
I'm not comfortable to talk about this part because I never work at the department. So what I will say is just a little bit of highlights out of sense. So I'm not comfortable with.
Sorry, for some reason I'm not hearing you clearly. What did you say?
I'm saying I'm not comfortable to talk about the application citizenship of the Guptas because I've never worked for the department.
Yes. But what did Mr. Gigaba tell you?
So maybe I will ask something, then you will respond to that. Because most of everything I've said here is the questions that I was asked on the consultation. Then I was responding to what I know, based off all the questions that raised.
So is this a part of your affidavit that you want to correct?
Yeah, because I don't want to say certain things because there is a year here, and I don't want to say those years because I don't want to be accountable for a certain year because most of the information that is put there is something that the commission summarized, maybe it's their own investigation, and I don't want to be part of it.
Okay, well, when it says at 42 that during Mr. Gigaba's term of office as Minister of the Department of Home Affairs, he informed me that he was assisting some of the Gupta family members to obtain citizenship in South Africa.
Chairperson, through you, the witness is making it very clear that she does not intend to deal with the contents of paragraph 42, 43, and 44. She says she does not intend to do so because, one, the information there was provided to her by the commission. Secondly, because she does not have personal knowledge of these facts. Now, referring her to this information for her to confirm does not take cognizance of the fact that she's saying, I'm not comfortable, that information is not within my personal knowledge.
No, the witness is not being asked to say anything she doesn't know. She is being asked whether that sentence is true or not, and therefore she is able to say, no, it's not true, or it has been put in a way that I'm not comfortable with or anything like that.
Is that what I meant?
Yeah. Mr. Mybeck?
Chair, I apologize.
Yeah.
Once again, the witness is saying, I do not know this information.
Yes,
It was
yes,
put
yes.
by the
No, no, no,
commission,
no. If
and-
the witness has deposed to an affidavit and she then says there's something in the affidavit that she is unhappy about, the evidence leader is entitled to say, is it the first sentence that you are unhappy about? Is there anything untrue about it? He's entitled to ask that, and the witness is quite entitled to say, yes, it's not true, or yes, it is true.
Chairperson, my objection was merely because the witness has specifically said, this information was put here by the commission and therefore I do not have knowledge of it.
Well, I
And to
think Mr.
confirm it-
Mybeck wants to establish which part of this paragraph the witness says was put by the commission, because that's a serious allegation.
That's the chair, please.
Yeah, that's a
So is
serious
there-
allegation. So it's important that if there is something that she never told the commission, which has been put here, let's have clarity. If she says, as I believe she did with regard to some earlier paragraph where she says, the substance might be fine, but the way it has been put is not right, it's important that we know exactly what it is. So, Ms. Gigaba, when Mr. Mybeck asks questions about this paragraph, feel free to say what you wish to say. If you want to say this is not true or it has not been put in the right way, feel free to say so. If you say it is true, but the way it is put or whatever, feel free. But if you say that the investigators or members of the legal team of the commission have put information in your affidavit without having been told that by you, it's important that we know.
Okay, so what I said to him, I'm not comfortable to answer this part because there's a year that is mentioned which I don't talk about years because I never kept the years
Yes.
recording everything what I was
Yes.
doing. And also even the summary at the end.
You can take it, Ms. Gigaba, you can take it that if you have a problem about a year or a date, as far as I'm concerned, that's not going to be a big deal, you know. But it's more about whether the substance doesn't reflect what you told whoever prepared the affidavit.
Okay, because what makes me comfortable is I said something because part of the paragraph, there's something that I said. But now the way it's summarized,
Yes,
it's-
yes.
it has so much of the information that's got nothing to do with me,
Okay,
especially 44. It's something that was collectively
Okay,
said by the
okay,
commission.
okay.
And it makes it difficult for me to be held accountable for the whole paragraph and to select certain parts. So I wish they have put my words on
No,
it because I can stand by that.
I think I understand completely what you are saying. Mr.
Yes,
Mybeck?
Well, perhaps we could ask you, in your own words, what happened in relation to the Gupta's application for South African citizenship that you know, that you learned from Mr. Gigaba?
In other words, even if you didn't look at this affidavit, at these paragraphs in terms of what he told you, if you were to just relate that.
I only remember a little part of it that he said he
Yeah.
was assisting them. But I just want to distance myself from the publicly naturalization because I don't want to go in terms of what happens in the department because I've never worked for the department. So I don't want to use a certain word. And then when the department comes back, he says, no,
Yeah.
we never done that because I've never worked for the Department of Home Affairs.
Yeah.
And here, it's already, the answer is broad. This whole information, it's not my word.
So if I understand you correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, You have a particular concern with paragraph 44, because there it says, it's publicly known that Mr. Gigaba, during his term as the Minister of the Department of Home Affairs, had approved the early naturalization of
Yeah.
members of the Gupta family. That you say,
That's, it's you, the commission, put that, not me.
so you say that,
Because I never done any investigation about what public says about him. Everything that I've given here is what I heard from him, is what I've seen, but I didn't go do an investigation when happened when and how the public views him.
Okay.
And that's what Malusi was challenging on his affidavit.
but if you take out that and we take out the date in 2015, do you have any particular concerns in relation to paragraph 42 and 43? Because it refers,
Yes,
we,
43.
what I'm interested in is your own personal experience.
Or what he told you.
yeah, but you guys, you're making my life so difficult because I so wish you didn't mix my words because now I have to select what is my words out of the whole paragraph because all this, it's what you know of him, is the investigation that you've done, it's what the public think of him, and then now I have to find myself in between, and that's the reason I said I don't want to come to the commission before everything is corrected, because now I have to pick pieces and pieces of what I said.
Would you be happy to, through your legal representatives, put in an affidavit
Yes,
how you wanted it to be put?
that's what we proposed in the
Yes.
beginning.
So you can still deal with it, but you would like to put it in your
In my own
way.
words, so
Yeah.
that I can say what I've seen and what I know, because I don't want to agree with the statement that's got nothing to do with me.
Okay. Well, Mr. Mybeck, I don't know what you think, but it may well be that when we see that affidavit, it may well be that whatever you might wish to pursue, you might do that after looking at that.
Yes, I think we're happy to move on that basis.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chairperson. So this is one of those areas that, like with the India trip, you need to recraft the passage. Is that right?
That's the thing that I didn't want to do, and I don't want you to force me to do it, because when you force me to do it now, I have to look and try to select,
All right.
and I didn't want to do that. I preferred, that's what I proposed to my lawyers and to the commission, I preferred to stick to my words so that I can give the information what I know. Because now to select the bits and pieces, I have to read in between, because somewhere on 43, I know what I've said.
Yeah.
But now it's mixed with the whole overall of the investigation of the commission.
Don't worry, that's fine, because you want to put it in your own words.
Yes.
That's acceptable. You do that in a supplementary affidavit,
Okay.
and then once the commission has got that, we can look at that and take it from there.
All right. So we thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, if I may,
Yes.
I do need to indicate that my original concern was that as Ms. Gigaba is being led on aspects of this affidavit, at a later stage, she then finishes an affidavit to try and explain, this I did not say, this I did not say. The reason why this has been a concern is purely because at some point or the other, when we come to deal, and I'm just giving a simple example, when we come to deal with paragraph 45 or 43 of this original affidavit, the question then becomes, you agreed to certain aspects of it, and now you are now refusing to certain aspects. Hence the concern, Chairperson, was that we try and we make the exercise simple for the Commission, not only for the credibility and making sure that the proper information before this Commission is exactly that which Ms.
No.
produce.
It's fine the way it is. What has been said is, she has said that some of the things that are here, she knows, but others have been put in a certain way. She did say, Mr. Gigaba did say he was assisting I think the Guptas about the citizenship. But as far as I'm concerned, the arrangement is a supplementary affidavit will be obtained where under the Gupta's applications for South African citizenship, she can put her evidence the way she wants to put in terms of what she knows, in terms of what she was told by Mr. Gigaba. Then we will have that. What happens after that will depend on what emerges, because if her affidavit, supplementary affidavit says what's wrong is that 2015 and 44, and then the way this thing is put has lost the essence of what I told whoever was drafted the affidavit. This is what I said. It's fine, but I don't think there is any other way of doing it, because this is an affidavit which she signed.
Chairperson, as I had already submitted before, we raised concerns. And Chairperson, one of the reasons why she feels it is critical that she explains the circumstances under which she signed this affidavit is so that this affidavit does not get placed on her, because she is specifically saying the contents of this affidavit contain information that is not mine.
Yes,
As
I've
a
heard
result,
that,
Chairperson.
I've heard that. It's enough. I know I know all the points you have made. I've not forgotten them. We are going to proceed, but we'll proceed on the basis that, one, as far as these paragraphs are concerned, a supplementary affidavit will be provided in which she will put her knowledge or her evidence the way she wants to put it. If in subsequent paragraphs, there is another paragraph where she has a similar discomfort, we'll talk about that and probably do the same thing. But let's make progress. It's late in the night. We all want to finish. Okay?
As the chair, please.
All right. Mr.
Also, can I say something on that?
Yeah.
When it comes to the signing of the affidavit, because I remember on our last consultation, one of the evidence leaders was saying, but you sign it. So when it came to this, me signing it, it was a day, because during those days, when we were about to wrap up this, there were a lot of threats, people threatening me about coming here, and I was receiving a lot of calls. My life, I felt like my life was so threatened. So it was more of the security concern. So on that day, we were signing this. It was that day we received the news that there was someone, they tried to kill someone or something. So when Paul gave the affidavit to my senior counsel, so then he was like, we only have 10 minutes, we need to sign it quickly. I don't want it on me because these people, what if these people, because we were so scared to have the affidavit within us, because the media was calling me, wanted the affidavit. Certain people, they wanted the affidavit from me, and I didn't have it. So when I was answering people, telling them, especially the media, to say, I don't have the affidavit, and I was not lying. I didn't have my affidavit with me. And that's what we proposed with the evidence leader, that I don't want to have it, because I felt like having this affidavit will put my life more in danger, because a lot of people wanted my affidavit, and my life was so under threat during the time. So when on the day we're signing it, we're only given certain few minutes. So we sign it quickly, and then the senior counsel went to drop it off to the evidence leader. But it was the nature of both of us who were so scared of our lives. Myself, I was scared of my life, and I raised that, and we were discussing the security, the threat, how I'm going to be protected, which I was not protected by the commission, and it promised to protect me. So every time when now they are saying, I signed it, I didn't sign it in my comfort.
No.
I signed it under pressure. We didn't go through it because of there was that on the day.
Don't worry about that for now.
Okay.
In your supplementary affidavit, you can explain the circumstances under which you signed it, because when you prepare your supplementary affidavit, when it is looked at, it may well be that in substance you will not be deviating much from what you have said, But one can only make that judgment call when one compares the two. But when you do your supplementary affidavit, you can just explain that these are the circumstances under which you signed this first one.
Okay.
Okay? All right. Let's continue.
All right, thank you. Ms. Gigaba, there's another heading then. Malusi Gigaba's transfer from the Department of Home Affairs to the Department of Finance. Do you remember that he moved from Home Affairs to the Department of Finance? Remember
Yes.
that? And how did you come to learn about that?
Because he told me that he received a call.
And can you remember where you were at the time when he told you?
We're in Cape Town.
And were you at a function or something?
Yes.
And what happened? When did he receive a telephone call?
Yes.
And after you received the call, what did he say to you?
He told me that he received a call.
Please speak closer to the mic.
So he told me about his appointment as the Minister of Finance.
Was he happy about that?
He was not.
Why?
What he mentioned, he said he knows that it was not the president's wish for him to be a Minister of Finance.
Sorry?
He said he knew that it was not the president's wish for him to be a Minister of Finance.
He's not the person the president wished to be
Yes.
the Minister of Finance.
Yes.
Did he tell you who the president wanted to be the Minister of Finance?
He said he wanted to be Brian Molefe.
Now, after Mr. Gigaba moved to the Department of Finance, did he continue to go to the Gupta residence? Did you continue to go to the Gupta residence?
Can you please repeat the question?
After Mr. Gigaba moved to became the Minister of Finance, did he carry on going to the Gupta residence?
After, when he was at Finance,
So what we're dealing with here is Mr. Gigaba transfers from the Department of Home Affairs to the Department of Finance. So he becomes the Minister of Finance.
oh, okay.
When he was the Minister of Finance,
Mm-hmm.
did he carry on going to the Gupta residence?
Their relationship was not good by that time.
So let's then deal with the next heading, gifts, cash and benefits received from the Guptas. Now you've already told us about the gold necklace that he gave to your eldest son, correct?
Yes.
Deal with other gifts. There's a heading that says the white 3 Series BMW motor vehicle, the BMW. You tell us about that?
They gave him that car as a gift.
Sorry?
They gave him that car as a gift.
Who's they?
Gupta's AJ.
And when you say they gave it to him, how do you know that?
Those who went to collect it.
Whereabouts did you collect it?
At Sahara.
Sahara Computers.
Yes.
And did you drive this car, this BMW?
Yes, I did.
Was it your private vehicle for a while?
Yes.
Was it a BMW?
Yes.
Okay. And what color? You recall? You
Say that
recall
again?
what color?
It was white.
It was white.
And was it transferred into your name?
Yes.
And then what happened to the car?
I'm sorry, did you say, was this a new car as far as you know?
Yes. But
And
I'm not sure it was new or it was a second hand, but it was new.
But it looked new. Did you say it was transferred into your name
Yes, at a later stage.
at some stage?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Malbeck,
Thank you. And then what happened to this car?
He gave it to we took it to his friend to fix the lights, that it never came back.
All right, and then you deal with cash and benefits. There's,
I'm sorry, before that, Mr. Mybeck. How did it come to be registered in your name? Was this a gift for Mr. Gigaba? Was it a gift for you?
It was his, during the time, I'm the one who was using the car.
You were?
I'm the one who was using the car.
Okay. But when it was given to him, was it given as a gift or was it loaned to him to use as he
It was
may
a gift to
wish?
him.
Hmm?
It was a gift to him,
It was a gift to him.
yes,
But
gave
he
it to me.
allowed you, then he gave it to you.
yes,
And you got it registered in your name.
yes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Mybeck?
thank you.
Or you say you took it to somebody to fix the lights,
Yes.
and then what happened about it? It never
It
came
never
back?
came back, yeah.
Did you take it there, or Mr. Gigaba took it there, or
I
somebody
took it
else?
there.
Why didn't you go back to fetch it?
I kept on asking about it until I decided to buy myself a car. Because it
Who
didn't
were
come
you
back.
asking? The person to whom you had taken it, or Mr. Gigaba?
Both,
Both.
yes.
Okay, and
It's his friend,
or the person to whom you took the car was his friend,
yes.
and that person was somebody who fixes cars.
Yes, he said he will take it somewhere so that they can fix the light for me.
Yeah. So it was nothing serious. It was just the lights.
Yes.
And when you asked for it back, what did that person say to you about it?
So he kept on telling me that it's gonna come back. So at a certain stage, I went to buy a car for myself.
You bought your own car.
Yes.
And Mr. Gigaba, did he tell you anything about the car, about why it was not coming back?
I stopped asking about it, so I decided to buy a car for myself.
Yes. And you can't remember the year when this car was given to Mr. Gigaba as a gift?
I don't wanna say exactly the year, but I can check.
But do you remember which position he was holding at the time? What ministry he was
I don't
in?
remember the position, but it was, I think, around 2015 there.
Around
but-
2015.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. But I can check because at a certain point the car was under my name.
Okay, all right. Mr. Mybeck?
Thank you, Chairperson. Let's deal with wedding gifts of cash. So we know that you married Mr. Gigaba on the 30th of August, 2014. Who did your wedding planning?
It's me.
And who did you invite to your wedding? Did you invite the president? Did you invite the Guptas?
We invited a lot of people, but I didn't have an access to invite Guptas or president.
I beg your pardon?
I didn't have an access to invite president or Guptas, so Malusi was inviting his friends, I was inviting my friends. He was inviting his family, I was inviting my family.
So where it says we invited both the former president and the Guptas, but none of them attended, is that wrong?
Yes, they didn't attend.
Yes, but is it wrong where it says we invited both the former president and the Guptas?
Yes, they were invited, but they didn't come.
Okay. Mr. Malefe was invited and he did attend, is that correct?
Yes, he did attend.
Now, did you get any wedding gift of any sort from the Guptas?
Not me, but Malusi said he did. But
And what did he tell you about that?
because there's a certain time they told him, because we knew about the Guptas prior to the wedding that they were not coming. Only President Zuma will know, I think 2 days before the wedding, that they were not coming. So they gave him, so he said they will give him money as the gift, as the compensation of their sent in the wedding.
And who paid for your honeymoon?
Say that again.
Who paid for your honeymoon?
AJ did.
You know how much money Mr. Gigaba was given?
No, I don't know.
How do you know that it was Mr. Ajay Gupta who paid for your honeymoon?
Because he tells me when someone pays.
Who told you?
Malusi told me.
So he told you that Ajay Gupta had paid for your honeymoon?
Yes.
Okay.
So the paragraph reads, Mr. Gigaba informed me that as a wedding gift, the Guptas gave him a cash donation towards the cost of the wedding, in addition to paying for the cost of a honeymoon in Dubai. I do not know how much money the Guptas in fact gave. Is that correct?
I don't know.
But that paragraph, is it right?
Yes.
Now, how long did you go on honeymoon for?
I think we're there for a week.
And in what hotel did you stay?
I think it was the hotel called Waldorf.
The Waldorf
Yes.
in Dubai.
Yes. But I have to check properly exactly the name, but it's similar, something like that.
Now you go on to estimate how much your wedding cost. How much was that?
It was 4 million to 5 million.
And who paid the wedding expenses?
It's me.
And how did you pay them?
I always pay them cash.
And where did you receive this cash from?
He gave me because he was busy with his work.
Sorry?
Because the time it was during elections, so he was busy with the work. So I was busy with the wedding arrangements.
So 4 million rand to 5 million rand for the cost of a wedding appears to...
It was not,
Quite
even on
high.
the consultation I raised it, it was not like he came to me with 4 million, said here's 4 million, 5 million, it was not like that.
Yes.
So my wedding was planned from 2013 because I wanted to get married on my birthday, which is in April in 2014. And then it was not approved by Parliament because the time it was during elections. Most of the government ministers were busy. So then we have to move the wedding date to Malusi's birthday. So it took like almost 2 years. So the payments were happening like that. It was not like there was a 4 million or 5 million came at once.
Yes, even if it was not a payment that was made at one time, it still sounds quite a lot. How do you know that it was about 4 to 5 million rands?
Because
Is
all
that
the
amount, is that number, is that figure? a
it's not
figure that
it's the
you have looked at?
estimation, not like exactly the
Yes.
figure.
But is it an estimation that you made because you were using the money, you know the money that was available to you and you were using
No,
it?
it was not. I was using the money that was available. It was because of the each and every person who was part of the wedding preparation, like the caterer, they will send me their bill, flowers. People were preparing because my wedding was in Durban. So each and every person, and my wedding happened 2 days. So it was not only for the white wedding, it was both 2 weddings because it happened in 2 days.
Yes,
So
the traditional one as
yes,
well.
I prepared 2 weddings at the same time.
Okay,
So it was like 2 caterers, one for the white wedding, one for the traditional wedding. So it was like that, this venue and that venue, this tent and that tent. So
okay.
it was like a bits and pieces, not like today I will have $1 million. I've never had $1 million at hand, but it was more of maybe the caterer for the white wedding will send like 600,000, then they want the deposit, then maybe I will go pay a certain amount. And this one is for the venue, the certificate. So it was more of bits and pieces through the entire whole year and a half.
Okay, okay. And Did you say you paid in cash or you paid in different ways of paying?
These are paid cash.
Okay. All the expenses were paid in cash or some were paid by EFT or whatever?
The one that I remember was paid in cash.
In cash.
Yeah.
And when you say the estimate of the cost of your wedding, the estimate is 4 to 5 million rand. You think that either 4 million, 5 million was in cash at different times
Yes,
throughout the year?
yes.
Okay, all right.
So,
Yes.
sorry, Ms. Gigaba, I've just received a request from some of the technical people who have asked again if you could just try and speak a little bit more clearly. Apparently your voice is dipping in and out. You can imagine it makes
Okay.
transcription difficult. So did you not find it strange that you have been given all this cash? I mean, where did it come from, as far as you were concerned?
As I mentioned on the, unfortunately you were not there, so I didn't find it strange because Malusi has been a minister for a very long time. And also he told me that he have savings with this money market that he saved money from. And most of the expenses we don't pay for them because it's paid by the state. So most of the time his salary and my salary, we're using it to pay our staff. So to have a lot of cash, it was not something that was strange to me.
Yes, I think perhaps we're speaking at cross purposes. I'm not suggesting that you found it strange that you could afford a wedding of this value. My question is more directed at why is everything being paid in cash? As you say, Mr. Gigaba, state paid a lot of his expenses, he had a good salary, he had a money market account, but none of that explains why, just bear with me, none of that explains why one would be going around with large bundles of cash.
When you say large, you're talking about how much?
Well, to the tune ultimately of 4 to 5 million rand.
But I never said he walk around with 5 million rand at once.
It added up to that.
Yeah, adding up to that, it's a bits and pieces in a year and a half. So if you break it down, that is not that large. It can be large to you, but it was not large to him and maybe to us as a family because of how our expenses, we spend them. Because maybe the way you are just comparing, you're comparing by maybe a certain individual who have a salary. In that salary, you have to pay for everything. So our lives are different from that. So he has his salary, I have my salary, and we hardly pay for anything in the house.
Okay, but can I perhaps ask you a question another way? I understand what you're saying, but did you think in your mind that Mr. Gigaba was going to,
Oh, I think
for
he was
example,
rich.
First National Bank in Sandton City with his bodyguards and was drawing these bundles of cash to give you to pay for flowers? Is that what you think was happening?
Because most of the time, every January, he used to take the money that he saved for the whole year from his, what is this thing, market something. So,
Money market.
yeah, his money market,
account.
because he used to pay for his school fees for his daughter cash, because he would say, I saved the money for the whole year. So he does that. So sometimes he will sit with his financial advisor about his money, then end of the year or beginning of the year, he will take out the money and then he will use his own things. So when there's extra money, so I don't know this one was coming from where, was it from him or from, but because I found him like that. So.
What are you able to, are you saying that it was normal or usual for him to give you amounts of cash that maybe somebody else might regard as large amounts, but you didn't regard as large amounts?
Yeah, because
Yes.
to me, what people, they will be shocked that, oh, you have this kind of money. For me, it was normal.
Yeah. And what kind of amounts did you regard as normal in terms of cash that he would give you or for him
Maybe
would have.
50,000, 100,000 for me, it was normal.
It was
But
normal
maybe
to
to
have
other
that.
people it was not.
Yes. Okay, all right. Mr.
Thank you.
Maibane.
Let's then turn to another topic under the heading cash collected from the Gupta residence. You say at paragraph 53 that Mr. Gigaba had two close protection officers who accompanied him in the same vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
And you knew one of them. What was his name?
I don't want to mention his name.
I wonder whether, yeah, it might be good not to mention the name because I don't know, the drivers, whether one
Yes.
of them.
Point
maybe-
taken, DCJ,
yeah,
thank you.
yeah.
Now, let's have a look at paragraph 54, and perhaps you can explain to us what you saw happening in relation to the collection of cash at the Gupta residence.
Can you please repeat the question?
What did you see happening about the collection of cash from the Gupta residence?
I believe I see a collection of cash at the Gupta residence.
Right, that's the heading.
So I can say what I said.
Yes, tell us what you saw.
So regarding on what? On the cash.
Yes.
I think you have to ask the question in a different way.
All right.
Because I don't want to give the whole thing that you don't need.
Okay, well, this is important, so let's go through it. On several occasions that we attended the Gupta residence, I personally observed Mr. Gigaba leaving the adjacent meeting room. Is that right?
Yes,
So you were sitting there, as you've explained. He was having meetings in the private meeting room. Is that right?
yes.
And what would happen after he left the meeting room?
So sometimes you will ask his bodyguards to bring the bag.
To what?
He will ask his bodyguards to bring the bag from the car.
All right, and would the bag then be brought?
Yes,
Would it be given to Mr. Gigaba
yes.
by the CPO,
What is CPO?
the Close Protection Officer?
Oh, okay.
And what would Mr. Gigaba then do with the bag once it was given to him?
It's not like this was happening all the time, but the time that I remember. So sometimes he will go in the room, and then when he left, he would leave.